Hi, everyone. Welcome to the NBA Rookie Showcase, where we'll get a chance to see the great young and up-and-coming talent in this year's draft. This is Kevin Harlan, joined by Clark Kellogg and Steve Kerr.
All the stars of the past March tournament on display here, and no doubt everyone on the floor will be looking to make an impact and turn some heads.
You know, all the focus won't be on the guards, as there are some very intriguing big men looking to up their draft stock.
Should be fun.
Now a look at the stars starting lineup. We've got Foster. He's out there with Davis. And it's Brown in at the 5. Home in the paint. And for the elites, Insanity. He's in at small forward. And it's Patterson in at the power forward position.
And you know, there was a time when it might have been hard to get all the top prospects in one gym together to go head-to-head.
Yeah, fortunately, those days are in the past. And for those of us who love the game, it's really such a treat to see these young players come out and compete.
Anderson kicks to Martin. They set the pick. Passes it to Patterson. Releases from 15. Gets it to go. Patterson's got the first points up on the board for the elites. The dish to Davis. Patterson on him. Davis kicks to Brown. Clock at 6. Reed covered by Martin. And the rebound goes to Martin.
Boy, he missed an easy one right there.
But in a vital game like this, you have to wonder if nerves are a factor.
Here's Insanity. Outside, Martin. Patterson. Picked up by Davis. Patterson can't get it to go. Now Foster. He feeds it to Davis. From downtown. And the rebound goes to the elites. Here's Patterson. Foul call that time on the way up. That'll give him 2 chances at the free throw line here.
Heads up play, preventing the easy lane.
Yeah, I like that. I mean, he saw it was a free layup, didn't want to give that up, so he fouled him to force free throws.
And good on the second, so he makes them both. And the Stars have possession. Still without a basket in the game. Here's Foster, covered by Martin. Brown outside. Inside, deflected.
Boy, a lot of darkness there. No daylight to get that ball through.
Jumps up.
Oh! Now that's a special order right there.
Not everybody can cap off a dunk like that.
Yeah, very difficult maneuver, but a tremendous one if you can pull it off.
Here's Foster. Davis working against Patterson. Up and in on the layup.
Nice soft touch to drop that one in.
The elites leading by 4. He dishes it to Gibson. Brown's there. Here's the 3, and that one's good. Patterson's got 7 points in the game.
And, you know, when you talk about this showcase game, the question is always, how much should GMs weigh this single game versus a player's entire body of work?
And I've sat in that chair, Clark, and I think the entire body of work is important. You can't, as a scout or GM, you can't let one game really determine your opinion of a player.
Martin up top. Here's Insanity. And Davis pulls it down.
I think he caught a glimpse of the defender out of the corner of his eye because he just seemed to lose his focus there for a moment.
And it's Foster missing. And it's the elites' ball. Here's Insanity. Here's Martin. And again, it's the elites from deep.
They love to see him aggressive like that when he's on the floor, especially when the defense gives him room.
So timeout called here, the first for the Stars. And so here are the Stars. It's a 13-point game. Brown outside.
Hope everyone enjoys it here. Please follow the stream.
Dixon covered by Martin. 5 to shoot. The Stars need to get off a shot. And it's Foster missing.
Boy, he's really been active on the glass.
And a nice bonus from him. I mean, if he can rebound like this in the NBA, he'll make a team very happy.
He shoots again. Second shot opportunity. And he sails in for the layup.
You know what? I've got to admit it. I mean, I've been pleasantly surprised with how well this kid's been playing.
Well, not a guy penciled in among those top picks in the draft, but he's certainly been right at the top of his form in this game.
Now, here's Brown. Reed defended by Anderson. And he was fouled on the way up. 2 free throws now for him.
That's his first personal foul. Second team foul. Reed.
And he makes the first. So he gets them both. .124 left to play here in the first. Outside, Martin shoots the 3. The shot by Turner, no good. The Stars trail by 13. Here's Reed. The rebound by Anderson. Here's the Elites. They're on a 14-6 run. And fouled hard that time. He'll get to the line and shoot 2. And the first one at the line is good. He's perfect from the line this time. There's a minute left here in the opening quarter. Time called here. The Stars decide to talk it over.
Well, all these missed shots is a definite concern. I like this timeout. I really do. Settle everybody down and try to refocus them on the game plan and execution.
Here's Brown. Turner covering. This one for 3. And it's Foster missing.
What a tough quarter for him. He's got to pick it up here.
Boy, nothing at all going his way. I mean, it's hard to watch.
They have wasted no time building this lead. They've been solid at both ends.
Yeah, they look really focused and ready, intense, together, composed. I mean, they've been hot out of the gate.
And so here are the Stars. After the Elites pick up 2, 6 on the shot clock. Knocks it down from 19 feet. Here is Anderson. 20 seconds left here in the first quarter. Pass to Martin. They set the screen. Turner. The 10-footer. That's good. And the Elites lead by 17.
Wow, hot start offensively.
Racing out to that quick lead. I mean, they're scoring and shooting with a lot of confidence.
And as the first quarter wraps up, already at... Welcome back as we get set to continue with the second quarter of the Rookie Showcase.
Really a great event to get an early look at the future of the league.
And I'll tell you what, for these young men, so much at stake in a game like this, a chance to catch the eye of an NBA team.
Insanity, he's in at 3. And it's Martin in at the shooting guard. That's the group on the floor for the Elites. The Elites leading by 17. McDaniel, who's guarded by Davis. Brown pulled in. And here's the Stars. Trailing by 17. Mason with it. Here's Park. With nobody on him, he buries the jumper.
You can't just get a hand up. You've got to anticipate what he's doing before he shoots.
Here's Gibson, and he's on the money with his first shot today.
3 straight buckets in the paint. They're making it look effortless.
Well, speaking of effortless, you'd like to see a little more out of the defense. So how about trying, guys?
Now here is Davis. Easy shot. Mason misses.
I think he caught the defense off balance there. But I think he just sort of lost the touch on the release, kind of short on him.
Here is Anderson. Offline with the baseline jumper. Lets it fly. Gets the jumper from the corner to fall.
Not sure how he got that pass off. I thought for sure he was going to take the shot.
The Elites leading by 14. Back to Gibson. Here's Martin. From outside, off the mark.
You can't get into much better position for the three than that. Everything was right on target. It just didn't fall.
Shot, high post, and the jumper is on the mark. He's got 5.
You know, he's making the most of this opportunity to really show what he can do.
Well, it's just one game, but you have to like the way he's responded.
The Elites again can't hit it. The Stars trail by 12. Now the pass to Mason. Dishes it to Davis. Over Gibson. It's rebounded by the Elites. Here is Anderson. Here's Insanity. 6 to shoot. Baseline try. No good. Now the Stars take it the other way. Park defended by Anderson. Here's Park. It's stolen by Martin. The Elites leading by 12. Moving it around. Lifts up. And there's the whistle. Fouled hard on the shot. He'll go to the line.
That's his first personal foul. Gibson.
That's good from Gibson. The Stars making a switch here. And so he hits both.
Well, one of the things I think the NBA has been very progressive with is the use of instant replay. And they've expanded its use the last couple of seasons. I think it's a good thing, as long as it doesn't slow the game down too much.
And the Stars have possession. Their defense has only allowed 4 points in the quarter. Dixon defended by Anderson. It's stolen. And the Elites with the possession. They lead by 14.
Defense wasn't able to get back fast enough to contest.
Well, they were caught flat-footed after committing the turnover that time, guys.
The Stars trail by 16. Right side Davis. Wow. And here now the Elites. It's a 16-point game. The Elites making...
I wonder moment.
So as we conclude the first half, so far fairly one-sided. Elites lead by 18. And we now return to the Rookie Showcase. And plenty of scouts and GMs still in attendance for the second half.
And Kevin, a nice first half of basketball.
Yeah, from the looks of things, some teams are really going to be happy with the player they get in the draft.
On the court right now for the Stars. Davis is out there with Foster. And it's Brown in at the pivot spot, manning the middle. Here's Insanity. Goes up and lays it nice and easy. 8 points for him.
You got to love the low post offense. That was beautiful.
And the Stars have possession. They trail by 18. He kicks it to Davis. Shoots over Patterson, and Davis can't get it to go.
Plenty of pressure in a game like this to impress. He has.
Now the pressure might be getting to him, but everybody's in the same boat here.
Here's Insanity. He's got 8. The 10-footer. Tries again. And it's Foster with the rebound.
Well, they are getting out rebounded here, and it's showing up on the scoreboard as well.
Yeah, it's something they're going to have to improve upon if they're going to win this game.
The feed to Brown. Feeds it to Davis. Kicks to Foster. Just 5 on the clock. Another 3 for the Stars.
Probably time to bring an extra defender, change up the defense a little bit.
Well, Steve, he's been so good. I think they got to take the ball out of his hands right now.
Here's Martin. Nice jump shot from the top of the key. Martin's got 8 points.
This is exactly what you'd expect from a player of his caliber.
Well, he's putting these scouts on notice. I mean, he's for real. There's no question about that. He just can't get a good feel for his shot at this point. That's one of the reasons they're losing.
Anderson. Insanity is called for a loose ball foul.
I'm picky.
That's foul number 2 for him. And the Stars making a change here. And the Stars have possession. 17-point game. Here's Mason. It's rebounded by the Elites. Martin's got 6 rebounds in the game. Lets it go with a 3. The rebound by Mason. The Stars trailed by 17. And Foster backs in. Outside, Davis. Launches a 3. The shot is off, so the Elites will take it the other way. Outside, Martin. And here is Gibson. He's got 8. Drains the three-pointer. Martin's got 5 points now this quarter.
And I think he's showing more range than perhaps he was given credit for.
Well, his jumper has been falling out there. A nice showing for him.
Now a timeout called by the Stars.
They've been very untidy with the ball here. You commit turnovers when you try to do too much or you force it. They need to focus on making the simple play, good passes, and moving the ball around.
Here's Brown. Here's Davis. Again, the miss by the Stars.
They have a nice lead here and have really controlled the glass for the majority of the game. Kudos to them for their strong effort on the backboard.
Yeah, and they're sending a message too, Clark. They're really coming out and playing a very physical game here.
Mason kicks to Davis. To end the run, Mason puts up a 3. Gets it to go.
Mason.
Mason's got 8.
That's now 6 straight points off open threes. Get a hand up, fellas. Pay attention to the scouting report.
Well, you know how quickly things can go south when you start giving up wide open looks to this team. The defense a little shaky there, and he had a good look.
Here's Park. He passes it to Davis. Blocked.
No, it looks like it's in his head right now. He looks tight. He's not producing, and his team's struggling as well.
Here is Anderson. Backs in. Here's Insanity. Rebounded by the Stars.
Well, sometimes he really lacks the confidence he needs when he's driving to the basket.
pass to Brown. Patterson's there. Brown kicks to Davis. And he's back in business as a jumper finally drops for him. Davis has got 6 points.
Boy, the struggles have been many here in this quarter. 1 of 6 is what he is now.
Martin, the pass to Patterson. Gets the three-pointer to fall. And the Elites lead by 20.
Well, I tell you what, he's so confident at the helm of an offense, isn't he?
Yeah, no surprise there, Clark. He's a gifted playmaker.
Park defended by Anderson. Gibson against Brown. Shot clock at 6. With 1 on the clock. A second chance effort. The Elites leading by 20. Here's Insanity. Foster down low. Working on Martin. Foster dishes to Brown. Park defended by Anderson. Here's Mason.
And Steve, I like what we're seeing from him defensively.
Yeah, me too, Clark. I mean, he's really taking on the challenge, and that's smart. I mean, scouts are looking at that as much, if not more, than what you do offensively.
Here is Anderson. Shoots. The rebound by Mason. Mason's got his 5th rebound right now in the game. Park defended by Anderson. Now Foster. Now the dish to Mason. Outside, Davis. Gets it to go from beyond the arc. Davis has got 5 points now in the quarter. Here is Anderson. 1:39 left to play in the third. Fires from deep. That's good. Anderson's got 5 points so far.
Well, another uncontested 3 there. They've got to make some kind of an adjustment. I mean, they're giving up way too many open 3s.
Well, the last 5 hoops, 3 have come off wide open 3-pointers, Clark. So it's one thing to give up 1, but you start giving 3-pointers up in bunches, you're in big trouble.
Away team foul call. The second versus first team.
That one is off. So both teams making some changes here.
Substitution.
And he's good on the second. Tipped away. Out of bounds. And they'll keep possession.
And took a gamble there to try to disrupt that pass.
Yeah, he couldn't quite get a hold of it, but still a nice play.
The Stars trailed by 21. He feeds it to Douglas. Out of bounds. And they retain possession. It's on D. He dishes it to Davis.
Not his best quarter. I mean, the shots just haven't fallen for him.
Misses the shot. Outside, Martin. Here's Insanity. Davis is on it. And it's going to be 2 free throws. Drew contact on the shot.
Very easy call to make. There was no question contact on that shot.
Yeah, you know, you can allow a little contact, but not quite that much.
The Elites making a switch here. That one falls, so he hits both of them. 40 seconds left to play here in the third. The dive for the ball. Out of bounds. They'll keep possession. And the Elites making it. And the Stars have possession. Here's Dixon. And once again off the mark by the Stars.
And they have a huge advantage on the boards.
Well, it's been one-sided so far, both on the rebounding side and the scoreboard.
Insanity in at point guard. And it's Gibson in at the 5. That's the group in the game right now for the Elites. They shoot again. And it's good on the way in.
He's having a terrific game here.
Well, we talked about his draft stock a bit, and it just may be climbing the way he's performing out here.
Both teams will make substitutions.
Transform, ill mind, metamorphosize, shapeshift, unorthodox, the way the author scribe off the wall on another.
Here's Davis.
We talk about players in their off-season, what they're doing to improve their conditioning. And yoga has been used to improve flexibility and strength. And that's something that a lot of players around the league have now leaned on, and it's really catching on.
And it's ironic that yoga is really the new thing in the NBA. I know Steve and Clark and Doris and everybody else on our crew, we're always doing yoga before our broadcast. It's been around for thousands of years, and of course, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, the league's all-time highest scorer, credited with extending his career, his practice of yoga.
Well, you know, a number of guys have used yoga, not just from a physical standpoint, but from a mental and emotional and spiritual standpoint in their total well-being, and obviously it's enhanced their NBA careers because it does include flexibility, core strength, balance, all of those things you need in basketball. And I think the younger generation is understanding that it's a year-round job when you're a pro, and anything that you can do to help maintain the tool of your trade, your body, is well worth it.
They have been really controlling this one.
Well, now's not the time to get complacent, though, Kevin. You've got to continue to put your foot on the gas pedal.
Falls back and drains the fadeaway jumper.
They're straying away from the three-point game here in the second half. And that's fine as long as they're on the lead and they're getting good shots. They've decided not to take nearly as many three-pointers in this half.
Here's Insanity. Pass to Gibson. 4 on the shot clock. Three-pointer. And again, it's the Elites with a 3.
Another bucket, and they are just pulling away here now.
Yep, no doubt about it. They're sprinting to the finish line.
Dixon. And some very quick points for him on that possession.
He's gotten himself involved in just about every aspect of this game.
Yeah, it's been a fantastic all-around performance, guys.
Richardson against Davis. Here's Insanity. And so he draws the foul on the shot. A trip to the line to shoot 2.
And the official right on top of that.
Yeah, I agree with you there, Steve. He didn't hesitate to make that call, and now he'll get his chance at the line.
That's also good, so he hits both free throws. 16 seconds left in the fourth.
Yeah, looks like this one's out of reach.
Yep, just a matter of the clock running out now.
Here's Anderson, and it's good on the way up.
Yeah, that's going to do it. I mean, this thing is pretty much over. They played well.
Well, it has been a bit anticlimactic the end of the game, but sometimes that's the way it goes.
Foster nailed from three-point land.
They could have used this run a while ago. It may not make much difference now.
Yeah, they hit that snooze button a little too much because they showed up late to this game.
Greetings, I'm the GM and Director of Player Personnel for the Pacers. We have the 15th pick in the draft, and we're looking at potentially using this pick on you. First, though, we would like to get to know you better by asking you a couple of questions. Let's get to it. It looks to me like you're a tried-and-true small forward. That is arguably our strongest position in Danny Granger. Danny doesn't really like to move up to the 4, but he plays it in a pinch. He's definitely our guy. We love your talents. I want to know if you've ever given any thought to perhaps playing down as a shooting guard.
Yeah, I've actually given it a lot of thought and have been working on my shot recently to try and show teams just how versatile of a player I can be. I like to think I can play the 2, 3, and 4 with great efficiency. If that's what's needed and asked of me, then that's what I'll be doing. Simple as that.
All right then, one more. We realize that here in Indianapolis, we don't have the appeal of some of the big market teams. We tend to look for players who would be proud to be part of this organization, someone who can really take pride in being a member of the Indiana Pacers. We need someone who's willing to spend their entire career as a member of this team. Is that someone you?
To be honest with you, I'm a big city kind of guy. I don't think Indianapolis has the type of vibe I'm looking for. You feel me? I'm sure you guys have a great organization and a great fan base. It's not for me. All right?
Well, that didn't go quite as I expected. We'll see you at the draft. Greetings. I'm the GM and Director of Player Personnel for the Rockets. In addition to the 14th pick, we also have the 23rd pick in the upcoming draft and are looking at you with one of those picks. We'd like to get to know you better by asking you a couple of questions. Let's get to it. As a younger team, I feel like we have a lot of opportunities for you. I'm here to tell you you have a chance to be our franchise centerpiece if you put in the work. How many other teams can offer you that? That being said, we still have a couple of years ahead of us where we're going to be acquiring young talent and assets. We might struggle a bit in those years. Are you going to be able to remain focused during the rebuilding years?
I'll keep this short and sweet. All I do is win, but I don't really see that opportunity right now in Houston. I know you have Kmart and Luis Scola and all, but sorry, I'm just not interested in losing.
Let's see. One more question, if you don't mind. How important is it for you to be a lottery pick in the draft?
Honestly, I don't really care. I'm more concerned with going to the right team than I am going as high as possible. I want to play for someone who's going to utilize me to the best of my abilities. Someone who's going to use me to put the team into a position to win games. You heard?
I appreciate your honesty answering my questions. Best of luck to you in the draft.
Good game out there tonight, son. I'm the GM of the 76ers, and I must say I was impressed with your performance. We have the 16th pick in the draft, and I'm considering using it on you. I'd like to ask you a couple of questions, real quick, if you don't mind. You play in a position that we're well stocked in, with guys like Evan Turner, Iggy, and Thaddeus. With those guys on the roster and playing time expected to be limited, why should we draft you?
Simply put, I think I have the potential to be the best player in that bunch. I know that's saying a lot with Iggy's name in there, but I know that I'm something special. Look, man, drafting me isn't a leap of faith. It's just good common sense, you feel me?
Interesting. Next question. It takes a strong will to play here in Philadelphia. If you give your heart and soul to the team, the fans will support you completely with their adoration. On the other hand, if you ever badmouth them or not give 100% out on the court, they will turn on you in a heartbeat and boo you relentlessly. They truly are the best fans in basketball and expect nothing less than your best. Do you think you have the makeup to play in this city?
Yeah, I can really get behind a fan base that wants to win and will do anything to get it. We're very alike in that regard. I've always given 100% of myself to the game. It's not all about me. When I put on a jersey, I have a responsibility to not only myself, but also to my teammates and the fans of that team. I think Philly fans and I are on the same level. I think it'd be a mutual love.
Okay, I think I've heard all I needed to hear for now. You're definitely someone we can use on our team. Now we just need you to be available when it's our turn to pick.
Good evening and welcome to the 2011 NBA Draft. Tonight is the culmination of the efforts for some of the world's most talented young players. It is a time for their dreams to be realized and to be welcomed to the elite group of players that are called NBA players. We thank all of you for joining us on this exciting night, whether you are watching on television or following us online. And finally, a big thanks to all the fans here in the building for providing this wonderful atmosphere. Now let's get going. With the first pick in the 2011 NBA Draft, the Cleveland Cavaliers select Doug Martin from the University of Michigan.
Really nice pick for Cleveland.
With the second pick in the 2011 NBA Draft, the Minnesota Timberwolves select Cliff Davis from the Ohio State University.
Second pick, perfect. Cliff Davis.
With the third pick in the 2011 NBA Draft, the Utah Jazz select Derek Gibson from the University of Tennessee.
Okay, we know Gibson.
With the fourth pick in the 2011 NBA Draft, the Cleveland Cavaliers select Larry Douglas from the University of Florida.
Perfect pick. Oh my God.
With the fifth pick in the 2011 NBA Draft, the Toronto Raptors select Nick Brown from Boston College.
Nobody. They pick nobody.
With the sixth pick in the 2011 NBA Draft, the Washington Wizards select Brad Mason from DePaul University. With the seventh pick in the 2011 NBA Draft, the Sacramento Kings select Raymond Rice from the University of Illinois. With the eighth pick in the 2011 NBA Draft, the Detroit Pistons select Aaron Dixon from the University of Kansas. With the ninth pick in the 2011 NBA Draft, the Charlotte Bobcats select Eric Anderson from Louisiana State University. With the 10th pick in the 2011 NBA Draft, the Milwaukee Bucks select Sam Park from the University of Minnesota. With the 11th pick in the 2011 NBA Draft, the Golden State Warriors select George Turner from the University of Oklahoma. With the 12th pick in the 2011 NBA Draft, the Utah Jazz select Ricky Reed from Purdue University.
Oh my God, all of those teams select drafts.
With the 13th pick in the 2011 NBA Draft, the Phoenix Suns select Dennis Jones from Stanford University. With the 14th pick in the 2011 NBA Draft, the Houston Rockets select Sean Richardson from Tulane University. With the 15th pick in the 2011 NBA Draft, the Indiana Pacers select Lee McDaniel from the University of Oregon. With the 16th pick in the 2011 NBA Draft, the Philadelphia 76ers select the 19-year-old small forward from Greece.
Welcome to the NBA, man. 6'12". Small forward.
Check out the Pando Pet Cafe to play with me.
And it would be a tip-off opening night. State Farm presents our starting lineups. First for the 76ers. Holiday at the 1 with Iggy at the 2. And at the center, Maurice Spates out of Florida. They utilize his abilities to maintain that presence under the rim. Then it's Young, and it's Brand in at the 4 slot. And looking at the Raptors, Calderon and DeRozan are the guards. And the big man in the middle playing center, Bargnani. They look to him to provide that necessary presence down low. Then it's Klaiza, and it's Johnson in at the power forward.
And what a job Doug Collins did with Philadelphia last year, taking the Sixers team to the playoffs. And they did a nice job of playing their...
Insanity comes in off the bench for his first playing time in an official NBA game.
Well, there was so much hype surrounding this guy on draft day. He was a first-round pick, talented kid, and this club felt very good about landing him.
Well, it's Fisher cut bait time right now, fellas. I mean, now we get a chance to see if all the hype was warranted.
Let's find out what Doris Burke has for us.
Well, Kevin, earlier I spoke with Doug Collins. Ball movement is going to be a big part of their offensive game plan tonight, with the reason being limiting their shot blockers. He said if we go straight up on them, they'll turn us away every chance. If we get their bigs moving and playing catch-up, we can get good looks that won't be blocked. That's our goal. Guys?
Thanks for getting back to us on that report, Doris. Guys?
You know, it's really important not to be afraid of the defense over there. I mean, you can't be playing in a fearful fashion. You just got to pick your spots and execute.
Yeah, and be aggressive. You know, you're right, Clark. You can't be intimidated by the speed and strength of this defense. You got to have confidence, but take your shots when they're there and attack the lanes when you got an opportunity.
Young dishes to Iguodala. Feeds to Brand. Just 5 to shoot. With 1 on the clock, buries the jump shot. Iguodala's got his second bucket of the night.
Well, everyone seems to have the hot hand here early on.
You know, if they keep up this scoring pace, we'll definitely see some big point totals from both of these teams.
Barbosa, and 2 free throws coming up as he misses that one, drawing the whistle on a lot of contact there.
And Leandro Barbosa, a long-time, very productive player for the Phoenix Suns, eventually traded to Toronto before last season and had a nice year for the Raptors.
Lou Williams has checked in for the 76ers. And Barbosa, Steve, you know, happy to join the Raptors like you were talking about. And Clark, that was a place where he knew he could get a little bit more playing time.
Yeah, and at the point in his career where he was, that was important to him to have a chance to showcase that unbelievable speed and shooting ability. I think he's the kind of guy that has personal spurt ability. Usually it's a team thing with me, but he's got personal spurt ability. A lot of points in limited time.
And here's Calderon. Barbosa, a screen on Williams. Now Calderon. Here's Klaiza. Kept alive. DeRozan passes to Calderon. Here is Klaiza. He has 6. Turner with the steal.
And nice swipe there. You could see his eyes get wide open when he saw the opportunity to take the ball.
And Johnson sends it back. Raptors with the lead, and they're starting off the season playing the 76ers here.
Yeah, they're going to have a chance tonight to kind of feel each other out, see where each one is, but they're going to get to know each other well. They got 3 more matchups down the road.
Here's Williams. Goes back up. Here's Brand, and he finishes nicely on the layup. Brand's got his first basket.
You know, he's the one guy you have to absolutely be aware of and box out.
Now here's DeRozan. Not a lot of room. Klaiza. Here comes Lewis Williams. Gives him the lead pass. Lobs it up there. Oh, and a nice defensive play to interrupt the alley-oop. Right up. Shot denied. And the 76ers with possession. It's stolen by Johnson. And here's DeRozan. Now here is Barbosa to stop the drought, and it's blocked.
Tell you what, things just aren't bouncing his way this quarter.
Turner with it. Backing down is Brand. Clock at 6. It's stolen by Calderon.
So a couple of poor possessions now in a row, consecutive. Both times turnover. That's not productive basketball. That's not winning basketball.
No, Clark, you know, you start stringing errors back to back together, you lose all momentum.
76ers trailing, and after this one, they're home against Minnesota. That game is the first and last of their homestand. Calderon kicks to Bargnani. Over Spates. Good from 11 feet out. Bargnani's got his third basket of the night.
You know, that's a solid shot right there, Kevin. I mean, he's one of the better low post finishers we'll see.
Here's Spates. It's good. The assist that time from Holiday.
Well, he could have earned some style points there, but he really doesn't need to use the fadeaway when he's that wide open.
Here is Kleza. 6 points for him. Insanity hits the reach-in call. That is his first foul of the game. Here's Johnson. Straight up. And that's good from Bargnani on the assist by Calderon. Calderon's got his 5th assist in this one. They set the pick. Dishes it to Spates. And Bargnani picks him up defensively. Bargnani against Spates. Off the mark from 16 feet out. Raptors leading by 4. Here's Calderon. No good. Good D by Holiday. And it's the 76ers with the ball. Trailing by 4. Back to Iguodala. It's stolen by Calderon. Solo break. Goes straight up. Rebound by the 76ers. It's 1-on-1. Off the mark. And here's Toronto. They lead by 4.
Well, when you look at the Raptors' 16-year history in Toronto, I think the big concern is whether the team can retain its stars. When you look at Tracy McGrady, Vince Carter, Chris Bosh, all great players who decided they wanted to move on. So can Toronto hang on to its own players? That's the big question going forward.
Hits the bucket. DeRozan's got 6 points. Here's Holiday looking for his first bucket of the game.
That should be illegal, Kevin.
Such a flashy play. Sprite Slam Cam. Watch it again.
Went to the windmill dunk to turn this place on its ear. I love it.
Yeah, this crowd is stunned.
Man, they should be, Kevin. That was one elaborate finish.
Some changes for Toronto. Leandro Barbosa. He's checked in for DeRozan. And Jared Bayless subbed in for Jose Calderon. Philadelphia also making some changes. Spencer Hawes is checked in for Spates. Brand comes in for Nocioni. And Daniel subbed in for Drew Holiday.
Oh, we are still in. Okay.
Here is Bayless. They're working it around. Takes the 3. Kleza misses. The 76ers trail by 4. And he stepped in the line, so they turn it over. Moment to see how the schedule is looking for Philadelphia. And after this one, they're home against Minnesota. That game will be a quick pit stop before hitting the road again. Here is Bayless.
Elton Brand, Kevin, got his weight down to around 255 to start the season last year to take some stress off the legs. Boy, it certainly helped him. He was productive and durable.
Barbosa, a screen on Iguodala. Here is Bayless. He's covered by Daniels. Gets the bucket. And Clark for Brand, an undersized power forward at 6'9". You know, Steve, his long arms and in the past his athleticism had allowed him to compensate.
Yeah, and even though his athleticism has dwindled a bit, Elton Brand is such a smart player that he's found a way to compensate. I thought he had an excellent season for Doug Collins in Philadelphia a year ago. That nice face-up jumper, good touch around the rim. I thought Elton really bounced back and had a nice year.
You know, even though Philly got bounced early by the Heat last year, you have to think it was a very valuable learning experience for that team, especially as young as they are.
So the whistle blows on the shot and 2 free throws for the contact right there.
It wasn't an easy call, but I think it was the right one. Looked like he got hit on the way up.
Yes, sir. Clearly gets him while he's releasing the ball there, Steve. No doubt about it.
And that one misses. Back to what you said, Clark, about the 76ers. With their youth, any playoff exposure is a big boost.
Yes.
And Steve, Doug Collins talked about this. Hey, we're going to get great experience here for this young team.
Yeah, and a lot of their young players got to see a lot of action during that series. And, of course, playing against a great team like Miami, going against the best, there's no better experience for a young club. Now you threaten the defense inside and then find the open man on the outside. Good offense.
Barbosa kicks to Kleza. Picked by Bargnani. There's the pass to Bayless. Backing him down is Johnson. Releases. And again, no good by Toronto.
This game very well could come down to a few possessions, and if that's the case, rebounding could play large.
Yeah, in a close game like this one, securing the ball is so vital.
Raptors leading by 5. Insanity is... And we've reached halftime in this one. It's the Raptors up by 9.
Welcome to HP at the half. The NBA season just getting underway. Toronto leading against Philadelphia. They've been phenomenal offensively, scoring effortlessly. Andrea Bargnani not having any problems out there. We've come to expect performances like this one from him. These two enjoyed great first halves. Really. Charlotte ended up with a loss to...
Okay, let's do that.
Here's DeRozan. It's a 10-point game. From past the arc, that's good. Barbosa's got 6 here in this quarter.
That's his second three-pointer of the half and his third overall.
Williams dishes to Young. Here's Insanity. It's good. The assist that time from Holiday. Holiday's got his 6th assist on the night. Insanity gets the bucket. And a moment to celebrate here. Those are his first official points as an NBA player.
Well, he's already shown he has a great work ethic, and that's key because he's trying to develop into an everyday player out there.
And Steve, with that work ethic, there's no reason to think that won't happen.
Just 2 to shoot. Myers from 14, and that one's good. Barbosa's got 14.
Well, they've done a lot of their damage from mid-range here, guys. I mean, knocking down those shots with regularity.
Yeah, how about 8 of their last 10 points, guys, coming off that mid-range area jump shot. So, shows you don't have to be at the rim to score.
Passes to DeRozan. Kicks to Kleza. Takes a 3. Offensive rebound. Johnson, the pass to Davis. Count the bucket coming off a perfectly placed assist. And the Raptors lead by 13. Here's Insanity. Davis is there. And Davis pulls it down. Davis has got 6 rebounds in the game.
And that rebound pushes their margin to +5 on the board. Solid job on the glass.
Well, it's just part of what they've done here to build this big lead, and it shouldn't be overlooked. I mean, rebounding is a huge part of this game.
Now here's DeRozan. Defense is right there. And the shot is good.
Well, they've got to do something defensively because he's been unstoppable.
And defensively, Steve, your only choice now is to double him. I mean, I don't think there's another option.
I was all over him.
Young against Davis. Takes it up. Off with the layup.
You know, his reputation is such that you'd be surprised with him missing any layup opportunities.
Goes up. That's blocked. The 76ers trail by 15. Left side, Williams. And here's Young. He's got 11. Screen by Young. They get a hand on it. Out of bounds. They'll keep possession. Look now at the Raptors' upcoming schedule. Their next game is at Quicken Loans Arena in Cleveland, taking on the Cavaliers. And that'll be the first of a 2-game road trip for them. Timeout called the 76ers.
Well, last season was a tough one for Toronto Raptors fans. They managed just 16 wins in front of their home fans, and even for losing teams. If you can win at home, that's a starting point. That's an area they have to improve upon.
Catching up on the changes for Toronto. Bargnani has checked in for Davis. Dorsey comes in for Amir Johnson. And it's Calderon in for DeMar DeRozan. Raptors leading by 13. And for these Toronto fans, it's got to be tough, Steve, seeing a franchise player like Chris Bosh leave town and watch the team rebuild. And it's, Clark, going to be quite a rebuilding project.
Yeah, but at the same token, Kevin, I mean, Bosh had 8 seasons there, and he only had 3 playoff wins to show for it. He and the Raptors, they just didn't have the pieces to get over the hump to get to that next level. At some point, you got to hit that refresh button.
I can't argue with that one. Here's Insanity. Back rims that one.
Come on, what is
This
that?
is a nice
Make
lead
the
they've built.
basket.
Very good job controlling the glass this game.
You've got to be pleased as a coach to see how your team is boxed out. Very fundamentally sound basketball. Oh, he misses that one. He did knock down 1 3-pointer in the
Make
first
the
half.
basket, man.
That's too bad. Easy shot there.
What the
and
fuck
you
is
got to
that?
knock that one down.
Well, that's a concentration cramp right there. I mean, just
What
lost
is that?
focus.
Insanity gets called for the reach. That's his 4th foul of the contest.
Okay, I want to replay my first game. No, I want.
Here's
I
Bargnani.
don't want to replay.
He's got
my first
20.
game. Fuck it.
Now Dorsey. 5 on the clock. Open look. Barbosa's shot is off.
Not a bad look, though. You like his chances to make that one.
You sure do, but he can't hit them all.
And, very quietly, guys, Elton Brand had a terrific season a year ago for Philadelphia. His rebounding was up, shooting percentage over 50%. He did that for the first time in 4 years, so nice to see him back.
And, of course, Steve, you mentioned Elton Brand's bounce-back season. He dealt with an Achilles tendon tear. Clark back in 2007. That's potentially a devastating injury.
It really is, and the credit to Elton Brand. I mean, he was able to come back, and it took him a couple of seasons, but he seems to be returning to a really good form. I'd love to see him continue to stay healthy because I think he's got a lot of good basketball left.
I thought their coach last year, in his first year with Philadelphia, Doug Collins, really put Elton in a position where it almost edited what he could do at the age he's at right now.
That's a great observation, Kevin, and you're exactly right. He put him in a nice lane that allowed him to be comfortable and productive. So well done by Doug Collins and Elton Brand.
The 76ers trail by 16. 13 feet out, and he hits the jump shot. Brand's got 8 points. Here's Calderon. We've got 28 seconds left in the third. Back to Bargnani. It's Leandro Barbosa on the way. Pass to Calderon. Bargnani kicks to Barbosa. There's the screen. Shot clock at 6. Hits the three-point bomb. Barbosa's got 13 points here in the second half alone. Look from Holiday. Wide open shot is on the money.
He's just filling the stat sheet. I mean, what hasn't he done out there today?
Well, Steve, you know what we call a guy who fills the stat sheet, don't you? He is a stat sheet stuffer supreme.
And here at the end of the third. Fourth quarter getting going here. It's time for our Sprite Spark of the Game report.
Okay. 1, 50 for 8 points. Let's see.
A minute 50 left to play in the final quarter. Back to Iguodala. Spates sets a screen. Shoots off the screen, and it's blocked. They can take their time on this possession.
You know, guys, that wouldn't be a bad idea. I mean, it gives themselves a little break, too.
Catch the breath, you're right. Holiday against Calderon. There's the triple, and that one's good. And the Raptors lead by 11.
Those are shots he shouldn't be afraid to take. He can make them.
Timeout called the 76ers. They're down by 11. A minute 20 left to play here in the fourth. Doris Burke has some information for us. Doris?
Hey, Kevin, during that last break, I heard Doug Collins as he addressed his team. He challenged his team to step up in the final moments, saying essentially, if you want this game, go out there and take it. Nobody's going to give it to you. You have to go take it. Let's watch how it plays out, guys.
Thanks, Doris. Here's DeRozan. 1:05 left in the fourth quarter of this one. Now here's Calderon. He kicks to DeRozan. Iguodala with the steal.
You know, guys, it's interesting. Such a good first half for him. Not one turnover, but since halftime, he's been coughing it up repeatedly. He's been to the line here more than in the first. I thought he was a bit tentative in that first, but I like the aggressiveness he's showing here now.
He hits both from the stripe. There's 48 seconds left in the fourth quarter. Rosen dishes to Calderon. The dish to DeRozan. And Holiday picks him up defensively. A floater. And a foul called on the shot. Got him on the way up that time, so he'll shoot two right here. Gets the first. That stretches their lead to 8. Perfect from the line, and it's a 9-point ball game.
Huge free throws there, Kevin. He just put this game out of reach.
It's 9 seconds separating the shot clock and game clock. Goes up. Shot's good from Young.
He always knows where his teammate's going to be, and Kevin, that will let him put the ball where he wants it, right waiting for him.
Well, for the Raptors, they can just run out the clock. He dishes it to Glazer. Johnson, the pass to Calderon. And so it's Toronto.
Minus. Okay. That was not good. First NBA game.
After tonight's game, you're now officially an NBA player. Were there any nerves for you stepping onto the court for the first time?
Yeah, I'll admit, there were some butterflies tonight. This is something you work your whole life for, and I just wanted to go out there and really prove myself to my team. There's a lot of good players here, and I'm going to really need to work hard to prove my worth. Let's hope tonight was the first step in that, you know?
Where? I didn't see any good player in my team. Okay, this is a good build that we make. 2.33 meters height, 90 kilos. Small forward. Larger than Giannis Antetokounmpo. Okay, up dunk. Let's take it bank.
It's the city of brotherly love, home of the Liberty Bell, where the 76ers are looking to take on a Western Conference opponent. This is a one-and-done trip for Minnesota before going back to their Timberwolves fans up in Minneapolis. Of course, the news going into this game, Elton Brand, sidelined with an injury, will not play.
Oh my God.
Here's Williams, looking for his first bucket of the game. And stolen by Love. Timberwolves leading by 9. Stepped in the line, out of bounds there, and that will cost them the possession.
That's as bad a miscue as you'll see. It's good to be thinking a few steps ahead, but you've got to maintain some type of current awareness, too. You know, the Timberwolves were only 10-20 against the East last season. They say the West is a dominant conference, but not when you're talking about the Timberwolves. They were a tough team.
Fires from 14, and that one's good. 6 points for Iguodala. Now the Timberwolves with it. They lead by 7.
Well, for the Timberwolves, they've never managed 25 wins in the 4 seasons since they traded away Kevin Garnett. Steve, how long do you think it's going to take to rebuild this team?
Well, unfortunately, it looks like it's going to be a while, Kevin, because, you know, the one building block you can say they have is Kevin Love. You know, we'll see how Ricky Rubio does. We'll see if any of these young draft picks that they picked up this year can improve this team. But seems to me they're still at least a couple of years away.
Now let's find out what head coach Doug Collins had to say to Doris Burke.
Team rebounding is something he stressed to his side, and rightfully so when you face a player that gobbles up the glass like Kevin Love. He told me that Love rebounds at an unreal rate, and his side can't take any mental breaks when it comes to boxing out on the defensive end. Love's numbers validate that fear, guys.
And thank you, Doris. Williams is tagged with the reach. That's his first foul.
And one more foul, they'll be over the limit.
Certainly don't want to do that. I mean, you don't want to give away free throws the rest of the quarter.
Here's Beasley. He played real well against Atlanta in that last game. 6 on the shot clock. Milicic kicks to Beasley. Fades. Good. Beasley's got 6 points.
Boy, they're scoring efficiently. They look very focused at the offensive end.
A nice start, no question, making all the right moves here early.
Iguodala outside. Here's Insanity. He's guarded by Love. Insanity. The shot no good. Timberwolves leading by 8. Johnson outside. Kicks to Love. Working on Williams. Lets it go. The shot's good from Love. Love's got his 3rd basket of the night.
You know, they've really made the best of their chances down the middle of the lane here.
Yeah, they haven't met much resistance down in the paint, so I think you've got to continue to pound the ball down low.
And there's Williams. That's good on the assist from Spates. Williams has got himself on the board with 3 there.
You know, in a lot of ways, Kevin, Lou Williams had another good year, but took a step back in a couple of areas. The primary one was his shooting percentage. I think he took more bad shots last season.
And that one is good by Beasley.
You know, to have somebody as dependable as he is on the offensive end, that's extremely invaluable to this team.
Back to Holiday. And it's Johnson picking him up. 3-pointer. That's good from Williams, the assist by Holiday. Williams has got 6. Well, back to Williams. Clark was just talking about Lou. He shot so well in 2010, hitting 47% of his shots. But Steve then came back down to 40% again last year.
Yeah, I think he's going to have to get back to that 47% range for Doug Collins and that Sixer team. I mean, he's a guy who is so important off the bench, but he's got to be more efficient with that jump shot for sure.
Here's Beasley. He's got 8. And there are the Timberwolves with another bucket.
Well, they've done a lot of their damage from mid-range here, guys. I mean, knocking down those shots with regularity.
Yeah, how about 8 of their last 10 points, guys, coming off that mid-range area jump shot. So shows you don't have to be at the rim to score.
Beasley gets the reach-in call. That is his first foul of the game. Here's Williams. He's coming off a 10-point game against Toronto. 6 to shoot. This is to Holiday. Over Webster, and the 76ers tack on 2 more.
Doug Collins was just what the 76ers needed, it seemed, as he was able to turn them around from a lottery team and get them back into the playoffs.
Working on Williams. Fires it up. And the basket by Webster. And the Timberwolves lead by 8. And it's the 76ers with the ball. 8-point game. Back to Doug Collins. He brings a more deliberate approach to his teams. And I think, Steve, teams kind of like that change of pace a little bit. Doug's a great teacher.
He sure is. And I thought the 76ers really benefited from Doug's presence last year. He gave them some structure. He gave them an identity. And by the end of the season, they were really a good team.
Beasley kicks to Love. Backs down. The jump hook. And again, it's Minnesota converting.
That's 10 straight points on mid-range jump shots.
You know, the paraphrase a Bible verse that says love covers over a multitude of sins. Good shooting does the same thing in basketball.
Williams in the post, working on Milicic. Timberwolves leading by 10. Webster passes to Beasley, and the shot is good. Beasley's got 12 in the game.
Well, thanks to some good shooting, they're off to a nice lead here.
Well, they hit the ground running, Steve, from the tip-off, and they've yet to slow down.
Here's Williams. Yes, and it's Holiday with the assist that time. Holiday's got 4 assists in the game. And here is Johnson. Last game we saw him score 13. Webster. He dishes it to Milicic. He's covered by Iguodala. That drops. 14 points for Beasley.
They're really struggling defensively, giving up too many easy buckets.
And they've been on fire offensively as a result, Clark.
Holiday dishes to Williams. Spates sets a screen. Jumper off the screen. Iguodala no good. It could go. Domination in the first quarter. It's been pretty lopsided. Timberwolves ahead. So a tie game here as we finish the first half. And we'll be right back here.
It's Friday night. You got a date with the... Out at Time Warner Cable Arena.
And so in the game for the Timberwolves, they've got Beasley. Randolph is out there with Kevin Love. Then there's Luke Ridnour, and it's Milicic in at the 5, roaming the paint. Now here's Turner, still looking to get on the scoreboard. Right side, Williams. The 76ers need to get off a shot. The 76ers again can't hit it.
And of all the improvements that the 76ers made a year ago, I think the one that really stands out was how hard they played defensively. I mean, their defensive efficiency was really solid when you look at the numbers.
Here's Turner. Here's the screen. Here's Iguodala. Takes it up. Blocked. Timberwolves trailed by 4. Ridnour with it. Williams picks him up. Ridnour kicks to Randolph. Working down low. He gathers. And so he earns a trip to the line. Officials saw the contact and he'll shoot two. Steve, you mentioned the defense of the 76ers, and Clark, Doug Collins, a big part of that.
No question. His leadership and also his emphasis on the defensive end of the floor is really paying dividends for this Sixers team. No surprise there, though. Hopefully they can keep improving this year, too.
Beasley comes with the double team. Turner passes to Nocioni. There's the dish to Turner. The pass to Iguodala. Working on Love. Iguodala dishes to Turner. Back to Iguodala. Guarded now by Michael Beasley. Here's Nocioni. So the whistle blows on the shot and 2 free throws for the contact right there. That one on Love. That free throw, no good. And he sinks the second.
You know, even though Philly got bounced early by the Heat last year, you have to think it was a very valuable learning experience for that team, especially as young as they are.
And a moment now to check out who Minnesota has coming up. They'll be playing host to Toronto for the next one. And that's the first game in a string of 3 straight at home. Here is Ridnour. Love kicks to Randolph. Now Ridnour. Williams picks him up. Shot clock at 5. Williams against Ridnour.
Well, I like it, guys. I mean, better execution defensively here in the second half. You can tell they've made some adjustments.
A rebound by the Timberwolves. Back to what you said, Clark, about the 76ers. With their youth, any playoff exposure is a big boost.
Yes.
And Steve, Doug Collins talked about this. Hey, we're going to get great experience here for this young team.
Yeah, and a lot of their young players got to see a lot of action during that series. And, of course, playing against a great team like Miami, going against the best, there's no better experience for a young club.
Nocioni up top. He's got 8 from downtown. Rebound, Minnesota. Randolph's got his 4th rebound in this one. They are coming off that win against Atlanta.
And that win really came from offensive execution. They were really clicking on all cylinders, Clark.
You know, you look at it, and they have a lot of options, and everybody was involved and engaged. They used all of them. You know, Michael Beasley basically was given away by the Miami Heat for a second-round pick and some cap space. Pretty surprising. Former number 2 overall pick. He's an outstanding scorer.
Here's what Philadelphia's going with right now. Spates checked in for Nocioni. Young comes in for Evan Turner. And it's Holiday in for Lou Williams. Feeds it to Young. Guarded now by Michael Beasley. Holiday left side. Over Ridnour. Another miss by Philadelphia. Clark, you're talking about Michael Beasley. The Heat traded him away so they could create space to sign Mike Miller. Steve, do you think they'll come to regret that decision?
No, I think Miami is perfectly happy with where they are going into the future. You know, remember, they traded him away to create more cap space, and that was one of the reasons they were able to get LeBron and Chris Bosh. So who knew what was going to eventually become of him? He had a great season with Minnesota, so it looks like he's going to be a very productive player during his career.
Well, that's been nice, efficient work, guys, that he's been doing. I mean, we haven't seen him take many bad shots, and that's the sign of a mature, poised player.
Now the feed to Iguodala. He's guarded by Johnson. Holiday against Ridnour. Taken away by Ridnour.
Oops. You got to watch it if you bring the ball down when you're on the look.
Here's the angle on our Sprite Slam Cam.
Now that's just rubbing it in, fellas.
Throwing it down with style.
These folks are not going to forget that one anytime soon.
They set the screen. Got a piece of it. Taken away by Ridnour and stolen by Spates.
He's got to tighten up his game, guys. That's 5 turnovers for him. Yeah, don't give up anything for free. I like that. Send him to the line.
Yeah, they don't want to sit back and watch you lay it in. I mean, make them earn it. Make them earn it. Don't give up anything easy.
Well, you look at Spates and you see the unlimited potential. He's got a great jump shot. He's strong. He can score around the basket. But he's still trying to find his game and figure out his place on the floor. And he's still a young guy, so hopefully he'll eventually carve out his niche in this league.
Gathers. Oh, went in there and tried to power it down, but drew contact. He'll head to the line.
Good foul. Make him earn the free throws. Don't let this team dunk.
I like that. That's a smart foul. I mean, it's a lot easier to dunk it than it is to hit 2 free throws. Make him earn them at the stripe.
And so he makes both from the line. The 76ers trail by 3. It's a 4-second differential between the shot clock and game clock. And here's Young. 25 points in the game. Right side Holiday. Clock at 6. There's the 3. And Iguodala gets it to go in on the assist by Holiday. Holiday's got his 6th assist on the night.
I'm hungry.
Midnauer from outside. No good on that last second attempt there. And so after 3... And now let's send it to our sideline reporter Doris Burke for our Sprite Spark of the game. Doris?
Thank you, Kevin. The 76ers get the Spark Award this time.
We lost. We lost. Okay, I'm going to my center back.
Your coach was quoted as saying after the game that the team was really broken up about tonight's loss. In fact, he said a couple of the guys were even crying about it in the locker room afterwards. What do you have to say about that?
I think you guys are reading into it a little too much. Always trying to make a story out of something even when there's nothing there. Look, I don't want to put words into Coach's mouth, but I think he was just trying to relay the fact that this team is full of competitors. It's not a happy locker room when we lose a game, especially a close one like this. We're going to bounce back, I know that much, but sometimes it takes a little while to recover before you can get ready for the next one.
What the fuck, you didn't like my answer?
Greetings, everyone. Kevin Harlan here alongside my partner, Steve Kerr and Clark Kellogg. Glad to have you join us. And the Nuggets on friendly ground as they continue this homestand. Their last encounter was in Oklahoma City, where they were able to handle the Thunder.
And I'd point to the fact that they didn't have to lean completely on their starters. Their reserves really came off the bench, did a nice job.
And that really allowed them to spread the minutes around and keep guys fresh throughout the game.
And the starting lineup for the Thunder brought to us tonight by State Farm. The Beast, he's in at center. Steph Curry's out there with Nate Robinson. And it's Durant, and it's Ibaka in at the 4. And for the Nuggets, Lawson and Aflalo are the backcourt. Kmart and Nene are inside. And it's Chandler in at the 3.
Scott Brooks enjoyed a long career in the NBA before becoming a coach, playing point for a lot of teams over the course of 11 seasons in the league.
Going back to Brooks, even won a title, Steve, with the 94 Rockets.
Yeah, he was a tough player. One of those guys who'd pick you up full court, 94 feet, defend and scrap and claw for everything. And not really surprising to me that he eventually became a coach.
He got right to the cup using that screen.
Boy, nice pick there, guys. I mean, gave him the space he needed for the hoop.
Picked his pocket. And here are the Thunder now. It's a three-point game. They're moving on after the tough loss they took at the hands of the Warriors.
And a big key to the loss to me was how poorly they shot their free throws. They just didn't make the most of their opportunities at the line.
They sure didn't. I'm not sure if it was a lack of concentration or confidence or a combination of the two, but they never looked settled at the stripe.
Kevin Durant was a great player almost immediately in the NBA, but I thought he really came into his own during the World Championships in Turkey in 2010. He dominated those games and really became a force on a world stage.
You know, talk about Durant, Clark, in the international game with his height and range, the perfect zone buster.
Custom made for it, boy. I tell you, great out shooting, a prerequisite, mandatory prerequisite in the international game, and he was lights out.
3 straight makes to start this game, looking good.
Boston against Robinson. He feeds it to Durant. Now Chandler defending. Just 5 to shoot. Tries it from the top of the key. And there's Stephen Curry on the assist by Durant. Curry's got his first basket of the night.
Hey, for the Nuggets, guys, I mean, last season, a middle-of-the-road defensive team until the Carmelo Anthony trade. And I don't know what you want to read into that, but it seemed like the trade improved them defensively at the point guard and small forward positions. You're thinking about Raymond Felton and Ty Lawson, and then Wilson Chandler, an excellent young defender on the wing. And they became much more capable of getting stops, and I think they took a lot of pride in it, too.
I would agree. Right now, let's find out what head coach George Karl had to say to our Doris book. Doris?
Kevin, they are well aware of the potent offense they'll be facing off against in this game. He said communication on defense and rotating well are 2 of the biggest keys to their success. Feels that if they can contest shots, they'll fare better than other teams have against this opponent. Guys?
Thanks, Doris. Well, Clark, that's a potent offense they're up against right now, and they know it.
You know, I wouldn't doubt that we see them make a few adjustments on the move over the course of the game, in the flow, making changes.
Well, they're going to have to make some adjustments as the game goes along. This team is too dynamic offensively to deal with by playing one style. And so the schemes, I think, will change according to how the game's going.
Clark, when you look at the numbers, they back up exactly what you said about the Nuggets before and after defensively. They gave up almost...
That's his second personal foul.
Here's Robinson. He's coming off a 13-point game against the Warriors in Oakland. So the Thunder 5 right now. The Beast in at the 4 spot. Durant is out there with Nate Robinson. Then there's Perkins, and it's Ibaka in at the 3 slot.
As opposed to the first quarter, they're doing a much better job from behind the arc here in the second. They're starting to heat up a little bit, percolate from behind that 3-point line, and as a result, they're chipping away at that lead.
Follow the pass to Nene. Kicks it to Miller from 11 feet away, and he nails the jumper. Miller's got his second bucket of the night.
Yeah, he did awfully well to thread that pass there into the paint.
Durant against Miller. Durant kicks to Ibaka. He is guarded by a follow. Pocket 6.
Well, you look at Kevin Durant's body, those long limbs, you see why he has a chance to be really good defensively, because he can cut off passing lanes and really slide his feet and get in front of people and even block shots at the rim.
And Kevin Durant has grown, Steve, in the NBA as a defender. And Clark, you and I were talking about that. He has made a commitment to doing a better job at that end of the floor.
He really has, and that's what great players do, Kevin. You and I have talked about it. They don't rest on their laurels. He has not rested, and the other great thing is he knows he still has room to grow and get better, and he's willing to put in the work to do that. Well, his rebounding is certainly something this team has come to rely on.
Yeah, the fans have come to rely on him for those dunks for sure.
Well, and nobody was disappointed on that play.
And it's Miller picking him up. Durant, no good.
Solid advantage in the rebounding totals for them so far.
And so we wrap up the first half. Nuggets lead by 15.
And it's tip-off time for your HP halftime report. I'm your host, Damon Bruce. A tremendous start for the Nuggets. A win tonight would be just... In Boston, the Celtics and...
Well, it's been a one-sided affair so far through the first 2 quarters.
How many fouls I have?
But there's plenty of time to mount a comeback. Kmart and Nene are inside. Lawson and Aflalo are the backcourt. And it's Chandler in at the 3, the small forward. That's the group for George Karl getting going here in the second half. Robinson dishes to Curry. It's stolen by Lawson.
And nice swipe there. You can see his eyes get wide open when he saw the opportunity to take the ball. That was interesting. He was at a huge disadvantage size-wise, but he found his way to the basket.
Well, Steve, you know, giving up some height on the mismatch didn't really affect him.
Outside, Robinson. Screen by Ibaka. Gets it to go.
I'm sure they'd like to get more shots like that one.
Here's Lawson. Curry with the steal. Durant the pass to Robinson.
Tell you what, against one of the best finishers, that's exactly the kind of defense you need to play.
From deep, Aflalo tries again. Thunder trailing by 15. Outside Curry. Martin inside. Averaging 8 points a game. 6 on the shot clock. Curry kicks to Ibaka. Over Nene. Ibaka, no luck.
And they have a huge advantage on the boards.
Well, it's been one-sided so far, both on the rebounding side and the scoreboard.
To the paint. The three-point game's such a big part of the NBA. Let's see the best teams at it. 4th, the Nuggets. 5th on the list, the Thunder.
Well, I tell you what, Kevin, both of these groups of guys can knock down the triple. I mean, they are deadly from behind that arc. Great shooters who don't feel like they need to rush their shots. They're always comfortable casting up those three-pointers.
Now, here's Nene. Defense is right there. Outside, Martin. Nene down low. And another miss by Denver.
This is not the start to the second half they wanted. Coming out shooting just 1 of 4.
Here's the beast, covered by Martin. Got a piece of it. Chandler with the steal.
So a couple of poor possessions now in a row consecutively. Both times turnover. That's not productive basketball. That's not winning basketball.
No, Clark, you know, you start stringing errors back-to-back together, you lose all momentum in this game.
Now Lawson. 8 points for him. Looking to end the drought. That's good from Chandler on the assist by Lawson. Lawson's got 5 assists in the game. Timeout is called. First of the game for the Thunder.
Wilson Chandler was one of the key components of that Carmelo Anthony trade last year. Denver very happy to have him. Comes over as a big scorer, rebounder, very hard worker as well.
There's a screen. Here's Robinson from about 16. And Serge Ibaka, the bucket on the assist by Robinson. Ibaka's got 5 now. And Steve, you just mentioned Wilson Chandler's good work ethic. He's, you know, a player who manages to improve year after year. And Clark, I think there's still a lot of room to grow for him.
I like the way he has grown and what his potential is. I mean, he's a guy who can give you dunks and threes. I mean, not many guys can do that. And you know, Denver loves to get to the rim, and they also like to shoot the three.
Here's Lawson. Right now averaging 17 points a game. Backing down is Martin. Here's a follow. He kicks to Lawson. The tray. That's good. He's got 11.
He is not the guy you want to leave open behind the arc, guys. I mean, come on, you got to understand who you're defending. You know, fellas, this Oklahoma City team is built the right way. I mean, it's been done with patience through the draft. I mean, you've got to have some good fortune there when you're talking about the draft. The money's been spent wisely, and now I think they're starting to approach the finished product, the team capable of winning NBA titles for years to come. Certainly they'll be contending for them, you would think.
Sure. Now, here's Nene. Tight defense on him. Unloads. Again, the Nuggets score. And for the Thunder, they've been a team that has preached defense first. And with the addition of Kendrick Perkins, that certainly adds now to a big athletic and physical, tough team up front. And really from top to bottom, Steve.
Yeah, and they've got a nice bench, too, Kevin. There's not a whole lot lacking on this roster. But what they have to do is improve from within. Last year, I thought they were exposed in the playoffs. They didn't get great shots. They didn't look fluid offensively. Those are areas that they can improve upon.
With the point guard man.
Now here's a Flalo. 11 points in the game. And the shot is good.
Boy, you can really see the confidence they have from beyond the arc this half. It's visible and palpable.
And I throw tangible in there too, Clark. I mean, they know exactly what they're doing out there, knocking down everything. Visible, palpable, and tangible.
Now we get a chance to check out the standings out west. Already we're in December. You look at the Nuggets. They're still struggling, trying to string something together, getting a lot of wins. The competition, though, so tough. And, of course, Oklahoma City right behind them.
You know, looking at the Nuggets, they performed at a level well below what I thought they were capable of. I mean, I expected a much, much better showing out of them.
You're not the only one who thought that, Clark. I mean, even if they weren't going to be an elite team, I think most people felt they would at least be competitive and solid, but they are really struggling.
Shot clock at 5. Goes up and lays it nice and easy. 6 points for him.
And yeah, they're moving the ball now. 8 of their last 10 points coming off assisted buckets.
Steve, nothing makes a coach smile as much as pure, selfless teamwork.
Lawson outside. It's a look. Shot is off. So Oklahoma City will take it the other way. Outside Robinson. There's the pick. Lawson against Curry. Lawson defending. With the clock winding down, and there's another one for the Thunder.
You know, for a guy like him who can light it up like that, that's too easy.
Fires from 14, no good. Curry with the defensive
effort. How are you doing today?
Boy, he had a good look there.
You got to take those when they come.
Here's the beast. Lawson defending. He dishes it to Robinson. Over Lawson. Robinson misses.
I'll tell you what, for what's really an elementary shot,
Here is Robinson. So the Thunder 5 right now. The beast in at power forward. Steph Curry's out there with Nate Robinson. And it's Durant. And it's Perkins in at the center position. Right side Durant. Good D by Miller.
He came away empty there, and that's a shot that should probably go down.
Lawson kicks to Chandler. And Curry picks him up defensively. Blocked. And it's the Thunder with the ball. And he drops it in from the low post.
It's really been great to see all the talent that's come into the league since 2003. You can kind of sense the bar raising across the league as far as what it takes to win now.
Here's Chandler and the big-time jam. Let's see it again with the spike slam game.
Well, he took that one to the rack with some purpose.
I'll say beautiful dunk there, Steve.
Yeah, how about the agility? You know, just the power and the skill. Impressive. Curry
against Lawson. Good look. Wilson Chandler with the rebound. Chandler's got his 5th rebound right now in the game. Lawson outside. Guarded by Curry. And stolen by Perkins.
We've seen him now give away 4 possessions. Got to squeeze the orange out there. Take care of the ball.
Another miss by Curry. The Nuggets leading by 22. And Miller backs down. Lawson outside. Lawson right side. Defended by Durant with 1 on the clock. And there's another one for the Nuggets. Here is Robinson. Now Lawson defending over Chandler. The Thunder with another miss.
He got the shot he wanted off that pick, just couldn't get it to fall.
But Steve, they'll take that play all day long, 10 times out of 10. That was good action.
Curry with the steal. And here are the Thunder now. Perkins with it.
And you know, guys, shoot-arounds have been a tradition in the NBA for a long time. But in recent years, a lot of teams have decided to eliminate shoot-arounds or make them later in the day based on scientific studies about proper sleeping habits.
Some firepower, Clark and Steve, from this offense.
Yeah, Kevin, how about the air of confidence? I mean, they really look like they believe in what they're doing.
Yeah, a little swagger here from this team. They're in a nice groove.
Outside Lawson. And blocked. On offense, here are the Thunder. Here in the 4th, they've allowed just 4 points. Robinson for 3. Martin gets the rebound. Martin's got 13 rebounds in the game. Seeding. You know, the other thing about eliminating morning shoot-arounds, the research said that having players on a later schedule is actually a good thing.
You know, Kevin, you think about it. I mean, normally you have your most energy in the middle of the day, but most games are played at night. So if you're on a later schedule, it's probably a way for players to have a little more energy at tip-off as long as they take advantage of being able to come in later.
And they're moving it up. Miller outside. Aflalo. Left side Lawson. Leans. And it's Martin missing.
Great defense in the paint there, making it tough on the offense.
That's what he brings, a presence. I mean, you saw it on that miss.
Time called here. The Thunder decide to talk it over.
Well, I think it was certainly a topsy-turvy season for the Nuggets with all the Carmelo trade rumors. But, you know, considering all of that uncertainty, it was good to see the way they rallied after the trade and finished the season really strong.
Catching up on the changes for Denver. Melvin Eli, he's checked in for Martin. Harrington comes in for Wilson Chandler.
Oh, my God.
Gallinari, he's checked in for Aaron Aflalo.
Points.
And Gary Forbes subs in for Ty Lawson.
And look what they are doing.
Here is Miller. Well, you look at the effects of that Carmelo trade, what that had on the Denver Nuggets, Steve. It seemed like they didn't lose a whole lot of ground in the West once that trade went down.
Well, they got much better defensively after the trade, and they were able to play fast and still score points. The question is, without Carmelo, can you win in the playoffs? Can you score when the defense is set? And I think that's going to be a major task for Denver without Carmelo Anthony, one of the best scorers in the league.
Cook, the basket good off the assist from Maynard. Maynard's got 4 assists now tonight.
I'm hungry.
Miller outside. Eli backs down. Over Durant.
You know, when you look at cable and video games, the internet now with smartphones as well, it's pretty amazing how much more accessible the game is to fans than it was back when I played in the days of hot pants.
Well, those are like 3 points. I mean, great effort. Stay with the play. Continue to fight.
He passes to Maynard. And it's Miller picking him up. Durant for 3. Rebound by the Nuggets.
Going back to the all-digital distribution of the game, Steve, the NBA deserves credit for really staying on the cutting edge.
Yeah, for sure. And, you can see games now in 3D. You can see it on your phones. You can see games on the internet. It's just amazing to think about the innovations in technology that have taken place in the last decade and how they have affected our game.
Here's the beast. And finally, that one's good.
They got the ball into the ideal position, and he didn't flub the finish that time, guys.
They are enjoying, Steve, a commanding lead.
Well, and it gives them the opportunity to give their starters a rest, which is so critical during this grueling NBA season. And when Al Harrington is at his best, guys, he can score inside or out. When he gets that three-point shot going, now he's got the defense on a string, and he can get the ball to the hole as well.
And Al Harrington, a tweener, really. You know, Steve, when we talk about that, kind of Clark a combo forward, maybe between like a 3 and 4, huh?
Yeah, we'll give him a 3.5 then. How about that? Split the
good.
difference.
I like that, yeah.
But I think his best role is as this instant offense coming off the bench. I mean, he loves to shoot the ball. He's expanded his range. Can get his shot in the flow of the offense. And when he heats up, I mean, he heats up in a hurry. He can put up a lot of points in a short period of time.
Here's Eli. Six to shoot. Here's Harrington. And they wasted no time getting those 3 points back.
Another open look, hits bottom from outside.
Yep, and that's 3 of their last 5 makes from beyond the arc.
They set the pick. Three-pointer. And Robinson gets it to go on the assist by Curry. Curry's got 5 assists tonight. Miller dishes to Eli.
And this team has really embraced advanced statistics as they try to get an edge in competition. Like a lot of teams around the league, they're really searching for some answers. Now in basketball, it's not nearly as clearly defined as it is in baseball in terms of the numbers. But people are finding more and more stats that they're putting to use for their teams.
Miller, the pass to Eli. And so he earns a trip to the line. Officials saw the contact, and he'll shoot 2. And, Steve, you mentioned the teams trying to improve their competitiveness with advanced mathematics. I love this topic. Recent studies showed that, on average, teams that employ analytics in their departments tend to win about 5% more than those that don't. You know, this goes back to a lot of the thinking in baseball, as you just talked about. And I really think, Clark, there might be something to it.
Well, there is something to it, Kevin. There's no doubt. I mean, just as we've had technological advances that have helped in terms of how people train and what information is available, how you use information, the same can be said in terms of numbers and statistics in sports in general and basketball in particular. I think every team probably needs to at least explore these advanced metrics and see where they fit in the grand scheme of them being the best that they can be as a franchise and as a team.
Here is Forbes. Miller inside, makes it off the glass.
And that should do it. This is an insurmountable lead.
Yep, there's too little time left, too big a deficit to overcome. This one, over.
Second chance shot. Shot's good by Ibaka.
Things are finally turning around for him. He's looked pretty good here in this half.
The Nuggets leading by 23. Miller outside.
And you know, guys, it's so important for a team to find rookie-scale contract guys for your roster, because on the veteran team, the older guys are going to make a lot of money. If you can find a young guy to contribute, it can really balance out your salary cap.
And it's the Thunder with the ball. Durant just inside the line. Again, Durant missing.
I wonder if switching baskets really threw him off. I mean, because he can't get anything to fall this half.
Gallinari against Curry. Curry against Gallinari. Gathers. No good from Eli. And that rookie salary structure you're talking about, a great success for the NBA. You don't see the holdouts
that you saw in the NBA in the past.
And, Kevin, not to mention the fact that it also, I think, keeps younger players hungrier. It allows them to realize that they have arrived, but they aren't going to stay if they don't get better and produce. So some guys, if they make big money before they've really proven themselves, it can make them complacent. And they can sometimes suffer from the fat and happy syndrome, or the couch and video game syndrome, I call it.
So it's the Nuggets winning this one easily.
Having just been named the Rookie of the Month, can you tell us how that feels?
It means I'm getting acknowledged for the way I played out there. It means a lot of people took a liking to my game. I just don't want to be complacent, you know? I want to keep getting better and better and working on my game, man.
The NBA on 2K Sports. That is the place you want to be. And we're happy to have you with us on our broadcast today. Look at the Hornets. It has not been a dramatic change this season to the performance last year in terms of the record, guys. Every game, though, a chance to get better as a team.
Well, right now for the Hornets, they've got to do something to create some momentum, to light a fire under themselves and break out of the middle of the pack.
Yeah, I hate to say it, but I'm not sure that that's something they actually have in them. I don't think there's enough talent and enough chemistry on this team to really push forward.
Now, the opening lineup for the New Orleans Hornets, presented by State Farm. Ariza is the 3 with Weston Okafor rounding out the front court. Chris Paul is out there with Willie Green. And for the Thunder, the Beast, he's in at center. Durant is out there with Ibaka. Then it's Nate Robinson, and it's Curry in at the 1 spot.
And, you know, one of the reasons Oklahoma City traded for Kendrick Perkins last season was it allowed them to slide Serge Ibaka to the starting power forward role, and he's ready. A long, athletic defender at 6'10". He's a really good player.
And they get on the board first, looking to set the tone early.
Paul, left side. And the layup's good off the glass. Speaking of Serge Ibaka, he picked up the game late in life, and he's still developing his awareness, certainly on offense.
Yeah, I think you'd have to call him a raw prospect offensively. And that being said, Kevin, he's got pretty good form on that jump shot, and it does go in. So he's got a nice foundation to build on.
Now let's go to Doris Burke, who had a chance to catch up with head coach Scott Brooks.
He said Chris Paul is a major concern for them because of his ability to lead a team. He said it all starts with Paul because once he gets going and gets everyone involved, the whole team becomes a well-oiled machine. That is something we're definitely worried about.
All right, Doris, thanks. Curry, guarded by Green. Shot clock at 5. No good from Durant.
He should make that one, guys. He had a pretty good look at the basket, just couldn't get it to go. The Hornets were hit by the injury bug last season as Chris Paul missed some time, and then, of course, losing David West for the year in March. That was painful.
There's the pick. Robinson for 3. Good, and Curry gets the assist. Robinson's got his second bucket of the night. Now here's Paul, coming off a solid outing against Philadelphia. And West backs in. Over Ibaka. Another one falls for New Orleans. And doesn't it always seem, Clark, like the Hornets get injured with key players at the wrong time?
Well, you go back to last season, Kevin, the West injury was huge. I mean, you would love to see what a fully healthy, rested Hornet squad can do in the playoffs. Hasn't been the case recently.
And the year before, Chris Paul blew a knee, and it just seems like every year there's something. Here is Durant after David West's bucket.
Excellent vision by Durant out there. What a nice pass.
Just over 7 minutes left to play in the first quarter. Outside, Green. And West backs in. A reverse. And the layup is good. West has got his second basket.
This past season, Monty Williams took over the reins at New Orleans, and he came over from being an assistant under Nate McMillan, and he brought that same steady, intense approach to the Bayou.
Curry, defended by Paul. Here's the beast. Back to Curry. There's a good screen. Robinson for three. And a great assist by Curry as that one goes in. Curry's got 3 assists in the game. Back to Monty Williams, and Clark touched on it. Steve, what a dream start for the Hornets under first-year coach Monty Williams last year.
Yeah, they had an excellent season. They had missed the playoffs the year before, but Williams led them to a quick start, and that really established what they wanted to do during the season. They had a nice, solid year. If David West hadn't gotten hurt late in the year, they might have done some damage in the playoffs.
Green against Robinson. For three, Durant, and the Thunder, another three.
Boy, I like the fluidity I'm seeing from them on offense. It's a thing of beauty. Fun to watch.
Yeah, it is. They're moving the ball well, finding the open man, making that extra pass. They're playing very unselfishly right now.
Ariza, a screen on Curry. It's Ariza on the wing, guarded by Curry. Okafor, the pass to Green, jacks up a three. It's rebounded by Durant. The Thunder with the lead. Oh! Replay here. Spike Slamkin showing it once more.
That is just so sweet. I mean, power and skill combined to give us that reverse.
Where do moves like that come from?
Only from players like him, apparently.
All up top, guarded by Curry. West kicks to Green. He dishes it to Paul. Puts up a three, and that one's good. Paul's got 5 points so far.
Well, no defense there. I mean, he just takes the ball right to the rim.
These players have been dominant on the glass in their last 10 games, leading the NBA in rebounding. And take a look at Okafor. No doubt one of the most efficient rebounders in the game.
Boy, that's a bunch of caroms, boy, for a 10-game stretch, Kevin. I mean, the opponents he's faced, it's not like they've all been bad rebounding teams either. That makes it even more impressive what he's done on the boards.
Thabo Sefolosha is checked in for Oklahoma City. Maynard comes in for Steph Curry. Sefolosha. Here's Durant. Sinks it from about 9 feet out. 5 points in the game.
Just zipping the ball around the perimeter. Good advantage for them in terms of points off assists.
Well, they say coaches always talk about how defenses can't keep up with a fast-moving ball, and attacking with the pass makes you much harder to defend.
Now, here's Green. He had 10 points in the win against Philadelphia. And they call goaltending. They'll give him the bucket.
Come on.
Here's Maynard. Just over 4 minutes left to play here in the first. Here's the beast. It's off his leg. And the ref's saying he kicked it. Here is Durant. 20 points for him last game against the Nuggets in Denver. Maynard. Paul gets the reach-in call. That's his first foul. Here's Maynard. The tray. And the rebound goes to the Hornets. They're coming off that win against Philadelphia.
I thought offensively, a lot of what they were doing really worked. But, of course, they found some gaping holes in that defense.
Steve, they had a bunch of success on even the most basic plays they were running. I mean, that was some pretty poor defense there.
Durant against Ariza. No good from Durant.
This just has not been his day so far.
And that misses. That would have put him up. And it's the Thunder with the ball. They're moving on after the tough loss they took at the hands of the Nuggets.
What an awful night from the floor for this club that night. I'm not sure they were really in sync offensively. Looked like they got very stagnant out there.
Yeah, I wouldn't pinpoint a lack of effort because I think they tried, Steve. I mean, really, they gave effort, but I think it was just one of those nights where shots weren't falling.
The Hornets trail. Paul, right side. They kick it out to Green. Shoots the three. Good, and Paul gets the assist. Green's got 5 now.
You know, Paul isn't known for his shooting ability, but he's really developed over the years into a good shooter. He can stand still and knock down a three. He can hit that little mid-range shot. But he's just a good enough shooter to keep you off balance and make you respect his game out there, and that gives him driving lanes.
And Green gets it to go. Here's Maynard. Landry against Ibaka. Landry is tagged with the reach. Here's Curry. He's coming off a 22-point game against Denver.
You know, fellas, this Oklahoma City team is built the right way. I mean, it's been done with patience through the draft. I mean, you've got to have some good fortune there when you're talking about the draft. The money's been spent wisely, and now I think they're starting to approach the finished product, the team capable of winning NBA titles for years to come. Certainly they'll be contending for them, you would think.
Sure. Setting the floor for the Hornets. Ariza is the three with Weston Okafor rounding out the front court. Willie Green out there with Chris Paul. Up with it. No good. So Oklahoma City will take it the other way. And for the Thunder, they've been a team that has preached defense first. And with the addition of Kendrick Perkins, that certainly adds now to a big, athletic, and physical, tough team up front, and really from top to bottom, Steve.
Yeah, and they've got a nice bench, too, Kevin. There's not a whole lot lacking on this roster, but what they have to do is improve from within. Last year, I thought they were exposed in the playoffs. They didn't get great shots. They didn't look fluid offensively. Those are areas that they can improve upon.
Shot clock at 6. Here's Okafor. They rule this one goaltending. Count the shot.
And you can see the strategy has been to take the ball inside here.
That's where you get high percentage looks and draw fouls, Steve, and it's a good way to play.
Curry against Paul. Robinson for 3. Can't get it to go. The Hornets go the other way with the ball.
In the first quarter, he was killing them from outside, but he can't get it going here. Scott Brooks enjoyed a long career in the NBA before becoming a coach, playing point for a lot of teams over the course of 11 seasons in the league.
Now a timeout called by Oklahoma City. Back to Brooks. He won a title, Steve, with the 94 Rockets.
Yeah, he was a tough player. One of those guys who pick you up full court, 94 feet, defend and scrap and ball for everything. And not really surprising to me that he eventually became a coach.
Now, here is Robinson. Last game he had 12. Here's the Beast, working on Okafor, outside Curry. Chris Paul covering. And again, Oklahoma City, no good.
They're really getting the work done inside with their rebound.
Yeah, not giving up too many second chance opportunities, which is always important, and it's been one of the reasons they have the lead right now.
And it's going to be 2 free throws. Drew contact on the shot. It's on Kevin Durant.
Chris Paul still had a fantastic season a year ago, but the numbers slipped a little bit, and you have to wonder, with that knee injury, can he sustain his production over the coming years?
Looking at who's out there now for the Thunder. Daquan Cook comes in for Nate Robinson. And it's Maynard in for Steph Curry. And New Orleans with a change here, too. Owen Ellis checked in. Here is Cook. Can they get it? He takes it up and lays it in.
6 points for him. Talking about Paul's injuries, a lot of games missed now, and his career never a good sign.
No, it's a little bit of a cause for concern. I don't think it's a cause for panic, but it is something that you got to think about. I mean, what's really important for him going forward is to be able to stay healthy, particularly during the season and then more importantly in the postseason.
Roy Clark, he throws his body all over the floor.
Yeah, he does, and hopefully with a little maturity, he can be a little more selective. You can't take away who he is by nature, a fierce competitor, an aggressive guy, but there is something to be said for tempering that in the right way.
Here's Maynard following the basket by Chris Paul. Maynard kicks to Durant. Over Ariza. Durant, no good.
They've got to be careful. They can't give him that much room because at that range, he'll make you pay.
And stolen by Maynard. And he stepped in the line, so they turn it over.
Oh, my God.
And now the 2K leaderboard. If you want to talk defense and talk block shots, just have a look at these teams, what they've done the last month. Number 1, the Thunder.
You know, shot blocking can sometimes be like a spark plug or an energy injection for the defense. Their home crowd really gets into it when they throw those shots out of there.
Open look. And there's West. That good on the assist by Paul. Paul's got his 4th assist with that last one here tonight. Maynard kicks to Durant. Ibaka outside. Here's the Beast, covered by Okafor. 3 on the clock. Durant for 3. Good. Durant's got his 3rd bucket of the night.
You know, to have somebody as dependable as he is on the offensive end, that's extremely invaluable to this team.
Paul dishes to West. Ring shot on the way. In it goes off the glass. West has got 4 points now in the quarter.
Boy, he set him up beautifully with that assist, room service style.
Here's the screen. The baseline J. And it's Durant, that time on the assist by Maynard. 10 points for Kevin Durant.
In the first, he had trouble hitting with any consistency. But here in the second, he's turned it around.
And West backs in. Lets it go. And it's New Orleans scoring again.
Well, they've done a lot of their damage from mid-range here, guys. I mean, knocking down those shots with regularity.
Yeah, how about 8 of their last 10 points, guys, coming off that mid-range area jump shot. So shows you don't have to be at the rim to score. Great defensive work right there. The quick hands lead to the turnover. That was good awareness. Fouling and avoiding giving up an easy dunk.
Well, I think that's just good, smart basketball. Make him earn his points at the line. You know, the Hornets lost in the first round last season, but I liked what I saw from Trevor Ariza. I mean, he defended Kobe Bryant about as well as anybody could.
Looking at who's out there now for the Hornets. Aaron Gray, he's checked in for Okafor. Green comes in for Marco Bellinelli. And Jarrett Jack has subbed in for Chris Paul. Now, here is Robinson. 11 points in the game.
And Clark, getting back to Trevor Ariza for a minute in that Lakers series. Number of big rebounds that he came up with. I mean, it's not the first time either that he's come up big in the playoffs. Remember, he was with the Lakers earlier in his career and had some big moments in the postseason then as well.
Here's Curry, right now averaging 21 points a game.
Look what they are doing.
Straight up. Ariza kicks to Jack. And Curry picks him up defensively. And the rebound goes to Nate Robinson.
That's an easy shot there. That's a shot that he should make more often than not.
Well, the Lakers sent the Hornets home in 6 games last year in the New Orleans season. You have to think it might have been a bit different if the Hornets were fully healthy.
I tell you, he's worked hard to improve his jumper, but it still hasn't clicked for him.
63 overall, man.
The feed now to Jack.
What post move? I can't
Back to Ariza.
Really.
Green left side.
The thing that I am A+ every time. I feel great. It's
over Robinson, and Green gets it to go.
The most that I can
Green's got 11 points. And back to the Lakers and Hornets in that first round series. David West was the big name missing for New Orleans. Now, Carl Landry came in there and and filled as much as he could. But West, I think Steve would have made it maybe a different series for him.
It would have been really interesting because as it was, they took the Lakers to 6 games. They won game 1 in L.A. Who knows? With David West there, they might have knocked off L.A. in that first round.
What retired? I challenge you in a duel.
The free throw drops from Ibaka.
Well, Oklahoma City is a team that has gotten better and better the last few years, and they continue to get better against the Western Conference, too. A 5-game improvement in their record versus the West a year ago from the season before.
Now, here's Green. He's got 11, and West backs in. Jack for 3. Serge Ibaka pulls it in. Ibaka's got his 4th rebound in this one. And the Thunder tougher against the West. We talked about that 5-game improvement. But they match up well, it seems, Clark, with just about anybody in the Western Conference. And I'll even throw the East in here, too.
Yeah, no question. I mean, I like this team's versatility. When you look at the Thunder, they've got a lot of things. I mean, they've got size, strength, athleticism. And you need those ingredients if you're going to be a contender. And you have to be able to win different ways. And Oklahoma City, the kind of team that's growing into that.
Yeah, me too.
A well-rounded roster. They're young, so as they get more seasoning, they're going to be a really difficult team to handle for a long time.
West is called for a loose ball foul. That's foul number 2 for him. So both teams changing it up here.
This is the 10th game that I play. Are you serious? I'm 63 overall. What are you waiting for? You are stupid.
And we finish one half of basketball. Hornets ahead. They're up.
Welcome, Hoop fans. I'm Damon Bruce.
You know how it goes.
New York came away with a win against the Raptors in Toronto. They ended up just cruising to victory in that one. Amari Stoudemire is their leading scorer. And another one of the games that went final, Charlotte ended up with a loss to the Hawks at Phillips Arena. Can't quite figure it out how they ended up giving that one away. And now we'll look at the other NBA action. The Lakers have the lead out in Los Angeles against Portland. Up big in the fourth quarter. Looks like it's going to go in their favor. And that'll wrap it up here. Now back to Kevin Harlan and the crew for the second half.
Nice to meet you. I'm Picky.
But I don't know if you ever played Hall of Fame.
And now the third quarter about to get going. Here's Paul. 9-point game. The Beast in its center. Ibaka is out there with Durant. Then there's Stephen Curry. And it's Robinson in it, the shooting guard. That's the rope for Scott Brooks getting going here in the second half.
And he wasn't playing Hall of Fame.
There's passes to Okafor.
He was playing
5 on the clock.
Else.
West defended by Ibaka. From 11 feet away, West gets the bucket. West has got the first points of the second half up on.
Yeah, man. Okay, what the fuck? What the fuck? And what? You will be losing 10 games and 20 games straight. Probably you make 4 or 5 wins. I don't think that you remember correctly what was happening when you've been playing that game. Go and play that game right now, stream it, and show me what you are going to do at Hall of Fame. Just don't write here and type. Hall of Fame in 2K12 is not 2K25. It's not like that. Yeah, okay.
The board for the Hornets. Okafor against Curry. Robinson against Green. Ibaka dishes to Durant. And it's good. Fought through contact, hits the shot. He'll go to the free throw line.
And the reason Kevin Durant is so difficult to guard, he's about 6'10".
Yeah, probably at Pro, man. Okay, at Pro, I go 0 loses, but you are a noob. I can't talk with you.
And about a 7'5" wingspan and shoots the ball right over the top of defenders.
You never play
here's
Hall
West.
of Fame.
It's Ibaka picking him up.
And when you play Hall of Fame,
Lifts
you
up.
change it.
And it's slammed in by Ariza.
Uh-oh,
because
a little
you
bit of a
couldn't make
statement made there while he hung on the rim.
That's one way to make sure the whole building knows exactly what you just did.
Yep, pretty brash move right there, guys.
We talk about Durant's length and shooting ability. For most defenders, you're just not going to get that shot.
Not when a shooter like him has pretty much free reign to shoot anytime he wants to and over the top of most all defenders. I mean, that's a recipe for video game type number.
I've been playing 2K from 2000, man. I'm playing from 96. Okay. I'm 46 years old. Go and jump yourself.
No question about it, guys. He's been one of their best performers today.
NBA Live 96, 94. Yeah, I don't have hate also, but you think it's easy. Go and play it. And come here and tell me tomorrow what you have done. Okay? It's not like that. I have to play that game, and generally I have to play NBA 2K for years. I just start to play again now, 2 days ago.
Curry against Paul, and they double up Paul. Okafor. Paul outside. Guarded by Curry. With 1 on the clock. And the rebound goes to the Thunder.
That's a good shot. High percentage.
Can't complain about that one.
Welcome Expose.
Ibaka backs down.
7
West picks him up. From 7, again, the Thunder score.
Hot start for this club coming out of halftime. That's 3 in a row now.
The Hornets leading by 6. Paul outside. Guarded by Curry. Paul against Curry. Second shot opportunity. And he converts the layup. West has got 16 points.
Now they've got to offer more resistance inside. Just too many easy buckets in the paint.
Yeah, Steven, that's the top priority for any defense. You got to protect the paint.
Shot is no good. The Hornets go the other way with the ball. They've led by as many as 11 points. Paul outside. 6 to shoot. Okafor backs in. Little turnaround. No luck. So Oklahoma City will take it the other way. Here's the Beast. Defended by Paul. Here's the Beast. The Hornets pull it in. Okafor's got his 7th rebound of the game with that last one. Durant kicks to Robinson. Ariza against Curry. Now Green defending. Outside Curry. Okafor comes in with the double team. Puts it up. And the whistle blows, and it's going to be an over-the-back call here.
That's an over-the-back foul, but it's one that you can live with. He's trying to be aggressive, and I like that.
Yeah, you know, I used to do that as a player myself, Steve, but you've got to be smart about going over the top. I don't think he had a chance to get that rebound anyway.
Kendrick Perkins, he's checked in for the Thunder. And New Orleans with a change here, too. Quincy Pondexter, he's checked in for Trevor Ariza.
Man, what a tough break, guys, for David West. Last season was having such an outstanding year before tearing his ACL in March late in the campaign. Very tough break for him.
Back to that West injury. To lose what he brings to the table is a big blow to any team.
Yeah, without question. I mean, and the Hornets showed well in the playoffs, but you know they missed his scoring, his rebounding, and he's a veteran who's been in the playoffs, and he's a tough guy as well, Kevin. So those are attributes that you just can't replace. They keep pounding him on the glass here in this one. Just a tremendous job rebounding the ball.
Well, that's half the battle. I mean, you go after it every single time. It's a mindset. You never assume the shot's going in. You've got to always assume the shot's going to come off the rim, and it's going to be yours. Well, very successful second campaign in New Orleans for Emeka Okafor last year. He was pretty much averaging a double-double all season long, and his shooting percentage was high. He became a very effective player for Chris Paul and the Hornets.
Steve just talked about Okafor's shooting percentage. It was a career high, Clark, what, 57%?
You know, Kevin, I think we've seen Emeka Okafor become just what we thought he would when he left UConn. A really solid, reliable, consistent player. A double-double guy. He's not going to take bad shots. He's got good hands. He can finish inside, and he gives you everything he has at both ends of the floor.
Ball against Curry. Paul passes to West. Shot from the wing. It's rebounded by Curry. Goes back up. Okafor gets the bucket. Okafor's got his third basket of the night. Thunder trailing by 11. There's the screen. Curry dishes to Durant. Here's the beast. Outside Curry. And taken away by Paul.
Oh my God. Well, that's a really slick move to come up with that steal.
Drops in the breakaway layup. Paul's got 4 this quarter.
You have to have such a great feel for the ball to get a finger roll like that to go.
Well, you know, the Thunder have one heck of a home court advantage here in Oklahoma City. I mean, they don't call it Loud City for nothing.
Here's Curry. And again, no good by Oklahoma City.
They really need to start looking elsewhere, guys, because he can't get anything to go.
Here's Paul. The leader. So the whistle blows on the shot, and 2 free throws for the contact right there. Clark for the Thunder last season, 30-11 on their home.
Oh my God.
Here's Paul. Back to Smith. Passes it to Green. The dish to Paul. Clock at 6. Back to Green. Here's Landry. There's the block. Thunder trailing by 17. So the Hornets 5 right now. Chris Paul is out there with Willie Green. Then there's Jason Smith. Then there's Carl Landry. And it's Ariza in at the 3. Stolen away as they knock away the alley-oop attempt.
The opening was there for a split second, but he didn't get it there in time.
Smith kicks to Ariza. Kicks it to Green. Robinson picks him up, and Green gets it to go.
Tight spot there to put it in. Perfect pass.
On offense, here are the Thunder. Nothing doing offensively yet for them in the 4th. Paul against Curry. Here's the beast. And they're going to count the bucket and send him to the line. It could be a 3-point play.
Well, it was a good bounce-back year for the Hornets a season ago, making the playoffs and finishing in the 7th spot in the West, but they did not play particularly well away from home, finishing under 500.
And Clark, back to the Hornets, which Steve was just talking about, win a few more games on the road. Maybe they don't have to see a team like the Lakers in the first round.
Yeah, you're exactly right. I mean, regardless of that, though, they shouldn't be below 500 on the road if they're serious about making a run at the NBA title. You've got to be able to win games on the road.
Good point. He's against Landry. Outside Robinson. He's picked up by Ariza. Up top Curry. Beyond the arc. It's rebounded by New Orleans. Paul's got his 4th rebound in this one. They host the Clippers after this game. That game will be a quick pit stop before hitting the road again. Good luck. Gets it to go. Paul's got 9 points here in the second half.
Tell you what, guys, he's helped his team just about every way possible today.
Yeah, he's been without a weakness today, Steve. I mean, he's been excellent in every area.
Robinson against Green. Here's the beast. He's picked up by Landry. Here's the beast, and again, no good by Oklahoma City.
Boy, they've been all over the glass. Big advantage in the rebound totals.
Yeah, that's really carried them in this one, guys. I mean, those one-and-dones have really set a nice tone and let them establish this lead. The turnover difference hasn't been in their favor, but you know what? It hasn't really slowed them down too much. I like the fact they're staying aggressive here.
He's against Landry. So he gets the whistle. Contact on the way up, and 2 shots coming up. It's on Carl Landry.
You know, the Thunder guys showed their talent in the playoffs last season. I think that devastating loss to Dallas in Game 4 of the conference finals was where they finally kind of caved in.
Catching up on the changes for Oklahoma City. Serge Ibaka has checked in for Muhammad. And it's Maynard in for Steph Curry. A big group substitution here for New Orleans. Aaron Gray, he's checked in for Landry. Pondexter comes in for Trevor Ariza. Bellinelli, he's checked in for Willie Green. And Jarrett Jack has subbed in for Chris Paul. Here's Pondexter. Good on the three-point shot. And the Hornets lead by 20.
And Clark, you mentioned Game 4 of that Oklahoma City-Dallas series. A 15-point lead for the Thunder with 5 minutes left in the game. Dallas came back and forced overtime. And I remember the Thunder's incredible fans, even amidst the most heartbreaking loss of the season. They were chanting OKC, OKC till the bitter end. They have diehard support there in Oklahoma City. And, you know, the rebounding edge here has been key because they're getting a lot of extra possessions offensively as a result.
Guys, you're absolutely right. It's made all the difference.
Well, the strength of this Hornets team obviously has been Chris Paul, but last year there was kind of a rotating door on the wings. James Posey to Trevor Ariza, Marcus Thornton to Bellinelli. And we couldn't seem to ever find the answer out there.
And he's good on the second. Time called here. The Thunder decide to talk it over.
Well, he's had enough of that lackadaisical defense. They've got to help on penetration and deny all of these points in the paint.
Here's Maynard. Outside Durant. Left side Durant. Robinson for 3. Rebound Gray. And that instability, Clark, on the wing can't help New Orleans.
No, I can't. I mean, Trevor Ariza, I think, is a pretty good answer there, but they do need to add one more big-time scorer out there at that wing position to pair with the rest of the personnel they have. I think that would be a big boost for them.
Here's Bellinelli, guarded by Robinson. And again, New Orleans has no luck. Thunder trailing by 21. Durant, the pass to Robinson. 18 feet away, and he hits the jump shot. Here's Jack. He feeds it to Bellinelli. Lets the 3 fly, and that one's good.
6 points in short order. 2 straight from deep. That's what can happen with the 3 ball.
Yep, they've got it going. Nice, clean looks.
Okay. Εντάξει.
Outside for Durant.
Well, you look at all these top-level teams in the NBA, and boy, I really enjoyed last year's playoffs. It was such an open-field competitive action, and you really felt that there were a number of teams with a chance to make a deep run.
The Hornets leading by 20. Jack with it. Dishes it to Gray. Down to 5 on the shot clock. And stolen by Maynard.
Boy, that's an empty possession when you're that loose with the basketball.
And the rebound goes to the Hornets. And last year's playoffs, so entertaining, Clark. Some competitive series. Steve, really an open field.
Yeah, it really is. There's so many good young teams in the NBA right now, and some of the older, more talented teams maybe on the way downhill. So this is going to be fascinating the next few years to see which teams can break through and get to that top level.
Robinson backs down. He kicks it to Maynard. Six on the shot clock. Durant for three. No good. And New Orleans will take it the other way.
A very rough quarter for him as not much is falling right now.
Stolen away. And it's the Thunder with the ball. Now Maynard. They set the screen. Robinson missing again.
I don't like his body language, guys, right now. He looks like he's completely out of rhythm.
Ibaka comes with the double team. Good look. The shot by Bellinelli. No good. Now Maynard. They've definitely hit that groove offensively.
They sure have, guys. I mean, really aggressive. And I like that posture and mindset. Stay aggressive.
Yeah. Steve, you like groove, don't you?
I do. I love groove, Kevin. And I love the attack mode this team is in, too. I mean, they're really getting into the paint. They're getting whatever they want offensively.
And here is Jack. Takes it up. Jams it with authority.
Nice offensive play there, and this one's pretty much in the books, guys.
Yeah, I agree. You know what? It was a very good showing from them to come away with the win. I was very impressed.
Stephen Curry's checked in for Oklahoma City. Here is Durant. NBA legend Rick Barry wrote that he thinks the players today are much better ball handlers than in his era. Would you agree, Clark?
Yeah, I certainly would. I mean, you think about it, players nowadays idolize the Magics and the Iversons of the world, and they have a lot more good ball handlers to look at and pattern themselves after.
Goes up at the stripe. Another one falls for New Orleans.
And that's how you have to attack the double team. Find the open man, get the ball out of your hands.
Curry kicks to Ibaka. It's blocked. They are enjoying, Steve, a commanding lead.
Well, and it gives them the opportunity to give their starters a rest, which is so critical during this grueling NBA season.
Now the Thunder with it. Here's Durant. It's hauled in by Gray.
What a tough quarter for him. He's got to pick it up here.
Boy, nothing at all going his way. I mean, it's hard to watch.
Here's Jack. 6 to shoot. Gray dishes to Jack. Over Durant. No good from Jack. And here are the Thunder now.
That's going to do it. I don't think they have enough time here now.
This one's in the books. You know, nice work getting inside that time. I mean, that's the spot where his height advantage is really going to pay off for him, and he used it.
Smith outside. There's the pass to Bellinelli. Pondexter with it. Off target from downtown. Gray commits the loose ball foul. That's his first foul.
He was climbing all over the defender on that one, no doubt.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, a pretty easy over-the-back call right there, partner.
Here's Robinson. Misses the shot.
So you lost the game. Fine. But your defensive effort is to be commended. Do you feel like there was more you could have done to affect the outcome of the game?
I wasn't happy with my game at all, even on the defensive side of the ball. Sure, I had a few steals, but I need to do a lot more. It's my job to shut my man down completely, and I didn't do that. I wasn't communicating with the guys enough. I missed some opportunities on offense. We lost the game, so I really couldn't be excited about anything anyway, you feel me?
Hello, everyone. Kevin Harlan here with Steve Kerr and Clark Kellogg with Doris Burke on the sideline. There's nothing else like it. The NBA on 2K Sports. Just off a road trip, the Pacers are back at home. Their last meeting was in Oklahoma City, where they were unable to fight off the Thunder.
They were very sloppy in that game. You look at the turnovers, and that's what cost them. Couldn't take care of the ball, and that really hurt them.
Guys, I'm telling you right now, I mean, you're not winning if you're turning the ball over on a regular basis. It just doesn't work. They don't go together, winning and turnover.
Now the opening lineup for the Oklahoma City Thunder. The Beast, he's in at center. Baca is out there with Durant. Then there's Stephen Curry. And it's Robinson in at the 2. And for the Pacers, Granger, Hansbrough, and Hibbert are the front court. George Hill out there with Jones.
You know, the Thunder guys showed their talent in the playoffs last season. I think that devastating loss to Dallas in Game 4 of the conference finals was where they finally kind of caved in. The easiest way to do it sometimes is with the bounce pass.
Here's the Beast. He's guarded by Hill, and the shot is good.
And Clark, you mentioned Game 4 of that Oklahoma City-Dallas series, a 15-point lead for the Thunder with 5 minutes left in the game. Dallas came back and forced overtime. And I remember the Thunder's incredible fans, even amidst the most heartbreaking loss of the season. They were chanting OKC, OKC till the bitter end. They have diehard support there in Oklahoma City.
Moments ago, our Doris Burke had a chance to catch up with the coach, Frank Vogel. Doris?
Kevin, adding a few more pump fakes is what he is instructing his inside players to do. They are facing a good shot-blocking team, and if they can keep them guessing on when to jump, they'll be in a better position to get uncontested looks at the hoop. Not an easy thing to do with a shot blocker hanging around, Kevin.
Thanks for getting back to us on that report, Doris. Guys?
You know, it's really important not to be afraid of the defense over there. I mean, you can't be playing in a fearful fashion. You just got to pick your spots and execute.
Yeah, and be aggressive. You know, you're right, Clark. You can't be intimidated by the speed and strength of this defense. You got to have confidence and take your shots when they're there and attack the lanes when you got an opportunity.
Robinson for 3. And again, Oklahoma City, no good. And Indiana has possession. Last game matched up with the Clippers. A tough loss there.
Yeah, it was tough to see that one coming, really, because I thought that was a game they were going to win. The final score really caught a lot of people off guard.
Yeah, but I think they really tightened up at the end, Steve. I think they were trying too hard to avoid the upset instead of focusing on going after the win.
And here are the Thunder now, following Danny Granger's 3.
You know, Kevin, I thought the Pacers really showed well for themselves in that series against the Bulls in the playoffs last year, and Danny Granger was fantastic. His game was really on point.
Red hot, right out of the gates. 4 for 4 shooting.
Here's the screen. Here's the Beast, defended by Jones, and stolen by Hibbert.
Well, he saw that kick out coming and really anticipated the play before it happened.
Outside Hill. Kicks it to Hansbrough. Tries in the post. Blocked. Thunder trailing by 6. Curry is inside. Granger covering. Robinson against Jones. Outside Robinson. Clock at 4. Over Jones. Robinson misses. And Steve, for the Pacers, it had to be encouraging to see Danny Granger at his best when it mattered the most.
Yeah, he played extremely well in the playoffs, as Clark mentioned. And he's one of those guys, I think, who's so versatile. He can do so many things on the floor that he's got the ability to hurt you in a lot of different ways. Great defensive work right there. The quick hands lead to the turnover.
Terrific shot there. He had a taller defender on him, but he created just enough space to get the jumper up inside.
Hill kicks to Granger, launches a 3, and it's good. Granger's got 6.
Boy, it's been a hot shooting first quarter for them so far.
Steve, it's been fun to watch. I mean, the shots are dropping, and it's led to an excellent start.
Now, here's Curry. Really disappointing game for him in that loss to New Orleans. Here's the Beast. He cans that one. He's got 5.
Scott Brooks enjoyed a long career in the NBA before becoming a coach playing point for a lot of teams over the course of 11 seasons in the league.
Here's Hill. 14 points from him the last game against the Clippers in Los Angeles. He feeds it to Hibbert. Granger. The three is launched. And the Pacers another three. Well, back to Brooks. He won a title, Steve, with the 94 Rockets.
Yeah, he was a tough player. One of those guys who pick you up full court, 94 feet, defend and scrap and claw for everything. And not really surprising to me that he eventually became a coach.
Indiana making some changes. Rush comes in for Dante Jones. And it's Ford in for George Hill. Here is Durant. He had a 24-point outing in their last game against New Orleans. Durant drawing the double team. Shot clock at 6.
You know, he got a fingertip on it, but not enough to control the pass coming in that fast.
Great start here early on, but they've got to continue to play well to maintain that lead.
Boy, I tell you what, really nice start for him here, guys. Getting after it both ends of the floor, you got it like that.
Great positioning on the putback. Ibaka's got his first bucket of the night.
Boy, that's a nice little tip in right there.
Yeah, he just sort of, Steve, he just kind of finessed it up and in there.
Well, beautiful touch. And that's not an easy shot. Even though you're in close, it takes a lot of touch. Nice play.
Ford gets to Hansbrough. Here's Granger. Blocked. Thunder trailing by 8. Curry is inside. Backing down. Tipped.
They've been awfully casual with the ball here, guys. Too many mistakes.
And 3 of them less than halfway through the first quarter, Steve. I mean, they've got to address that, and I think it's just a matter of concentration.
Now, here is Ford. 11 points for him in that last game against the Clippers. 5 to shoot. Another shot. And the rebound goes to the Thunder. Ibaka's got 3 rebounds now in this one. Defeated by the Hornets in their last game, they'll try to put that one behind them.
Yeah, and their shooting percentage as a team was just awful. They started out slowly. It seemed like it just spread through the whole team. Nobody could make a shot.
And people lost confidence, too. I mean, that's what jumped out at me, Steve. The ball became kind of a hot potato. Nobody wanted to take the next shot.
Here's the Beast. He's got 5. Nifty move. And no mistakes on the layup. He has 7.
Boy, every time they drop it in, they do so from close range. Easy baskets.
Yeah, high percentage looks time and time again, guys, and it's paying off for them the way they're playing this game. I like their strategy.
Now, here's Hansbrough. Still looking to get on the scoreboard.
Well, the Pacers have a reputation of being an up-tempo run-and-gun team, but last season they were just in the middle of the pack in fast break points. They were really more of a defensive club than anything.
And here is Ford. Backing down is Hibbert. Looking to end the drought, and he bangs it home with one hand.
His footwork in the low post is tremendous, almost ballerina-like.
Steve, let me go back to the Pacers and give you a number. You touched on their defense. You did. It ranked 12th best in the league last season. Clark, that's a good place to build.
That's a nice place to build and a really nice improvement from the prior year. I like Granger as a two-way player. He's pretty good defensively when he's locked in. Collison is quick and can be a factor pressuring the ball. And the big guy, Roy Hibbert, made the greatest strides, being able to defend the paint without foul.
And the Pacers call time here.
You know, fellas, this Oklahoma City team is built the right way.
Here is Hill. There's the pass to Hansbrough. George with the ball. No problem knocking that one down. George has got his first 3 points of the game. And for the Thunder, they've been a team that has preached defense first. And with the addition of Kendrick Perkins, that certainly adds now to a big athletic and physical, tough team up front and really from top to bottom, Steve.
Yeah, and they've got a nice bench, too, Kevin. There's not a whole lot lacking on this roster. But what they have to do is improve from within. Last year, I thought they were exposed in the playoffs. They didn't get great shots. They didn't look fluid offensively. Those are areas that they can improve upon.
So with Durant sitting on the bench, this is who Scott Brooks has out there. The Beast in at the 4 spot. Daquan Cook is out there with Steph Curry. Then there's Perkins, and it's Cephalosha in at the 3, the small forward. So it's Indiana now, following the score by Oklahoma City. Hill kicks to George. Now here's Hansbrough. He's guarded closer. 6 to shoot. It's good on the putback. George has got 5. Thunder trailing by 6. Here's the Beast, and they turn it over. Stepped in the line that time.
Well, I love Paul George's game. From Palmdale, California, north of L.A., a 6'8" athletic wingman. I think he's got a chance to be a two-way star in the NBA.
Here's Hill, averaging 12 points a game. Now Hibbert. Here's Jones. Here's Hansbrough, and it goes as the official calls the foul. Count it. He'll shoot one more at the free throw line. Clark, going back to Paul George, drafted 10th by the Pacers back in 2010. They really needed another elite scorer to pair with Danny Granger. And so, Steve, they took a flyer on George.
Well, and I think what's interesting, Kevin, is that they didn't really get the scoring from him, but what they got was an excellent defender. And during that Chicago series in the first round of the playoffs, they relied on Paul George to cover Derrick Rose at times during that series, really utilizing his great length and athleticism on the defensive end.
Shot clock at 3. And so he draws the foul on the shot. A trip to the line to shoot 2.
Well, you look at this Pacers roster, a nice young blend of talent and size, some versatility. They had the flexibility this past summer to add some other nice players. So this team seems to be on the rise.
And you know, as Steve was just saying about the youth and options for this Indiana team, we were already able to see some of that impact in last year's playoffs.
And that was so important, Kevin, for the team to get to the playoffs, to be able to show the fans that passion and hard work and competitive spirit and promise of the young players. And I think for the fans, it was a case of everybody starting to see that there's new hope in store for the Indiana Pacers going forward.
And here are the Thunder now, after Indiana gets the 3. Here's the Beast, and he banks in the layup. 9 points in the game so far.
That's the way to work the ball in close to the hoop, guys.
And George kicks to Jones. Hibbert, baseline try, gets the bucket. Hibbert's got his 3rd basket of the night right there.
I think their only hope now, Clark, is to slow him down with a double team.
Well, they got to stop the bleeding, put the tourniquet on, and he's been tough to play straight up.
Now here is Hill. Over Cook, and there are the Pacers with another bucket. Here's Curry. They trail by 11. Clark, their offense has been great here.
Yeah, I love the way they've looked, really strong and together.
Yeah, and very aggressive, too, keeping the defense off balance with their ball movement. I like the way they look.
Here's Cephalosha. Dishes to Cook. Defended by Jones. Kept alive. Perkins. Blanketed by the D. He fights to the rim for the layup. Perkins got his first points of the game.
Well, they haven't been getting lit up from outside here. All the points they're giving up are from in close. They've got to offer more resistance.
Yeah, defense has to get better, Clark. They've got to body up, bump somebody, get physical, force the action back out to the perimeter.
Thunder trailing by 9. Outside Curry. Defended by George. To the inside. Drops in the layup for 2. 11 points in the game. Pacers leading by 7. Outside Hill. Inside to Hibbert. Good, and it's Hill picking up the assist. Hill's got his 5th assist in this one. They set the screen. There's the 3. Curry is called for a loose ball foul. That is his first foul of the game.
Well, he was boxed out, nowhere to go, so poor choice in going over the back.
You said it exactly. He didn't have good position. Give up on the play, try to get the next one.
Catching up on the changes now for Indiana. Danny Granger, he's checked in for Paul George. Dunleavy comes in for Dante Jones. And it's Ford in for George Hill. Here's Robinson. He had a 15-point outing in their last game against New Orleans. Here's the Beast, covered by Hibbert. Hibbert on the double team. Here's the Beast, picked up by Hibbert. Loses his man off the screen and lays it up and in.
Only got a half step on his man, but that's all he needed when he ran off the pick. And as a result, able to finish the layup. That's nicely done.
Now, here is Ford. Here's Dunleavy. The basket good off the assist from Ford. Ford's got 3 assists tonight.
Oh, they're getting scorched by all these open threes they're giving up.
Yeah, it's really been the biggest pitfall for this club so far tonight. So many wide open looks for the opponent.
With this break in the action, we can see the top passing teams in the league, courtesy of the 2K leaderboard. Number 1, the Thunder.
You know, if there's a stat that coaches really would be impressed by and proud of, it's assists, leading the league in assists. And this team is outstanding. Not only do they have excellent scores, but everybody is willing to make the extra pass and share the basketball.
They're going to turn it over. They couldn't get it in bounds that time. Now we'll get a chance to check out the standings out east already. We are in December. Take a look at the Bulls. Right now they're off to a fast start. First place in the conference. And, of course, the Pacers, 5.5 games away.
Well, for Indiana, they've been smack dab in the middle of the pack and just haven't been able to climb the ladder. They've been stuck in kind of a middling form.
Yeah, they've just sort of been hovering there in the middle of the pack. And, you know, this is not a very exciting team. And I think that's a problem. I mean, you've got to give your fans some hope. And this team, to this point, just kind of ho-hum.
Well, it's just been one of those kind of games for them.
And Ibaka slams it in.
Great lob, great catch, perfect execution on the alley-oop.
And not just with any old finish either. The big stuff.
Yeah, little something for everybody, Kevin.
Here's Ford, following the score by Serge Ibaka. Now, here is Ford. Back to Hibbert, working on Ibaka. 6 on the shot clock. Goes up with a stripe. And Ford with the basket on the assist from Hansbrough. Ford's got his first basket of the night.
Well, you have to love what Tyler Hansbrough brought to the Pacers a season ago. The progress he made coming out of North Carolina was really impressive. He's a tough player, competes hard, and his offensive efficiency is impressive.
Now here's Curry. He's got 8. Came hard off that pick and finished strong.
You know, he can be a little awkward with the ball sometimes when it's in his hands, but not that time.
Why do you think it is we don't see more of those out of him, Steve?
I don't know. I mean, he's certainly got the size. He just lacks the confidence, I think, sometimes near the basket.
That'll do it for the first half. Pacers lead by 11.
A fine evening in the NBA. Welcome to the HP Halftime Report. Indiana with the lead against Oklahoma City. Their season hasn't started off the way they've wanted, but it's still early. Out at Time Warner Cable Arena.
And as we welcome you back, we begin our second half. So far, not a tightly contested game, guys, but, you know, anything can happen. Now we're going to get to Tyler Hansbrough that Steve was just talking about, and you work with in Indiana with the Pacers. His NBA career got off to a tough start when he suffered a serious ear infection that gave him vertigo and affected his balance for quite a while. It was kind of scary, really.
It really was scary because it took a while to diagnose exactly what was going on with Tyler, and once that was cleared up, he got the treatment and had to stay away from physical activity for a long time, but he was back healthy last season, and I tell you what, you love the way this kid approaches it. Low maintenance, hard working, tenacious and wanting to get better, and really raises the level of intensity of his team in practice and in games. And I think he's going to be a really good player going forward.
Granger, Hansbrough, and Hibbert are the front court. George Hill out there with Jones. So that's the group out there for Indiana. And stolen by Granger.
Great hands down low. Gets the takeaway.
The three, and it ends up out of bounds. And here's the upcoming schedule for the Thunder. Next game for them, they'll take on the Raptors at Toronto. That'll be the second of this 2-game road trip. Here's Curry. He's got 8.
Well, Oklahoma City has been gradually improving over the last few seasons, and one of the things they've done better at is winning on the road. Last year, 25-16, one of the very best marks in the NBA.
Nice to meet you.
That's a pretty good finish to a very shaky offensive possession.
Outside Hill. Guarded by Curry. Hill dishes to Hibbert. Shot clock at 5, and it's thrown down hard with both hands.
You know, that's just a thing of beauty, guys. I mean, that move to the bucket right there, splendid.
And a powerful finish to go along with it.
Hey, I thought the defense gave him a little too much leeway right there.
He kicks to Robinson. For 3, Durant, and the rebound goes to the Pacers. And for the Thunder, that continued improvement on the road, and Stevie just said 25-16. Clark, one of the signals of their growth into a legitimate contender.
Well, Kevin, they've got a lot of the things you need to have to win on the road. They rebound the basketball. They're a good free throw shooting team. They've got the best scorer in the league, one of the best scorers in the league, in Kevin Durant. And they can put the ball in the basket as a team. Again, I really think you've got to be able to score when you go on the road. Offensively, you've got to be able to put pressure on the home team's defense, and Oklahoma City has that capability.
Outside Hill. Granger backing him down. The jump hook. Another miss by Granger.
Boy, he had a good look at that one. You hate to miss that shot.
Some firepower, Clark and Steve, from this offense.
Yeah, Kevin, how about the air of confidence? I mean, they really look like they believe in what they're doing.
Yeah, a little swagger here from this team. They're in a nice groove.
And here's Hibbert. 14 points for him. He dishes it to Granger. What a terrific move that was. Granger's got 13.
You know, Kevin, they were a step late on their defensive rotation, and that helped them get right to the rim.
Durant, the pass to Curry. The shake. It's blocked.
And the offense continues to struggle. Just one make in their 5 attempts.
Good on the shot. 14 points for him. Now a timeout called by Oklahoma City.
Well, the Pacers historically have always been tough on their home court. And last season was no different. 24-17 in Indianapolis. It's one of the reasons the Pacers made the playoffs.
Thunder trailing by 17. He's picked up by Hill. Outside for Robinson. And again, no good by Oklahoma City. Well, Clark, you know all about this Indiana team being in their front office. Dead last in attendance last season, averaging just a little over 13,000 fans. But the team gave the diehard fans something to care about with the playoff experience.
Yeah, they certainly did, and hopefully that'll catapult more fans into coming back to Conseco. In 2001, the team averaged almost 18,000 fans. If the team gets back to contention, you know Indiana loves basketball, and those fans will be back.
Back to Curry. Here's the Beast. 15 points in the game. Blocked.
Oh, come on.
Outside Hill. Jones with it. Backing down is Hibbert. Lock at 6. Hansborough, that's good.
I'll tell you what, right now that mid-range jumper serving them well.
Yes, it is, guys. That's 6 of their last 10 points coming from that mid-range area.
Curry can't get it to go. And it's the Pacers' ball. They've outscored him 10 points to 2 during this run. He couldn't stay in bounds, and that's going to be a turnover. Let's have a look at the league's top scorers for the past month. To say these guys have been hot is an understatement. 5th, Kevin Durant.
Well, I'm sure the coach is pleased with his performance here recently. He's been on a nice little roll. If this keeps up, his team will definitely be moving in the right direction.
The Thunder making a switch here. Maynard's checked in. Some good ball movement here. Hibbert against Ibaka. To the paint. Here's the beast. Uses the glass to finish the layup. 17 points in the game.
Well, they keep going right back to the paint, and who can blame them? I mean, they're getting it done in there.
Yeah, 3 of their last 5 buckets, guys, have come from inside the lane area, so I'd expect them to continue to go inside right at the defense.
And the Pacers call time here.
You know, for the Pacers last season, they really had a difficult time against Western Conference teams. I mean, only going 9-21 in those matchups.
Here's Hibbert. 14 points for him. Pass to Jones. Shot clock at 6. And stolen by Maynard.
Great job defensively, getting out and forcing that turnover.
That's good. Maynard's got his first points in this one. Pacers leading by 15. You talk about the troubles, Clark, against the Western Conference. For whatever reason, Steve, they struggled to defend Western Conference opponents.
Well, I thought the biggest thing was the West was so much deeper than the East last year, Kevin. The East had some strong teams at the top, but overall, a weaker field of teams. You go out West, and on a nightly basis, you're going against a really tough team. I think that's the disparity in the numbers for Indiana.
Kicks it out to Granger. It's back to Hill. 6 on the shot clock. Right side Hill. Shoots over Maynard. Hill, no good. Thunder trailing by 17. Now Maynard. He's picked up by Hill. Maynard kicks to Durant. They get a hand on it. It's stolen by Hansbrough.
Just one turnover for him in the first half, guys, but now he's really having a hard time taking care of the ball.
Outside Robinson. The dive for the ball. And stolen by Granger.
So now that's twice we've seen the offense collapse. That's back-to-back empty trips because of turnover.
Yeah, and that's going to be a problem because now all of a sudden you start turning the ball over. You lose all offensive rhythm and flow.
13 feet out. Hansbrough, that's good. Hansbrough's got 8 points.
Well, they've done a lot of their damage from mid-range here, guys. I mean, knocking down those shots with regularity.
Yeah, how about 8 of their last 10 points, guys, coming off that mid-range area jump shot. So, shows you don't have to be at the rim to score.
It's tipped. Here's Indiana now. They're on a 14-6 run.
You know, Roy Hibbert was taken 17th by the Pacers back in 2008. Granger was the 17th pick in 2005. Both have proven to be good acquisitions for Indiana. So far, he hasn't made much of a contribution at the offensive end.
Fades back, and Durant gets it to go. 7 points in the game.
I tell you what, fellas, he loves those mid-range jumpers. I mean, that's where he makes his money.
Back to Hibbert, Clark, a 7-2 pivot. He's got soft hands, rebounds, can score inside, and has a nice hook shot. And Steve, you even were telling me before the game he can even step back for a jumper that you would respect.
Yeah, he can knock it down from long range, Kevin. And he's an underrated passer, too. The Pacers really ran a lot of offense through him. So this is a young kid who's really developing into a solid center in this league.
Pacers leading by 17. And a foul called on the shot. Got him on the way up that time, so he'll shoot 2 right here. Hey, Robinson picks one up.
And what I love about Danny Granger is he's really good at both ends of the floor. A versatile defender. He can rebound. And, of course, offensively, he's dynamic.
Jeff Foster's checked in for Indiana. Ford comes in for George Hill. Then for the Thunder, Kendrick Perkins. He's checked in for Ibaka. Cephalosha comes in for Nate Robinson. And Steph Curry subbed in for Eric Maynard. Thunder trailing by 19. You know, the one thing that's held Danny Granger back early in his career, he's had some injury issues to deal with.
Yeah, he has, but last season I thought he was pretty healthy, and he carried the burden for the Pacers offensively. If he can get a little help in that area, though, I think it would serve him very well.
He passes to Jones. Just 5 to shoot. Granger outside. And the money. Rangers got 6 here in this quarter. And here are the Thunder now. 19-point game. When this game is done, they'll be off to take on the Raptors. That will conclude their brief 2-game road trip. Perkins inside. Foster on him. Inside Leaner. Here's the beast. And it's Foster with the rebound. Pacers leading by 19 points. Now, here is Ford. Granger outside. And he converts the layup. Granger's got 19 points.
Well, they've got to do something defensively because he's been unstoppable.
And defensively, Steve, your only choice now is to double him. I mean, I don't think there's another option.
And now our sideline reporter, Doris Burke, has a report for our... Here's Curry. And Durant backing in. Shot is blocked.
He's not a guy they're going to be able to count on the way he's playing in this quarter.
Taking a look at the Thunder. The Beast in at power forward. Nate Robinson is out there with Steph Curry. And it's Durant. And it's Perkins in at the pivot spot, manning the middle. Outside Robinson. Posey covering. Goes up. And he drops it in from the low post. He's got 21. Here's Rush. Guarded by Robinson. And here is Posey. From outside, off the mark. Guys, they've been getting it done.
They sure have been. I mean, really looking good and sharp offensively.
Yeah, knocking down the open shots and really getting a nice flow to their game.
A fader. The Pacers pull it in. Their biggest lead of the game was 21. Here's Ford. And there's the feed to Granger. Feeds it to Posey. From the arc. It's hauled in by Kevin Durant. Durant's got his 5th rebound in this one. And a great assist by Curry as that one goes in. And that's 11 points for Kevin Durant. Pacers leading by 15. Ford with the ball. Now Posey. The 10-footer. And they call goaltending. They'll give him the bucket. Jeff Foster's checked in for Danny Granger. Here's Robinson. Back to Perkins. Foster on him. Here's the Beast. 6 to shoot. Here's Durant. Nice teamwork to set up the big play and make the space for the J.
Great screen there. It sprung him open, and he took advantage.
Clark, one thing we've seen from these guys is excellent ball movement.
And you love to see that, Kevin. I mean, I love watching unselfish play, and I know Steve enjoys that too.
Yeah, that's the best part of the game. I mean, a 5-man team game where the ball moves. There's so much unselfish play. It's beautiful to watch. Yeah, the official all over that one. That's a good call there.
You got to give credit to the official there. I mean, being in the right position to make that call, that's what they get paid to do.
Serge Ibaka has checked in for Kendrick Perkins.
Look at Oklahoma City, and the Thunder were especially tough against the Eastern Conference last season. I mean, 22-8 against the East. In fact, only the Spurs and the Bulls had a better record when playing the opposite conference.
Curry against Ford. A steal.
It's been their game. They've owned it and still wreaking a little havoc with their D.
Bucket's good. And the Pacers lead by 20.
He's gotten himself involved in just about every aspect of this game.
Yeah, it's been a fantastic all-around performance, guys.
You know, I didn't know that about the Thunder. They've gone, 22-8 against the East now, 2 consecutive seasons. Steve, pretty impressive.
Yeah, complete turnaround, too, from a few years ago when they were really struggling against everybody. But this young talent gelling, moving forward, getting better and better each season. And last year, you're right, Kevin, they dominated the East.
There's the dish to McRoberts. Now, here is 4. And Curry picks him up defensively. They get it back. Foster. And he drops it in following the offensive rebound.
You know, he's the one guy you have to absolutely be aware of and box out.
Here's Curry. Rush with the steal.
That's his first turnover of the game, so for the most part, he's run the offense pretty well.
Guarded now by Durant. And here is Ford. Kicks to Rush. Parked down low that time, and he got the 3-second call. Thunder trailing by 19.
2 minutes.
Here's Curry. Here's the beast. Good, and Curry gets the assist. Curry's got 5 assists in the game.
It makes it so easy for your teammate when you can lead him with a pass like that one.
Straight up. McRoberts' shot is good.
Looking to close this game out strong here.
Yeah, this one will be put away if they can get just a few more buckets and put it on ice.
Here's the beast. Powers down the dunk. 1:36 left in the fourth quarter. Pacers leading by 17. Ford dishes to McRoberts. Here's Rush, guarded by Robinson. Now Rush. For 3. That's good. Posey's got 5 points now in the quarter.
And that should do it. This is an insurmountable lead.
Yep, there's too little time left, too big a deficit to overcome. This one's over.
It's like he's just trying to showcase his range, but he could probably get a better shot in that possession.
Yeah, he sure could. It doesn't do you any good if you miss it from that deep.
There's the triple. Can't get it to go. So Oklahoma City will take it the other way. Here's Rush. And again, it's Indiana converting.
Well, they've looked good here tonight, and now they are coasting to the finish line.
Steve, just a matter of time right now.
Robinson for 3. Good, and Curry gets the assist.
For 3.
There's 38 seconds left to play in the final quarter. Ford with the ball. And Curry picks him up defensively. Now, here is Ford.
The reaction was so quick. Incredible defense.
Durant puts up the baby hook. Again, the Thunder score.
Now, they probably needed more of this earlier, guys. I don't think there's enough time left to get back into the game.
Guys, this is really a case of too little too late, but at least it gives them something to work off of going into the next game.
And here is Ford. So no problem for Indiana as they get the win. Some days, Clark, everything goes right for a team, and they just had one of those games.
Yeah, it certainly was. I mean, these guys played a great all-around.
That might have been your best game as a pro. You had your best scoring output ever, so clearly something was clicking. Did this just happen to be a good game, or is this the type of level we're going to see you playing at from here on out?
Well, it was definitely a good game, but I do feel like this is the kind of game I'm capable of playing on a regular basis. I'm working hard at keeping my intensity up and not losing focus for even a second out there. I know that when I do that, this is the type of performance you'll see from me every single time I step on the court.
Nice to meet you. I'm Pick You.
Okay, we make it to 64. We need a shooting guard in our team.
We bring you the NBA. 2K Sports welcomes you to our Wednesday night coverage. For Kellogg, Steve Kerr, I'm Kevin Harlan. Thanks for joining us. It's East versus West here in Toronto. The Raptors hope to put on a show for their hometown fans. Their last meeting was in Oklahoma City, where they were unable to fight off the Thunder.
Yeah, there weren't too many highlights for them in that one. All around, not a very good effort for that club.
Well, offensively and defensively, nothing really came together for them.
And checking out Oklahoma City's opening lineup, courtesy of our friends at State Farm. The Beast in its center. Durant is out there with Ibaka. Then it's Nate Robinson, and it's Curry in at the point. And for Toronto, Ed Davis and Bargnani, they're inside.
When you don't give me the ball, I don't miss.
Calderon is out there with Barbosa, and it's Weems in at the 3.
You look at Oklahoma City, and the Thunder were especially tough against the Eastern Conference last season. I mean, 22-8 against the East. In fact, only the Spurs and the Bulls had a better record when playing the opposite conference.
And so it's the Raptors getting on the board first. And I think Doris Burke has something for us right now. Doris?
Kevin, Scott Brooks gave me a couple of minutes to catch up with him. He said the cooperation on the offensive end has to be first rate to get it done tonight. He told me, I don't want to see guys taking it on themselves to score all our points. I want everybody in on the act. Sharing the ball is key, guys.
Thanks for filling us in there, Doris. Thank you so much. Getting their offense sorted out is the priority here, guys.
And I agree. I mean, a good call, I think. Try to get into a rhythm early and get everybody involved, let everybody touch it, and go from there.
Yes, exactly, Clark. You got to establish a few different scoring options as soon as possible. Get everyone involved and find that pace, that groove you're looking for as a team.
Here's Robinson. The Raptors getting the bucket.
How about that? Nice and easy right there.
Yeah, he didn't even try to do it too much.
No fancy stuff. He'll just take his 2 points, go back and play some defense.
Barbosa kicks to Weems. Guarded now by Durant. Shot's good from Bargnani. Bargnani's got his first points of the night. And the Thunder with possession. 4-point game. Defeated by the Pacers in their last game, they'll try to put that one behind them.
And what really hurt them in that game was their defense. They were very, very lackadaisical at that end of the court.
Well, I would agree with that. I'd give you that. I mean, they didn't play with the kind of energy and emotion they needed, but I wonder about the defensive scheme. I mean, in general, the coaching staff did very little to adjust to what the other team was doing.
And so here is Toronto, following the score by Oklahoma City.
Great hands down low, gets the takeaway.
Curry's shot is good. And that makes it a tie ball game.
You have to have such a great feel for the ball to get a finger roll like that to go.
And here is Barbosa, averaging 19 points per contest. 6 to shoot. Calderon for 3. Gets it to go. Calderon's got his second bucket of the night.
I think we could see them put up some big numbers if they keep shooting like this. I mean, 4 or 5 early, and they look focused and locked in.
Now, here is Robinson. Last time, 14 points for him. Ibaka, offensive rebound, and he hits it and gets hacked on the play. A three-point possibility if he can convert the free throw.
Heads-up play, preventing the easy layup.
Yeah, I like that. I mean, he saw it was a free layup, didn't want to give that up, so he fouled him to force free throw.
The and one is good, so a three-point play that time.
Well, the Raptors not only were one of the youngest teams in the league last season, they may have been one of the youngest starting fives in league history. Jared Bayless, DeMar DeRozan, Amir Johnson, Sonny Weems, and Ed Davis. That starting lineup averaged just 22 years of age.
Davis with the bucket.
Well, he can squeeze himself into the box score every now and then.
Here's the beast. He's guarded by Calderon. And he finishes nicely on the layup. He's got 9. Of course, a truism in the NBA is that young teams don't win much, but you can keep them together. Perhaps that might make a difference. The Raptors hoping their young players, Clark, can turn things around as quickly as possible.
Yeah, you know, they've got some promising players, and I agree with you. You find a young star talent like a Kevin Durant. I mean, that's what everybody's looking to try to do now. It's a lot easier said than done, but we've seen if you get that kind of player, things can turn around pretty quick.
Well, the top 4 players for Oklahoma City, for instance, 22 or younger.
Yeah.
So, yes, you're right.
It can be done.
And they take the lead.
And that steal really triggered the fast break. Nice play.
Hey, you're right, and the break itself may have been even better.
Here's Barbosa. The shot's good on the assist by Calderon. Barbosa's got 5. Curry kicks to Robinson. Barbosa picks him up. Feeds it to Durant. Here's the beast. He's guarded by Calderon.
That's just a sloppy pass. A lack of focus there.
Great defensive work right there. The quick hands lead to the turnover.
Calderon against Curry. Right side Durant. Shot denied. Raptors with the lead. They're coming off that win against the Nets.
And I thought there were some very creative things that they tried at the offensive end. They got great movement and spacing, and it really paid off for them.
Well, me too, Steve. I mean, we both like to view ourselves as students of the game, and I was really impressed with a lot of the set plays they ran. They knew exactly how to attack that defense.
2 on the clock. Shot's good from Bargnani.
Another open look, hits bottom from outside.
Yeah, and that's 3 of their last 5 makes from beyond the arc.
Timeout is called. First of the game for the Thunder.
You know, fellas, this Oklahoma City team is built the right way. I mean, been done with patience. Through the draft, I mean, you got to have some good fortune there when you're talking about the draft. The money's been spent wisely, and now I think they're starting to approach the finished product, the team capable of winning NBA titles for years to come. Certainly they'll be contending for them, you would think.
Sure. Catching up on the changes for Toronto. Dorsey comes in for Bargnani, and Jared Bayless subbed in for Jose Calderon. The shot's good from Bayless. And for the Thunder, they've been a team that has preached defense first. And with the addition of Kendrick Perkins, that certainly adds now to a big, athletic, and physical, tough team up front. And really from top to bottom, Steve.
Yeah, they've got a nice bench, too, Kevin. There's not a whole lot lacking on this roster. But what they have to do is improve from within. Last year, I thought they were exposed in the playoffs. They didn't get great shots. They didn't look fluid offensively. Those are areas that they can improve upon.
It was an eventful season for Jared Bayless. I mean, traded from the Blazers to the Hornets and then to the Raptors less than a month later. But he was excited to end up in Toronto where he could get more playing time, and he produced.
You're looking at the list of the NBA's top shooters from behind the arc for the past month. Take a look at Bayless. 3rd in the NBA. He's someone that if you leave him alone, he's going to knock it down.
Well, it's not just that he's getting the baskets, Kevin, but he's been doing a great job of getting open for his shot. So it's a combination of making shots, but before that, getting himself open to take the shot.
Goes back up, and a foul on the shot. He'll go to the stripe for 2. Now we get a chance to check out the standings out west. Already we're in December. Take a look at the Mavericks. Right now they're off to a fast start. First place in the conference. And of course, Oklahoma City just way behind.
Well, the Thunder, Kevin, they performed at a level well below what I thought they were capable of. I mean, I expected a much, much better showing out of them.
You're not the only one who thought that, Clark. I mean, even if they weren't going to be an elite team, I think most people felt they would at least be competitive and solid, but they are really struggling.
Eric Maynor, he's checked in for Steph Curry. He hits both from the stripe. And Clark, Jared Bayless finished last season very strong. Playing starters minutes over the last 2 weeks like you talked about. He averaged over 22 points and 5 assists. Steve, he really shot the ball well.
Yeah, that's his third team, Toronto, so it's important for Bayless to establish something now. And the way he finished the season is the way Toronto would like to see him start this year.
Barbosa passes to Dorsey. They set the pick. Outside for Davis. Here is Bayless, guarded by Robinson. Thunder trailing by 8. It's 1-on-1. Straight up. Shot is blocked. Solo break. Goes up. And the jam by Sonny.
And you have to like the way they've started out offensively.
Yeah, I like the way they put together basket after basket, consecutive hoops, and as a result, they put together a nice lead here.
Now Maynor. Perkins dishes to Robinson. Marked down low that time, and he got the 3-second call.
Scott Brooks enjoyed a long career in the NBA before becoming a coach playing point for a lot of teams over the course of 11 seasons in the league.
And some changes here for the Raptors. Bargnani is checked in for Dorsey. Linus Kleza comes in for Sonny Weems. And it's DeRozan in for Leandro Barbosa.
I don't believe the team really is really bad.
Here is Bayless. A 17-point game for him in the win against New Jersey. And there's the turnover. Pass going out of bounds. Going back to Brooks. Even won a title, Steve, with the 94 Rockets.
Yeah, he was a tough player. One of those guys who'd pick you up full court, 94 feet, defend and scrap and claw for everything. And not really some...
A monster throwdown. Wow. Boom.
From the day
great lob, great catch, perfect execution on the alley-oop.
And not just with any old finish either. The big stuff.
Yeah, little something for everybody, Kevin.
DeRozan with it. He had a 21-point outing in their last game against the Nets in New Jersey. He kicks to Bayless. There's the 3. And the rebound goes to the Thunder.
They are setting the tone here early with their work on the boards.
Yeah, only a moderate advantage here, a slight one, but as the game wears on, it's one they'll definitely look to build on.
Robinson for 3. The shot is off. Now the Raptors take it the other way. Even numbers. Here is Bayless, guarded by Robinson.
Well, when you look at the Raptors' 16-year history in Toronto, I think the big concern is whether the team can retain its stars. I mean, you look at Tracy McGrady, Vince.
Here is Kleza. Now the dish to Calderon. Guarded now by Durant. There's the triple. Davis is tagged with the loose ball foul. That's his first foul. Here's Robinson. He has 7. They've got Calderon. Davis is out there with Linus Kleza. Then there's Barbosa. And it's Bayless in at the 2. That's the 5 out there for the Raptors. Here's the Beast. Just 4 to shoot. Pulls up on the elbow. No good from Durant. Well, and for some of the players who left Toronto, some of them mentioned the higher taxes or even the culture clash. They didn't like cable TV. I mean, they're picking on a lot of different things here. But what do you think really is, Clark, the answer for the NBA, not only in Toronto, but in Canada.
Well, Kevin, I don't think it's the city of Toronto. I mean, that's a pretty vibrant metropolitan area, terrific diversity, a lot of things to do. I think the bottom line is if players feel that they can win with the Raptors, they'll want to hang around.
Yeah, and they got good restaurants up there, too.
Yes, good eateries. I knew you would
chime
in about that.
I knew you'd like that.
Knew you would chime in about that grub.
Here's the Beast, and the officials whistle a foul on the shot. The bucket's good. He'll go to the line. The Raptors making a switch here. Bargnani's checked in.
You know, the Thunder guys showed their talent in the playoffs last season. I think that devastating loss to Dallas in Game 4 of the conference finals was where they finally kind of caved in.
And Clark, you mentioned Game 4 of that Oklahoma City-Dallas series, a 15-point lead for the Thunder with 5 minutes left in the game. Dallas came back and forced overtime. And I remember the Thunder's incredible fans, even amidst the most heartbreaking loss of the season. They were chanting OKC, OKC till the bitter end. They have diehard support there in Oklahoma City.
Here's the Beast, and he makes good on the layup. He's got 17.
They can't seem to stop anybody inside.
They got to know that if they don't make life tougher in the paint, the opponent is just going to keep going there. I mean, it's not like they'll get tired of all these in-close opportunities.
And Bayless kicks to Kleza. That's good, and so Bayless with the assist. And the Raptors lead by 6.
Great looking bounce pass to set up that play.
Outside Durant. Knocked loose. And so here is Toronto. They've led by as many as 11 points. Calderon. And that comes off the assist by Jared Bayless. Calderon's got 7 points. Outside Durant. Curry against Calderon. Robinson for 3. Rebound by the Raptors. Calderon's got 3 rebounds now in this one.
Not able to find it here in the second. He's off stride and off track just a bit after that one he had early.
Bargnani passes to Calderon. He feeds it to Bayless. He connects. And it's a 10-point Raptor lead.
That's not a defensive matchup that's going to work out too often. I mean, it's hard to give up that much size.
Time called here. The Thunder decide to talk it over.
You know, last season the Raptors went 8-22 versus the West. And even though the West on average a little tougher, that was pretty comparable to their record against the East. Maybe not having Chris Bosh impacting that record a bit.
Interesting thought. Looking at who's out there now for the Thunder. Serge Ibaka has checked in for Perkins. And Thabo Sefolosha subbed in for Kevin Durant.
And nice swipe there. You can see his eyes get wide open when he saw the opportunity to take the ball.
The offensive rebound. And there's the pass to Bargnani. Fires from deep. And again, Toronto with the triple.
Well, after that strong start to this game, he's really picked it up here in the second.
So looking at the Raptors, Steve, what does this team need to do in order to be competitive?
Well, they need more talent for sure. I know that sounds obvious, but they've got to continue to build through the draft, and they have to get better defensively. And that requires effort and discipline and a different mindset. And I think that's one of the reasons they made the coaching change this season.
Ibaka against Davis. Shot clock at 6. Over Ibaka. And Davis can't get it to go. Thunder trailing by 11.
Boy, that's a hard pass to make. You got to lead your teammate absolutely perfectly.
Here is Bayless, guarded by Curry. Now Bayless. 9 points in the game so far. No one back, 2 on none. It's stolen by Davis. The finish. Here's Kleza. And the running layup is good. He has 5.
He put that lead pass in perfect position for his teammate.
Now here is Robinson. He has 7. Ibaka outside. Picked up by Davis. Clock at 6. Here's Curry with the 3. Offensive rebound. Kicks to Robinson. He dishes it to Cephalosha. And here is Ibaka, averaging 8 points a game. Robinson for 3, and Davis pulls it down.
Even with every shot clanging off the rim, he seems determined to keep hoisting up these threes. It might be time to get inside of that arc.
Bargnani kicks to Davis. Bargnani with the ball. He had 34 points in the win against the Nets in New Jersey. Calderon for 3, and again Toronto with the triple.
Another open look from outside. The defense is really struggling to close out on the shooters.
Yep, making them pay, doing it from long range.
Time called here. The Thunder decide to talk it over.
Well, one thing that the Raptors do have is some definite quickness and athleticism in the backcourt. I mean, you look at Jared Bayless, DeMar DeRozan, Leandro Barbosa. All 3 of those guys have tremendous speed.
Catching up on the changes for Toronto. Reggie Evans, who's checked in for Davis. Sonny Weems comes in for Linus Kleza, and it's DeRozan in for Jared Bayless. Dishes it to DeRozan. The jump hook, so the whistle blows on the shot, and 2 free throws for the contact right there. And for this young Raptors team, no question that they have players with potential, but star potential, Steve, that's a question.
Well, I think DeRozan has star potential. He's so athletic. He can really get out and run. The question with him was, will he develop the skill set necessary, shooting and ball handling? But he's a young player who has a chance to be a star, I think.
Goes up on the block. Foul called that time on the way up. That'll give him 2 chances at the free throw line here.
And, you know, one of the reasons Oklahoma City traded for Kendrick Perkins last season was it allowed them to slide Serge Ibaka to the starting power forward role. And he's ready. A long, athletic defender at 6'10". He's a really good player. I like that foul. You don't want to give up an easy 2 in transition.
No, you don't want to give up a layup. Make him earn them from the stripe, and maybe you get a break and he makes only one of the free throws or misses them both.
He hits the second from the line. Speaking of Serge Ibaka, he picked up the game late in life, and he's still developing his awareness, certainly on offense.
Yeah, I think you'd have to call him a raw prospect offensively. And that being said, Kevin, he's got pretty good form on that jump shot, and it does go in. So he's got a nice foundation to build on.
Tries to keep it alive. Out of bounds. And they retain possession. Quickly, let's check out the league leaders in assists. You take a look at Calderon, top 5 in the NBA, and his teammates love it.
His passing has been so terrific, and best of all, it's created a really unselfish atmosphere on the team, and I think that's why they're doing well.
And that one's good. Durant.
I really like the fact that he's getting the touches he needs here after not scoring a single point in that first quarter.
Calderon kicks to Bargnani. About 7 seconds separating the shot and game clocks. Now here's Calderon, guarded closer. Evans dishes to Weems. Over Durant. And it's Weems missing. Here is Ibaka. Here's the beast. And so he draws the foul on the shot. A trip to the line to shoot 2. Andre Bargnani picks one up, and the first one at the line is good.
2 shots.
That one misses, so he goes 1 for 2. Here's DeRozan. Shot is off, and so that's the end of the first half.
How about the game for Bargnani? 13 points, and 6 of his points have come by way of the...
It's a Wednesday night edition of the HP Halftime Report. Out in New York, the Knicks with a win over the...
Welcome back, everyone, to the start of the second half. Big margin on our hands, but we'll see if that gap narrows down in the third and fourth quarters. Second half is underway, and here's who Scott Brooks has got on the floor. The Beast, he's in at center. Baca is out there with Durant. Then there's Stephen Curry. And it's Robinson in at the shooting guard. And there's Bargnani on the assist by Barbosa. Bargnani's got the first basket of the second half. That one for the Raptors. Ibaka with the screen on Calderon. Robinson against Barbosa. Outside Curry. Picked up by Davis. He got an advantage there off the pick and took it right in. 8 points for Steph Curry.
Well, that makes 5 of their last 6 makes coming from inside.
Yeah, really focused on getting the ball into the paint because they're taking advantage of very porous defense down there.
Barbosa off the mark there with the three-point shot. Thunder trailing by 15. Durant, the pass to Curry. Here's the beast, covered by Barbosa. Goes straight up. Can't get it to go. Now the Raptors take it the other way. Calderon kicks to Bargnani. Barbosa. Here is Calderon. Comes up empty down low. Now Curry. He's got 8. Pulls it from the elbow. And again, no good by Oklahoma City. And here's the fast break. Here's Calderon. Shot is off. Great D that time from Durant. Here's Oklahoma City now. Since the second half started, they've only given up 3 points. They host the Kings after this game. That game will be a quick pit stop before hitting the road again. Durant, that savvy little up fake there. Fooling the D.
You know, for a guy like him who can light it up like that, that's too easy.
Now here is Barbosa. He's got 10. And here's Bargnani. It's Ibaka picking him up. Serge Ibaka pulls it in. Ibaka's got 6 rebounds now in the game.
Come on.
Raptors leading by 13. Bargnani with the ball. He's got 16. It's Leandro Barbosa on the wing. Guarded by Robinson. And Davis can't get it to go. And here are the Thunder now. Trailing by 13. Beyond the arc. They get it again. Here's Ibaka. The Beast is whistled for reaching in. And that'll be his 3rd foul so far. Here's Toronto. 13-point lead. So timeout called here. The first for Toronto. Now we get a chance to check out the standings out east. Already we are in December. Taking a look at Chicago. Long way to go still in the season, but even so, they've got the top spot. And, of course, Toronto, 9 games back.
Looking at Toronto, they've just got to learn a few lessons from what they're going through this year. I mean, to use that experience to make sure.
Boom! And nobody getting in the way.
Not at all. Major throwdown there. But maybe the play of the game right there.
An alley-oop slam is always going to be at the top of the list there, Clark.
Yeah.
You're right.
That's one of my favorite plays in basketball, guys. Well, Oklahoma City has been gradually improving over the last few seasons, and one of the things they've done better at is winning on the road. Last year, 25-16, one of the very best marks in the NBA.
Barbosa gets the bucket.
Boy, he's a great option from long range on the fast break if you give him that much room.
Clark, their offense has been great here.
Yeah, I love the way they've looked. Really strong and together.
Yeah, and very aggressive, too. Keeping the defense off balance with their ball movement. I like the way they look.
There's the feed to Bargnani. Calderon. He passes to Barbosa. That falls. Nice feed this time from Jose Calderon. Calderon's got 5 assists in the game. And for the Thunder, that continued improvement on the road, and Stevie just said 25-16. Clark, one of the signals of their growth into a legitimate contender.
Well, Kevin, they've got a lot of the things you need to have to win on the road. They rebound the basketball. They're a good free throw shooting team. They've got the best scorer in the league, one of the best scorers in the league, in Kevin Durant. And they can put the ball in the basket as a team. Again, I really think you've got to be able to score when you go on the road. Offensively, you've got to be able to put pressure on the home team's defense, and Oklahoma City has that capability.
Here's the beast. Ibaka backs down. Robinson down low. Pass to Durant. Fades. And that's good. Robinson picking up the assist. Robinson's got 3 assists now in this one.
How about Kevin Durant for Oklahoma City? So low maintenance, signed that long-term extension with the Thunder, and doesn't mind playing in a smaller market, just wants to play basketball and win games. Well, and you love the way he searched for good shots all game long.
Back to Curry. Defended by Bargnani. Robinson for three. That one goes. Count it. Robinson's got 10 points. Steve, you mentioned Kevin Durant's extension with the Oklahoma City Thunder in a summer that saw all the fanfare around LeBron's decision. He's moved to Miami. Durant's new contract, absolutely a low-key affair.
And that's his personality. The young fellas say, do you or be me. That's what you got to do. Not a big showman. That's not his nature. Loves the game, hangs out in the gym, homebody, works at it, gets home, gets off his feet. I mean, he's high performance, low maintenance. You love that.
A lot of good qualities.
Yep.
Here's Ibaka, and Bargnani sends it back.
You know, it might not be the biggest margin, but don't take what they've done on the boards for granted. I mean, it's been a strong area for them in this game.
Well, you know, Clark, I mean, it all adds up. You do a little bit better job here, a little better job there, and you look up, it makes a big difference on the scoreboard.
Here's Calderon. The Raptors need to get a shot off. Weems kicks to Barbosa. And it's off from three-point range. Thunder trailing by 18. Here's Curry, and a foul called on the shot. Got him on the way up that time, so he'll shoot two right here. Andre Bargnani picks one up.
Yeah, the official all over that one. That's a good call there.
You got to give credit to the official there. I mean, being in the right position to make that call, that's what they get paid to do. Take a look at what Curry's done. 9 points, and what a game he's had passing the ball, too.
Yeah, to watch him spread the ball around, get everybody involved is a thing of beauty.
Reggie Evans, he's checked in for the Raptors. Bayless comes in for Jose Calderon. Kendrick Perkins, he's checked in for the Thunder. Daquan Cook comes in for Nate Robinson. And that one goes in. 2 from the line that time. Raptors leading by 16. Pulls from the top of the key. Barbosa gets the bucket. Barbosa's got 18 points in the game. Here's Curry. He's got 10. Launches a three. No luck. Now the Raptors take it the other way. Their next game is at Oracle Arena, so a road game with the Warriors. And that'll be game 1 of a 4-game road trip. Out of bounds. And they'll keep possession. Now a look at the hottest teams in the league. These squads have knocked down everything in the last 10 games. 5th on the list, the Thunder.
It's due to better shot selection lately, Kevin. They're taking their time to make sure the shots they take go in. Really good self-discipline there.
Here is Bayless. 9 points in the game so far. Passes to Weems. No good. Durant with some nice D. Curry dishes to Durant. And a great assist by Curry as that one goes in. Curry's got his 6th assist on the night. Here is Barbosa. 18 points for him. Here's Bargnani. Drills the three-pointer. Bargnani's got 8 points in the quarter.
He's putting on a commanding performance here. He's hit 2 3-pointers in each half now.
Bargnani against Curry. Feeds to Cook. Back to Curry. 6 on the shot clock. Perkins moving it around nicely. Over Bargnani. And Evans pulls it down.
Oh, come on. You've got to get the 2 points there.
Here's the screen. And so he earns a trip to the line. Official saw the contact, and he'll shoot 2.
At the line for the Raptors.
Here's Maynard. Barbosa picks him up. He kicks to Durant. Guarded by Wright. Durant kicks to Muhammad. Outside Durant. Shot clock at 6. Over right. And Durant gets it to go. Durant's got 14 points here in the second half.
I think he's done his part to try to keep him in this game. It's been a solid effort from him, guys.
James Johnson is out there with Davis. Then there's Barbosa. Then it's Joey Dorsey. And it's Wright in at the shooting guard position. So that's the 5 in the game for Toronto. Now Johnson. Fader on the way. And they keep possession. And it's going to be a 24-second shot clock violation. They turn it over. Thunder trailing by 6. Guys, they've been getting it done.
They sure have been. I mean, really looking good and sharp offensively.
Yeah, knocking down the open shots and really getting a nice flow to their game. Nice teamwork there. The pick freeing up his teammate.
Now here is Barbosa. There's the dish to Wright. Guarded now by Durant. Here's Johnson. Cans the shot with nobody near him. And the Raptors lead by 6. Here's Maynard. And the layup is good. 20 points for him.
Then you can see the strategy has been to take the ball inside here.
That's where you get high percentage looks and draw fouls, Steve, and it's a good way to play.
And Wright kicks to Johnson. Pulls it up. Again, Toronto. Here's Maynard. Outside Durant. Here's the Beast. Davis is on it. Here's the Beast. That one is off. And some changes here for the Raptors. Bargnani is checked in for Dorsey. Sonny Weems comes in for James Johnson. And it's Calderon in for Julian Wright. Then for the Thunder, Robinson comes in for Muhammad. And Steph Curry subbed in for Eric Maynard. Ibaka comes with the double team. Davis kicks to Barbosa. And the rejection by Ibaka. Thunder trailing by 6. Here's Robinson, and Davis pulls it down. Davis has got 9 rebounds in the game, getting it done. Barbosa against Ibaka.
We have the worst subs in NBA.
Bargnani down low, guarded by Robinson. Gets it to go. Bargnani's got 12 points in just the second half. Here's the Beast. Ibaka outside. Here's the Beast, and he throws it down with one hand.
Well, that time he got a pretty clear run to the hoop.
It was Clark, and he took full advantage of it.
And not just with any old finish. I mean, that was a big-time dunk.
Bargnani kicks to Calderon, and Curry picks him up defensively. And here's Calderon, pocket 6. Here's Davis, and the Raptors tack on 2 more.
Yeah, they are just lighting him up from mid-range area.
You know, sometimes we forget about the value of the mid-range or in-between game. This team has made 8 of their last 10 with that shot, the in-between shot.
And Davis pulls it down.
Oh, they're now +5 in the rebound category, really controlling the glass.
And rebounding is one of those non-glamour stats. I mean, it takes work and effort and tenacity and physicality. But when you look at the scoreboard, you can see the correlation.
Bargnani passes to Calderon. Guarded by Robinson. Calderon put him up in the air with the pump fake and then took advantage. And the Raptors lead by 10. Time called here. The Thunder decide to talk it over. And Barbosa, Steve, you know, happy to join the Raptors like you were talking about. And Clark, that was a place where he knew he could get a little bit more playing time.
Yeah, and at the point in his career where he was, that was important to him to have a chance to showcase that unbelievable speed and shooting ability. I think he's the kind of guy that has personal spurtability. Usually it's a team thing with me, but he's got personal spurtability. A lot of points in limited time.
A moment to check in with Doris Burke. Doris?
Yes, Kevin, during that break, Coach Scott Brooks had some words for his team. Turnovers are killing us, he said. We're making things way too easy on them. No more improvisation. Let's run our sets, make the right pass, and we'll get quality shots. Guys, back to you.
So he gets the whistle. Contact on the way up and 2 shots coming up.
You know, most good coaches will always tell you the first priority should be to get the ball inside and draw some fouls, especially when you've got the lead.
Well, it's one thing if you're just knocking down jump shots, but when you start missing, it's important, Mark. You got to get the ball inside. I agree. Just perfection for them from the foul line in the second half.
Well, they haven't missed, and they look as cool and as comfortable as a baby in a nice bassinet. Every time they step up to the line, it's easy and relaxed.
The Beast. And it's going to be 2 free throws. Drew contact on the shot. Andre Bargnani picks one up. Can't get the first one to drop. Does make the second, and that brings them within 8.
They can't afford too many missed free throws, Kev. They need every point they can get.
Guys, we've seen a lot of turnovers in this one.
Yeah, it's been really sloppy out there.
I understand that they're trying to be aggressive, but still, I mean, you can play fast but still play efficiently, but they're not doing that right now.
Checking out the game Jose Calderon is having. He has 14 points and 6 assists.
And we are seeing what a complete player he is.
Absolutely, at both ends of the floor. He's been top-notch, guys.
Gets the first that brings them within single digits. Good on both. 1:03 left to play in the final quarter. Deflected. Oh, and trying for it. And the Thunder recover.
It's a surprise to see him struggling to take care of the ball, guys, after turning it over only once in the first half. You give him an opening like that one, he'll take advantage.
Great looking transition that time, guys.
The Beast gets called for the reach. That'll be foul number 5 on him, and due to the bonus, we'll be headed to the free throw. Sinks the first one, and that makes it a 7-point lead. 2 for 2, and it's an 8-point ball game. Here's Curry, and you have to like the way he's orchestrated their offense.
Yeah, I sure do, Kevin. He's almost got 10 assists.
Keeping the teammates happy, that's always important for a guy who's distributing the ball.
He's guarded by Calderon. 6 to shoot. Curry against Calderon. That's good.
There's that little sweet spot, that mid-range jumper.
Here's Barbosa. And now they decide to foul intentionally. Good on the first, and that makes it a 7-point lead. Gets them both, and it's an 8-point ball game. Now a timeout called by Oklahoma City. They're trailing by 8. 20 seconds left in the fourth quarter of this one. What's your take, guys?
Well, they're not going to win this game, but at least you want to finish it out strong.
Well, there's no quit in them, that's for sure, Steve. You certainly can give him credit for that.
Seems like he's gotten every single rebound today.
Glass eating at its finest. I mean, you're not going to see a guy with 20-plus boards too often. That's an impressive number.
I'm leaving Oklahoma. I can't stand it. It's the worst team ever. I never played in the worst team like that.
Your performance tonight, clearly a coming out party. You've made it known now that you'll be around the NBA for a long time. Does that sound about right?
The hyperbole is strong with you, man, isn't it? I wouldn't be that dramatic about it, but yeah, I feel like tonight was the kind of game I've envisioned myself playing in the NBA for a long time. I'm looking forward to the chance to have many more like it. There's a long road to go, though, so I wouldn't get too far ahead of myself here. I'm just glad I was able to put it all together tonight, truthfully.
Look the team. Except Durant, Ibaka, and Curry, all the other is awful. How you can win with a team like that? Look. Robinson, 72. Seifolosa, 68, 65, 64, 62, 60, 57, 56, 54, 51, 40. That's not a team. That's a joke. That's a joke. That's not a team. Fine. Perfect. Oh, Gasol and Bryant.
The Lakers look to take charge at Staples Center, and we're bringing it to you live from Los Angeles here on 2K Sports. Looking at Toronto, they took the win in their last game against the Sacramento Kings. And just a 2-point win there. They had to fight tooth and nail for it.
Well, the defense they were facing didn't put up much of a fight. I mean, they had wide open looks all game long.
Yeah, I know, and they were pretty much able to do whatever they wanted to out there.
A look at the opening lineup for the Toronto Raptors presented by State Farm. They've got Bargnani. White is out there with Calderon. Then it's Amir Johnson, and it's Weems in at the small forward. And for the Lakers, the Beast, he's in at center. Artest and Powell in the forward slots. Kobe is out there with Brown. Now here's Kobe. Really played well against Orlando in his last outing. Here's the screen. Second shot opportunity. And there's Brown. That's good on the assist from Kobe. Brown's got the opening basket of the game for the Lakers.
Now Kobe Bryant still chasing that 6th ring. If he ends up getting it, he would tie Michael Jordan. And of course, Michael was always a tremendous inspiration for Kobe Bryant.
That time he found the gap in the defense to turn that one into a very easy jump shot, a warm-up jumper, if you will.
And I think Doris Burke has something for us right now. Doris?
Well, Kevin, here's what the Raptors head coach had to say when we spoke earlier. Since it's their first meeting with Los Angeles this season, he's interested to see if anything has changed about the Lakers team, specifically the interplay between Kobe and Pau Gasol. He said they're both capable of doing so many different things that it's hard to choose what approach is the right one defensively. But it's something he hopes his guys figures out early tonight. Gentlemen?
All right, Doris, thanks. Stevie mentioned Kobe's still working toward those 6 rings. He's got 5 right now, but Kobe said Clark, that, tying Jordan wasn't his motivation.
You believe that?
Well, I do think he wanted to help Phil Jackson go out on the right way. And that, of course, didn't work out.
No, it did not work out. Oh! Well, that's a dunk you will not see very often. You won't pass that one by.
No doubt about that.
I wish he would, though. You can never see too many of those.
From 11 feet away. And again, no good by the Lakers.
Slow start here, just 1 for 5 to begin the game.
Last season the Raptors went 8-22 versus the West. And even though the West on average a little tougher, that was pretty comparable to their record against the East. Maybe not having Chris Bosh impacting that record a bit.
Interesting thought. Just 5 on the clock. Weems. It's hauled in by Brown.
Well, that's definitely a good look. I mean, the defense can't be that relaxed. I mean, and expect him to miss consistently from there. He's too good.
Left side, Kobe. Another shot. And a foul called on the shot. Got him on the way up that time, so he'll shoot 2 right here.
Yeah, don't give up anything for free. I like that. Send him to the line.
Yeah, they don't want to sit back and watch you lay it in. I mean, make them earn it. Make them earn it. Don't give up anything easy.
Jared Bayless is checked in for Toronto. That one falls, so he hits both of them. So looking at the Raptors, Steve, what does this team need to do in order to be competitive?
Well, they need more talent for sure. I know that sounds obvious, but they've got to continue to build through the draft, and they have to get better defensively. And that requires effort and discipline and a different mindset. And I think that's one of the reasons they made the coaching change this season.
Here's Bargnani. 32 points for him last game against the Kings in Sacramento. Calderon kicks to Bargnani. For 3, the Lakers trail. This game against Toronto here, it's their first look at the Raptors.
And they've got to feel pretty good because last year they took both meetings between these two clubs.
Calderon dishes to Bayless. Calderon against Kobe. The 3. They get it back. Weems kicks to Bargnani. Gasol covering. Backing him down is Johnson. And 2 free throws coming up as he misses that one. Drawing the whistle and a lot of contact there. So like Steve just said, they shut these guys out last season no differently than you would have predicted.
Yeah, guys, I mean, they put just as much hurt on them as the teams in their own conference did.
That was interesting. Once again, late last season for the Lakers, they slumped to close out the regular season. And it seems to be a pattern. It's almost like they get bored before they actually get into the postseason.
You better keep your hands up if you've been playing with these guys over the past month, because if you're open, they'll find you. You take a look at Calderon. 3rd in assists and a great leader.
Well, this kind of ball distribution is necessary for a team to succeed now and later in the season. He can keep it up. I think more guys on the squad will get involved and produce at a higher level.
Out of bounds. And they'll keep possession. And, Steve, for the Lakers, Lamar Odom said himself their sluggish finishes in the second half were partly born of overconfidence, of ego. I don't know much credence you put in that, Clark. What do you think?
You know what? I think there is a tendency, a human tendency, to become complacent, to become full, and you can lose some of your edge. I don't think it's a lack of humility and respect. I think it's just the nature of being somewhat satisfied. And when you're in this league, because people are coming after you a lot harder when you've got what they want in terms of championships, and especially as you age, I think it gets harder sometimes to fight off that resistance and to flip the switch if you find yourself in a little bit of a rut.
Here's the Beast, defended by Bargnani. Here's the Beast.
And nice swipe there. You can see his eyes get wide open when he saw the opportunity to take the ball. Well, when you look at the Raptors' 16-year history in Toronto, I think the big concern...
Here's Brown. He had 16 points in the win against Orlando. So for Toronto right now, they've got Amir Johnson. Calderon is out there with Sonny Weems. Then there's Davis, and it's Bargnani in at the 5, patrolling the paint. Well, and for some of the players who left Toronto, some of them mentioned the higher taxes or Even the culture clash. They didn't like cable TV. I mean, they're picking on a lot of different things here, but...
Down hard. A monster throwdown. Wow. Boom.
Well, they really look to run immediately after that turnover.
Well, that's how you cash in. You don't want to waste any time after the turnover. Go at it right away.
Calderon passes to Johnson. Gasol covering. Now here's Calderon. Johnson with a screen on Kobe. 5 to shoot. Weems dishes to Davis. Tipped.
I really don't like what I'm seeing their last couple of possessions, Kevin. That's 2 turnovers in a row. Careless turnovers at that.
They're getting a little casual with the ball. They've got to nip that in the bud right now.
Artest kicks to Brown. Pass to Gasol. Lock at 6. The Lakers need to get a shot off here. And a foul on the shot. He'll go to the strike for 2. It goes on Ed Davis.
Looked like he hit him on the release of that shot, so good call by the official.
Very easy one there. Send him to the line for a pair of free throws.
And when you ask anybody what sets Kobe apart as a player, more than anything else, they'll say it's his competitiveness. In fact, Lamar Odom, his teammate, said he's the most competitive player he's ever played with.
And the Raptors making a change here. Lights checked in. Brown against Calderon. Bargnani. Back to Calderon. They're working it around. Now, here is Bargnani. Tight defense on him. Wide open look, and that one's good. Bargnani's got 6. You know, Steve, when you talk about Kobe's competitive drive, it's one thing to compete on the court, but that drive, that competitive drive part also is what's driven him to develop his game off the floor.
And that's where the work really takes place, Kevin. I mean, the games are the fun part. It's the work that you put into it that allows you to perform at your highest level. And that's a big reason the Lakers have been so successful in his time with the team. I mean, when your best player is also your hardest working player. We hear that all the time, but it's true. It's a fact. It's reality. Everyone on the team has to step it up or look like a slagger or a slugger. And that's not going to fly, particularly with a franchise like the Lakers.
Have you ever, you've played athletics all your life, have you ever been around a great athlete who wasn't the hardest worker on any team at any level?
No, you wouldn't be. You would see tremendous talent, not realize its potential, but the ones that get the most out of their God-given ability, not only are they gifted, but they also...
And through one hand, it hasn't even been close. More from Los Angeles after this.
Glad to have you with us this Tuesday night. For Denver, a loss to the Grizzlies.
Well, we're getting back to the action now. It's been a one-team show so far. We'll see if that changes here in the third. Raptors leading by 16. The Beast in its center. Kobe and Artest are the wingmen. Pau Gasol is out there with Brown. That's the Laker 5.
Boy, this is scary. You get a score rolling like this, you're in some trouble.
Yeah, you can't leave a guy like that on an island. I mean, you got to bring some help.
Now, right defending. Backing down is Brown. Gasol. Tries again, and it's good on the layup. 8 points for him.
Oh, that's a nice job on the boards to allow them a second high-quality look.
Calderon kicks to Bargnani. Six to shoot. Easy shot. And it's Weems missing.
He'll usually knock that shot down.
He sure will, but that's one he couldn't pass up.
Yeah, going straight to the hoop, attacking the whole way.
Yeah, nice finish. Cap that break off in style.
That's going to be over and back. Not watching for the line that time. Quickly, let's check out the Western Conference standings. The season in full bloom. Take a look at the Mavericks. Right now, they're off to a fast start. First place in the conference. And, of course, the Lakers, 2 games back.
You know, right now for the Lakers, they've done it again this season. Established themselves as one of the league's elite teams.
And, you know, that's really the mark of a great franchise, Clark. When you can do it over and over again, particularly when the expectations are high, because the pressure's on, and all you can do is continue to work and compete and try to perform at the same level you've been at, and that's exactly what this team's doing. He just lost track of where he was on the floor.
Here's Calderon, averaging 8 points a game. It's tipped. It's 2-on-1. Outside for our test. And there's another one for the Lakers.
The last three scores, their last three scores now all have assists on them.
It's amazing what it does to a defense when you start moving the ball crisply. It just forces them into tough situations.
Dishes it to Weems. Baseline J on the way, and the Raptors miss again.
Still trying to get into the swing of things here offensively. It just has not happened for him here. Well, Mike Brown, a part of the Greg Popovich coaching tree. In fact, I played for him in San Antonio in 2003 when he was an assistant. Excellent coach, really a guy who will emphasize the defensive end of the floor. That's his forte.
And that one's good. Bargnani's got 6 here in this quarter.
Wow, what a combination. A big man who can shoot from long range.
Outside, Kobe. Shot clock at 6. The rebound by Johnson. Johnson's got his 5th rebound right now in the game. Steve, good point about Mike Brown. You know, Clark, his familiarity with the Western Conference and some of the... Boom! And nobody getting in the way.
Not at all. Major throwdown. I tell you what, I bet that's the best assist we're going to see tonight.
Well, he laid it up there, Steve, a pass where only his teammate could get it.
Perfect timing. That's what you need to make that kind of a connection.
The Raptors making a switch here. Bayless is checked in. Lakers trail by 16.
You know, for so long we've seen the Lakers coast into the playoffs, put themselves in a tight spot, and then find a way out of it. But in that series versus Dallas in last season's playoffs, they really looked like a tired and overmatched team.
Calderon passes to Johnson. Gasol covering. Johnson outside. Over our test, and the Raptors tack on 2 more. And for the Lakers, Kobe said, Clark, after that series, we've been playing with fire the last 3 years. Now we finally got what we deserve. Steve, that is a very interesting quote. Take it apart for us and delve into it.
Well, I think the Lakers had been to the finals for 3 straight years, and I think they were worn out emotionally. And for a couple of those playoff series over the years, they did play with fire and get away with it. Not last year. Dallas just destroyed them, and I think the Lakers just looked tired, both physically and mentally. How about the concentration to finish that play despite being fouled?
You know what, Steve? A lot of guys get hit and then stop, but he played through contact, and I like that.
The free throw drops for Kobe.
Well, you know, a recent stat said that in the last 15 years, the Lakers are on average the best offense in the NBA. But in crunch time, ironically, they fall to around 12th best offensively. Not nearly as effective.
Here's Bargnani. Blocked. But they get it back. Second chance shot. And gets hacked by the D. He'll go to the line.
How about the game for Bargnani? 25 points, and he's hit a trio of 3-pointers to give himself 9 points from downtown.
He's doing his best to...
Here's Calderon. So the Raptors 5 right now. Bargnani is out there with Amir Johnson. Then there's Calderon, and it's Sonny Weems, and it's Davis in at the 3, the small forward. Here's Weems, guarded by Kobe. 4 on the clock. Calderon, no good. Lakers trail by 3. Shoots from 12, the beast. And so he earns a trip to the line. Officials saw the contact, and he'll shoot 2.
Now, the Raptors not only were one of the youngest teams in the league last season, they may have been one of the youngest starting 5s in league history. Jared Bayless, DeMar DeRozan, Amir Johnson, Sonny Weems, and Ed Davis. That starting lineup averaged just 22 years of age.
Of course, the truism in the NBA is that young teams don't win much, but in keeping together, perhaps that might make a difference. The Raptors hoping their young players, Clark, can turn things around. quickly as possible.
Yeah, you know, they've got some promising players, and I agree with you. You find a young star talent like a Kevin Durant. I mean, that's what everybody's looking to try to do now. It's a lot easier said than done, but we've seen if you get that kind of player, things can turn around pretty quick.
Well, the top 4 players for Oklahoma City, for instance, 22 or younger.
Yeah.
So, yes, you're right.
It can be done.
Outside, Davis. Gasol covering. Weems dishes to Davis. Backing down. Fires from the wing. And the Raptors miss again.
Early on, he tried to shoot his way out of this funk, but later in the game now, he might want to just give it up and look for his teammates to do the scoring.
Raptors with the lead, and they're on the break. Shoots the 3, and that's good from Bargnani on the assist by Davis. Bargnani's got 12 points in just the second half. There's the pick. Brown kicks to Kobe. Here's the beast. Working it around now. Here's Gasol. And again, no good by the Lakers. Raptors leading by 4. Calderon with it. Gives him the lead pass. Weems. And the Raptors tack on 2 more.
Good job creating an easy bucket there.
And the Lakers call time here.
I'll tell you what, guys, for the Raptors last season, a huge drop-off in their road record. I mean, just 6 wins all season long. The prior season, they had won 15 on the road.
Let's go quickly over to Doris Burke for an update.
Yes, Kevin, Mike Brown was just going over the plan with his team. He sounded incredibly confident given the situation they're in. He said, all right, I hope they're not counting us out yet because we are going to win this game. Guys, we'll see if his players believe him.
Now the feed to Bayless.
I'm hungry.
And it's Wright missing. And for the Raptors, 6 wins on the road. Clark, you talked about that. Not unusual for a team that Steve won only 22 games all year.
Yeah, not at all. And I'm sure with their high-scoring style, well, they gave the opponents' home fans some exciting games to watch. But, you know, that's half the problem. They're so offensive-minded that their games just became track meets. And it's tough to win on the road when you don't defend.
Here's a look at the schedule for the Los Angeles Lakers. Their next game is at the American Airlines Center in Dallas for a game with the Mavericks. They hit the road with that, the first of a 5-game run. Here's Wright. Feeds it to Bayless. Johnson outside. Gasol covering. 6 on the shot clock. Wow, came this close to a 4-point play. They'll head to the line for 3 free throws.
Oh, my God.
Boy, and you hate to see that, fouling the 3-point shooter.
You know, there are a lot more free throws made than threes every season. I mean, make him earn it from deep. Don't foul.
Here's Calderon. Johnson with a screen on Barnes. Trying to go big for the alley-oop, but good defense got in the way.
The opening was there for a split second, but he didn't get it there in time. Well, they really looked to run immediately after that turnover.
Well, that's how you cash in. You don't want to waste any time after the turnover. Go at it right away.
And the Raptors call time here. Going back to that Lakers home record, 30-11. Last season, tied for the 5th best home record in the league. And Steve, you start overlapping, you know, the star watching at the games, the good play on the floor. That's quite a scene.
It's a great scene. One of the great venues in the NBA. And the Lakers, they're competitive year in and year out. And they'll continue to be a tough team, whether it's at Staples Center or on the road.
Calderon kicks to Davis. 6 to shoot. Bargnani. That's tipped. Out of bounds. And they'll keep possession. Look now at the Raptors' upcoming schedule. They get to take on the Blazers at Portland after this one. And that will conclude a 4-game road trip. Here is Calderon. Over Gasol. Rebound the Lakers. Fisher's got 3 rebounds now in this one. They come into this one having outplayed the Magic last game.
Kevin, I don't think it was as strong a game as they'd like to have had, although they played well enough to finish out on top.
Yeah, they can definitely count themselves fortunate to have won that game in the way they did.
And Bargnani backs in. Outside, Davis. Left side, Davis. Shot clock at 6. And here's Calderon. Lays it in without an inch of room around him. And the Raptors lead by 5. Now Fisher. Left side, Gasol. Here's the Beast. Releases from 15.
Solid advantage in the rebounding totals for them so far here.
You know, in every game, but particularly in a close game, every little advantage you can use helps, and they're certainly enjoying one on the glass here.
Here's Weems. He's covered by Brown. Left side, Davis. Shoots over Kobe. And Davis can't get it to go. Lakers trail by 5. Outside, Kobe. There's the dish to Fisher. And Bargnani picks him up defensively. This one for 3. And Shannon Brown, the bucket on the assist from Derek Fisher. Fisher's got his 4th assist in this one. Toronto calls timeout.
I think Coach saw a couple of things he wanted to correct. You got to make sure everyone's following the game plan.
Here's Calderon. Johnson, the pass to Weems. Shot clock at 5. He kicks it to Bargnani. Fires the 3. The shot will not go. And the Lakers go with it the other way. The monster one-hand slam.
Well, it's been a long battle, but they have finally gotten the game even again.
Yeah, you wonder, though. I mean, battling back like that sometimes can give you a mental edge, but other times maybe you've used too much energy to get all the way back, so we'll see.
Bargnani is screen on Fisher. Calderon kicks to Bargnani. Got freed up. Nice work off the pick. Bargnani's got 16 points here in the second half.
He's been so valuable for this team with plays like that one.
The Lakers trail. Now the pass to Brown. Gasol against Johnson. Left side, Brown. Over Bargnani. Rebound by the Raptors. Earlier in the game, they had a 19-point lead. Now, here's Calderon. Clock at 6. Bargnani with the ball. What? Guys, this possession could decide their fate.
So that means they've got to be very careful with the basketball right now.
Boy, coming through with the game in the balance.
Yep, a game-changing clutch bucket there.
And the Raptors call time here. The score knotted at 106. 24 seconds left to play in the final quarter. Here's Calderon. Shot clock at 6. He's covered by Fisher. For the win.
Got it! He's just so clutch. Here's a guy you want on your side with the game on the line, Kevin.
And the Lakers call time here. Guys, what do you think?
Their only chance here is to lob it towards the basket and go for the tip in. There's not enough time left to catch and shoot.
This is unbelievable, man. That was a block. Calderon goes down.
Pretty big change of scenery for you moving to a new team. How much of an adjustment period is there going to be before you're comfortable here?
Man, it ain't like I just moved to a foreign country where I don't speak the language or something. We all still playing basketball, right? Sure, it won't be perfect at first, but even tonight we were already clicking pretty well. I'm not worried about getting comfortable, because as far as I'm concerned, I already am.
Unbelievable, man. I was all over Calderon, okay. We lost from Raptors. Again.
Yeah, how y'all feel? Cause I feel
It's the Lakers in a Western Conference matchup. Bringing you another exciting NBA broadcast here on 2K Sports. This is Kevin Harlan, joining me, Clark Kellogg, and Steve Kerr. And the good news about Caron Butler recovered and ready to get back in the thick of things.
That was a short leave of absence, and he's back in the fold now, Kevin. We'll see if he can pick right up where he left off.
Yeah, and in the grand scheme of things, his injury wasn't that big of a deal. I mean, a little bit longer, and it could have been.
And slammed down hard. Another look on the Sprite Slam Cam.
That is just so sweet. I mean, power and skill combined to give us that reverse.
Where do moves like that come from?
Only from players like him, apparently. Well, one of the things that has made the Lakers so good is their depth and their balance. In fact, last year, defensively, they had the 5th lowest field goal percentage defense in the league, under 44% for their opponents.
On the wing, Kobe. Terry covering. Artest defended by Butler. Lets it go. Lifts up. Oh, the one-hand jam.
Little pogo stick action right there. I mean, up one for the rebound and right back up again for the dunk. A quick jumper.
Yeah, a real energy play. What'd you say, Steve?
Yeah, and it was. And it had to be. Otherwise, there's no way he had a chance at that ball unless he anticipated it and really went after it.
Doris Burke has some information for us. Doris?
Kevin, thank you. Mike Brown and I got a chance to talk for a bit. It's their first look at the defending NBA champions this season, which he acknowledged adds to the atmosphere surrounding this game. He talked, of course, about Dirk Nowitzki, but said that if you pay too much attention to Dirk, guys like Jason Terry or Sean Marion can step up and do their share of damage as well.
And as always, Doris, thank you. Kidd kicks to Terry. From the arc, that drops. Terry's got his first 3 points of the game. Here's Brown, 17 points in his last outing.
You know, Terry turning in another good year for the Mavs last season, Kevin. Contributed about 16 points a game and shot it quite well from deep, all off the bench.
And here is Kidd. On the wing, Jason Terry. Here's the three. And the rebound goes to Pau Gasol. Going back to Terry, Steve, he was big for them in the playoffs as well.
Yeah, he sure was, Kevin. I mean, in the finals, you know, Dirk took home the MVP trophy, and it was much deserved. But without Terry, there's no way Dallas wins. He was stellar, particularly in that closeout Game 6, where he carried his team in the first half.
Picked up by Kobe. Terry against Kobe. Here's Chandler. Dumps it down. It's a tie ball game.
Boy, a pick was set at the perfect angle on the floor, and he used it nicely.
Well, that's a play we may see from them a few more times.
Why not? I mean, when it works, you go back to it. Make him stop you. Now, you have to love the vision to find the open man and get him the ball.
Now Terry. He had a 15-point outing in their last game against Denver. Good. 6 points for Nowitzki.
Well, the defense has to commit so much attention to him. He's just an important part of this offense.
Unloads from 9. And again, it's the Lakers. Here is Kidd. Under 7 minutes left here in the first quarter. Picked up by Brown. Knocked loose. Stolen by Artest.
I think he baited him on that pass. Very savvy defense. Well, they really look to run immediately after that turnover.
Well, that's how you cash in. You don't want to waste any time after the turnover. Go at it right away.
Kidd kicks to Butler. Over Artest. And Dallas again with the bucket.
You look at Rick Carlisle on the bench, and it makes you think back to the old Celtics teams that he played on. What a group that was. And with the basketball knowledge that they had collectively, it's no surprise to see Carlisle succeeding with the Mavs and all of his other coaching jobs, also with the Pistons and with the Pacers as well.
Kidd knocks it loose. And it's recovered by the Mavericks. And they're running. Butler dishes to Chandler. Outside for Kidd. Picked up by Brown. And there's Jason Kidd on the assist by Butler. Clark, everywhere he's gone, he's found a way to win. He was Coach of the Year in the NBA at one stop up in Detroit. You know, Steve, he's just a winner.
Well, if you look at Carlisle's record as a coach, he's got one of the top career winning percentages ever in the league. So Rick Carlisle knows what he's doing. Fantastic season last year for Dallas. Very well-respected coach.
Kept alive. A nice shot by Gasol. Gasol's got his second basket of the game.
Kevin, it's really hard to deny this guy the offensive board if he's got even the slightest position inside. He'll take advantage of any little slipper you give him.
For three, Kidd can't get it to go. And it's the Lakers taking it the other way. Outplayed in the previous game on their schedule, losing to the Raptors.
And they were not very strong defensively that night, guys. They just were not as strong as they normally are. Didn't play with much energy, didn't play very hard.
Well, they lacked emotion, too. And you've got to be an emotional team to play good defense. That helps raise your intensity. Guys are talking and engaged, and we didn't see any of that.
Picked up by Kobe. The three. Kidd, no good. The Lakers in the lead, and this is the first time they've matched up with the Mavericks this year.
And you go back to the matchups last year, they won the season series, but then when they met in the playoffs, they were taken down. So this ought to be interesting tonight.
Well, I like that finish. Perfect for that possession.
Yeah, the simple one-hand jam.
That's the way to do it, guys.
As we grind through the season, let's see how the West is shaping up. Take a look at the Mavericks. Right now, they're off to a fast start. First place in the conference. And, of course, the Lakers, 2.5 games away.
You know, right now for the Lakers, they've been effective in just about every aspect of the game. I mean, you can't find too many things that they do wrong. They're a very complete team.
Which is exactly why they've been able to maintain their status, Clark, as one of the favorites for the NBA title this season. I mean, there's no easy way out against this club on a nightly basis. I mean, they're talented, they execute, they're well coached. That's why they are who they are.
Terry against Kobe. Dallas again missing. Clark, they just got a little lackadaisical, I thought, when it came time to meet up again in the playoffs.
Well, you know what, Kevin? Sometimes that happens when you have a team's number early. You get a little overconfident, a little comfortable. You have it all year long and can match up well with them in the playoffs. But you have to play them harder than you did during the regular season. It's a different game, regular season to playoffs.
So different, you're right.
Kobe Bryant now in his 16th season in what has been one of the great careers in NBA history. He's battling age now, but still a very, very productive player.
Here is Barea. Looking to end the run. Nowitzki's shot's good. Nowitzki's got 8 points.
You know, he's yet to miss in the quarter. Flawless efficiency from the field. I like it.
And, Steve, you know, for Kobe Bryant, as you said, battling age. He's 33 right now going into this season. Wear and tear, a part of the game. He's played so many minutes. Preseason, regular season, all those playoffs, Clark. He said his kneecap is almost bone on bone. He's got an arthritic right index finger on his shooting hand. He continues on. The guy's tough.
Yeah, the battle scars of a long, successful career. And he takes pride in that, but he also recognizes the reality of it. And most of the time, you don't find out about those health issues. That's, again, a part of his desire to, once he gets between the lines, to focus 100% on the task at hand and not wanting to make excuses. And with his talent and his resume, he never needs to.
Nope, you're exactly right. Back to
A superb alley-oop there. Prime time play.
Well, they had that one standing by, just waiting to pull it out.
Well, there's definitely a sense of understanding between those two teammates, that's for sure.
And the Mavericks call time here. Fresh from a win against the Nuggets.
I thought they showed just how good they could be defensively as a team. They made it very difficult for anybody to find an open look out there.
Yeah, that was the preeminent factor in the game to me. I mean, just the great job they did at the defensive end of the floor.
And taken away by Brown.
Excellent steal that time. Pesky defensive play on his part.
Only question there was who was going to finish it. Easy, fast break.
Yeah, you know what? And I think they made the right call there, Steve. Fellas, it's no secret that Dallas isn't afraid to spend or go into the luxury tax. But in their march to get better, they haven't been very careful with the contracts they've given out.
Terry kicks to Murray. Nowitzki with the screen on Barnes. Down to 5 on the shot clock. And stolen by Barnes.
Great steal in the paint. Thought he might get a layup out of it, and he wound up turning it over.
Back to what you said about the Mavs, it seems they can't find the right center to fit them, and they keep giving out dubious contracts. And Steve, you know as well as anybody being in the front office, and Clark, you too at the Pacers. I mean, it's 50-50 a lot of times. Yeah. You just don't know what you're going to get.
Yeah, you got to manage those acorns.
Steve?
Yeah, the personnel decisions are always difficult, especially when it comes to big money deals. But I thought Tyson Chandler really solidified that center position for Dallas last year.
And some changes here for the Mavericks. Caron Butler's checked in for Nowitzki. Beaubois comes in for Jason Terry. And Jason Kidd has subbed in for J.J. Barea.
And what a great season Tyson Chandler had for the Dallas Mavericks last year, guys. He shot a career-high 65% from the floor and really improved his free throw shooting as well, up to 74% from the line.
Here's Kidd. 1:27 left to play in the first quarter. Knocks it loose. Butler. Covered by Barnes. 6 to shoot. Shot from the wing. And it's good.
I could not agree with you more, Steve, in terms of what Tyson Chandler has brought to the Mavericks with his offense. I mean, we knew about his defense and rebounding. He had well established that as part of his arsenal. But his improvement on offense, that development, has been really kind of frosting on the cake.
Beaubois against Johnson. Lets the three fly, and again it's the Lakers from deep.
Kevin, they've been playing with an awful lot of energy here, getting a lot of offensive rebounds. That's always an indicator of hustle and energy.
Kidd kicks to Marion. Gasol covering. Beaubois for three. Rebounded by the Lakers. There's 25 seconds left in the first quarter of the game. Fisher against Kidd. Gasol passes to Johnson. They get it back. Butler with the ball. A 32-point game for him in the win against Denver. And no mistakes on the way. Butler's got his third basket of the night right there. Here's Fisher. And that's not going to go. They're scoring fast and furious as we end the first quarter. Lakers lead by 8. Here's Butler. 12 points for him. Picked up by Brown. And it's Butler missing.
I thought he rushed it a little bit, guys, because he had a clean look, just lost his focus.
So with Kobe sitting on the bench, this is the group Mike Brown has right now. The Beast, he's in at center. Brown out there with Artest. Then there's Derek Fisher, and it's Blake in at the 2. Brewer with the ball. Left side, Butler fires the 3. Butler missing again. Lakers leading by 8. Artest kicks to Fisher. Clock at 6. No luck, and Dallas the other way.
Looked like he squirted that one off a little too quickly.
A replay here. The Sprite Slam Cam show us how it's done.
Come on now, I didn't see. Can you believe that finish? Or a little bit of flair and flavor at the end of it.
Oh, that'll be a fan favorite, all right.
That was not your average, typical dunk.
The Lakers on offense. After this game wraps up, they're off to Atlanta where they'll take on the Hawks. That will be their second of this 5-game road trip. They set the screen. Blake dishes to Fisher. He's picked up by Kidd. And again, no good by the Lakers.
You know, Kevin, it turned out that Mike Brown was the man for the Lakers job, and he inherits an interesting team here in L.A. I mean, a lot of potential, but coming off a disappointing end to last season.
He's covered by Brown. Pick off in midair. Even numbers. Butler against Fisher. Free throw line jump shot. Jump shot is good that time. Fisher's got his first bucket of the night. We're getting back to Brown for just a second. Clark, you're just talking about him. You know, Steve, he has big shoes to fill. Anytime you're trying to replace a legend like Phil Jackson, there's a lot in front of you there.
Yeah, it's one of the highest profile coaching positions in any sport in the world. But Mike Brown will be prepared. I mean, he had to deal with the circus around LeBron James in Cleveland over those years and did a nice job there. So I think Mike Brown is the right guy for the job.
Let's take a brief moment to look at the 2K leaderboard with the list of the league's feistiest defensive teams. Fourth spot held by the Lakers.
Yeah, you can't make a lazy pass against this club. I mean, they'll turn it into a steal nearly every single time.
Catching up on the changes for Dallas. Tyson Chandler, he's checked in for Marion. Nowitzki comes in for Caron Butler. And Rudy Fernandez is subbed in for Corey Brewer.
Now Kobe Bryant still chasing that 6th ring. If he ends up getting it, he would tie Michael Jordan. And of course, Michael was always a tremendous inspiration for Kobe Bryant.
Stevie mentioned Kobe is still working toward those 6 rings. He's got 5 right now. But Kobe said, Clark, that, you know, tying Jordan wasn't his motivation.
You believe that?
Well, I do think he wanted to help Phil Jackson go out on the right right way. And that, of course, didn't work out.
No, it did not work out, but I think it was a combination of factors. One, he obviously wants to do it because he wants to do it. But I don't think the Jordan piece is out of the equation and being one of the inspiring factors for trying to grab that sixth one. And, I mean, quite honestly, he's shown that he wants to try to win it every year.
Well, he's always compared to Jordan, and why wouldn't that just be a natural feeling?
Right.
You can't fold him for it.
No, not at all.
Here's the Beast. 4 on the shot clock. Takes it up with both hands and rips it down.
How's that for finishing with flavor?
Absolutely fantastic.
I think he was saving that one for a special occasion.
Here's Kidd. He has 5. Nowitzki outside. Fades and shoots. Good, and the assist to Kidd. Kidd's got assist number 5 here tonight.
And he continues to knock down shot after shot. A perfect shooting day for him so far. And one of the things you like about the Lakers, their ability to go out on the road and win. In fact, last season, they were 27-14 away from Staples Center.
Gasol doing all sorts of things. 9 points in addition to that. He's been a rebounding machine.
Well, he's been clearing space in the paint and out-muscling anybody who tries to get near him.
No good on the second, so he hits 1 of 2. And the Lakers, Clark, a smart veteran team, we know that. How much of an asset is that to winning on the road?
You can't overstate it. I mean, it's really huge, Kevin. Keeping your composure, staying focused, understanding what's coming and what you need to do to seize games on the road. Some folks call it that killer instinct. And those are the things you have to be able to do, and the Lakers, quite honestly, a terrific example of all of that.
And here's Kobe from the arc. A rebound by Kidd. Mavericks trailed by 7. Picked up by Brown. Now here's Terry, averaging 20 points per game. Shot clock at 6. Nowitzki, that's for 2. The Lakers with the rebound. They've led by as much as 10. And here's Kobe. He had a 27-point outing in their last game against Toronto. To the middle. A jump hook. Nowitzki with the steal. Pushing it up. Here's Kidd. Again, Kidd missing. Here's the Beast. Outside, Kobe. Brown outside. The kick out to Walton. Jacks up a 3. That's in, coming off an assist by Kobe. Walton's got himself going there. His first points of the game on the deep ball. Guys, a potent offense right now.
Yeah, Kevin, really the offense is flowing quite nicely right now.
Playing with a lot of confidence, just some self-assurance.
Decided to go with a little trickery, went to the reverse. You got to love that.
We don't get to see too many of those.
No, we got to savor that one for sure.
Here's Kidd. He's got 5. Picked up by Brown. Kidd kicks to Nowitzki. The pass to Fernandez. Walton defending. Again, the miss by the Mavericks. Lakers leading by 12. To the paint. Here's the Beast. Oh! And the powerful one-handed slam.
Well, he took that one to the rack with some purpose.
I'll say beautiful dunk there, Steve.
Yeah, how about the agility? Man? Just the power and the skill. Impressive.
Here's Fernandez. And they're going to count the bucket and send him to the line. It could be a 3-point play.
You know, if their plan was to keep going inside a ton, it sure has paid off. I mean, it seems like every bucket they get is in the lane.
Well, no reason to take an outside shot if you're scoring at will from inside the paint.
Looking at who's out there now for the Mavericks. Tyson Chandler, he's checked in for Hayward. Butler comes in for Jason Terry. And Barea subbed in for Jason Kidd. A nice shot by Gasol.
He's put on an offensive clinic. They've got to deny him the ball.
Yeah, and if that fails, then double him, Steve. I mean, they can't allow him to continue to hurt him like this.
Nowitzki, defended by Gasol. He kicks it to Fernandez from past the arc. And the basket good. 6 points for him.
That pass was right on the money. Set the play up perfectly.
And we've reached halftime in this one.
Kobe having just a fantastic...
It's Thursday night basketball. Glad to have you. Memphis with a loss to the Cavaliers.
And we return you to NBA action here. A great view of Victory Park and the American Airlines Center here in Big D. Here's Brown. He's picked up by Kidd. Our second half of basketball and presented by Gatorade. Let's see who's all fueled up and on the floor to start the third. On the floor for Dallas, Dirk Nowitzki and Tyson Chandler in the middle. Kidd and Terry on. They're manning the backcourt. And it's Butler in at the small forward position.
That's how it works. Your defense feeds into the offense.
Yeah, you know, excellent work, I thought. Solid work on both ends in that particular sequence.
Gasol with the steal.
Boy, nice job to get his hand in there and knock that ball loose without fouling.
Kobe, no good.
Well, at least he had the presence of mind to change his shot when the defense got on him. You've got to improvise sometimes.
Kidd kicks to Nowitzki. Gasol covering. And there's Dirk Nowitzki on the assist by Kidd. 16 points for Nowitzki. Kobe against Terry. Over Chandler. Tip back in for two. And the Lakers lead by 12.
Carving them up inside there, Kevin. I mean, the defense has been vulnerable in there.
Yeah, that's 3 straight field goals in the paint area. That's really good offense.
Nowitzki, again, the Mavericks score.
You know, guys, I'm pretty sure when everybody else leaves the gym and goes home, Dirk Nowitzki just sneaks back into the gym and kind of hangs out at that foul line area. He's so comfortable at the elbow and at that high post area. He just shoots right over the top of everybody. It looks like a layup for him. Well, credit the defense, but you've got to be more careful with the ball.
Here's Butler. Leans inside. A rebound by Gasol. Gasol's got 9 rebounds in the game. Getting it done. Getting back to what Steve said about Dirk. With his height, Clark, that elbow shot is virtually impossible to guard.
We call it ATM time. Cash. Because when he gets it there, nobody can bother him. And he also can go by you. He's unorthodox, but he can still, because you have to respect that shot, he has the option to drive as well, but he's a remarkable shooter.
But they'll get another chance. Here's the Beast. Dishes it to Brown. Kobe a screen on Butler. There's a good screen. Down low. 6 on the shot clock. Here's the Beast. And so he draws the foul on the shot. A trip to the line to shoot 2.
Dallas really played a lot of zone defense last year. I thought it worked out well for them, especially with the personnel they brought in. Tyson Chandler manning the paint really helped that club.
Brendan Haywood, he's checked in for the Mavericks. And they can't make the second free throw either. Missing both. Steve, back to Dallas. Sometimes a team needs to find an identity on defense, and they found that last year with the zone. That was a little clever trick, Clark Kellogg, that Rick Carlisle, the coach of the Mavs, inserted in that team.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, the zone had fit their personnel. You can't overlook the impact that Tyson Chandler has had on their defensive disposition. They have guys that have length. They can cause problems in the passing lane. So the zone defense just made some sense.
Well, you talk about Pau Gasol. You think about the luxury of having a 7-footer who can play the power forward or center spot. He's really the key to that Laker front line.
Terry, the pass to Nowitzki. Gasol covering. And there's Dirk Nowitzki on the assist by Terry. Terry's got assist number 5 here tonight. And going back to the versatility of Pau Gasol. So skilled, he can pass, shoot, handle the ball, and do it all.
And we really haven't seen many players of his size, Kevin, with that wide array of talent. I mean, he'd be a really good player if he was only 6'4".
Yeah, he would.
That's how skilled he is. Well, I like the heart on display right there. I mean, fighting for that rebound and stuffing it back in, that's good work.
Yeah, well, that'll go over well with the head coach.
Yeah, it sure will. I mean, it always does when you get it done on the offensive glass, because that's all about effort.
These players have excelled at setting up their teammates this night. The 2K leaderboard shows us the recent assist leaders. You take a look at Kidd, an uncommonly gifted passer, leading the league in assists.
Well, this kind of ball distribution is necessary for a team to succeed now and later in the season. If he can keep it up, I think more guys on the squad will get involved and produce at a higher level.
Here's Butler. And a great assist by Kidd as that one goes in. 17 points for Butler. Shot from the top of the key. Offensive rebound. Oh, tried to dunk it home, but drew the foul. It'll go to the line. Let's see what the Dallas Mavericks have coming up. Next up for them, the Bucks in Milwaukee. That'll be just one game played away from home for them.
You know, for so long we've seen the Lakers coast into the playoffs, put themselves in a tight spot, and then find a way out of it. But in that series versus Dallas in last season's playoffs, they really looked like a tired and overmatched team.
The first free throw is good. And for the Lakers, Kobe said, Clark, after that series, we've been playing with fire the last 3 years. Now we finally got what we deserve. Steve, that is a very interesting quote. Take it apart for us and delve into it.
Well, I think the Lakers had been to the finals for 3 straight years, and I think they were worn out emotionally. And for a couple of those playoff series over the years, they did play with fire and get away with it. Not last.
And he slams it home. Here's the replay on the Sprite Slam Cam.
There isn't anybody in the building that didn't appreciate that throwdown.
Well, Steve, that's as fancy a finish as you could possibly get.
A serious degree of difficulty on that one.
And they call goaltending. They'll give him the bucket.
It's a good thing he showed up today, because without him, this team would be in big trouble.
Steve Blake's checked in for Shannon Brown. Here's Kobe. 23 points in the game. They set the pick. It's off his leg. And it's being called a kickball. Here's the beast. 20 points for him. Taken away by Kidd.
They've done such a nice job disrupting this offense and forcing turnover.
A true power dunk, Kev. I thought he might squeeze the air out of the ball on that one.
Well, when he gets it near the basket, you know where he's headed.
And he's going fast and with force.
Lakers leading by 6. And the Lakers call time here. Here's the beast. Right now averaging 11 points a game. Hook shot. Mavericks with the rebound. Nowitzki's got his 4th rebound in this one. Artest against Terry. The shot is off. Great D that time from Artest.
They may have to play a little less aggressively on defense, because one more foul and they're in the penalty.
Well, see, you can be aggressive, but you just can't put your hands on folks. You got to move your feet.
Looking at who's out there now for the Mavericks. Sean Marion is checked in for Hayward. Brewer comes in for Jason Terry. And Barea subbed in for Jason Kidd.
I'm picky.
They double him with Nowitzki. Now the dish to Gasol. Blake for 3. Hits the bucket. Blake's got himself on the board with 3 there.
I'll tell you what, he'll be quite contented to sit out there beyond the arc and knock down shot after shot if they're going to play defense like that. Tighten it up out there.
I like that. Trying to respond to that last 3-pointer, but he couldn't get it to go.
Guarded by Barea. For 3, Kobe. No good. And Dallas the other way.
Well, eventually he'll start knocking those down again. He did make 2 in the first half.
And following this game, they hit the road to challenge the Bucks at the Bradley Center in Milwaukee. That will be a getaway game for them, a 1-game road trip. Here's Nowitzki. Converts on the jumper for the easy 2. Nowitzki's got 10 points in the quarter.
My goodness, seems like he's got every point this quarter. Just an amazing job helping to cut into this lead.
Here's the beast, defended by Nowitzki. Lays out. It's stolen by Barea.
Kevin, he didn't turn the ball over once in the first half, but it's been a different story for him since the break.
Here's Blake. They double him with Nowitzki. Kobe against Butler. Three-pointer, and it's Blake that time, the assist from Kobe. Kobe's got 4 assists in the game. Now Barea. Nowitzki a string. Barea dishes to Nowitzki. The rebound by Blake.
They keep pounding them on the glass here in this one. Just a tremendous job rebounding the ball.
Well, that's half the battle. I mean, you go after it every single time. It's a mindset. Never assume the shot's going in. You've got to always assume the shot's going to come off the rim, and it's going to be yours.
And the Mavericks call time here.
Boy, how good were the Mavericks last year against the Western Conference? They won 35 times against Western opponents.
And some changes here for the Mavericks. Jason Terry, he's checked in for Brewer. Jason Kidd is subbed in for J.J. Barea. And the Lakers also making a switch. Brown's checked in. Puts it up off the inbound. And there's Dirk Nowitzki on the assist by Marion. Marion's got 3 assists tonight. Going back down to the Mavs, they didn't win the division, Clark, but they nabbed the 3 seed in the playoffs. And that played a nice part of it.
Yeah, you know, they edged out the Thunder by 2 wins, and the difference there was the record of those 2 teams against the Western Conference. So I know it's a long season, and sometimes it's hard to value every game, but when you're a playoff team, a contending championship team, every game does mean something during that regular season.
Absolutely. For 3, Kidd. There's the bucket. Good. Kidd's got 8 points.
Look at how they've been scoring the basketball, and it's really fun to watch them because all the baskets are coming off assists.
Well, keep that in mind. I mean, they're a much more efficient team when they make that extra pass. When they get in trouble, it's when they're taking quick shots.
Takes a shot at the elbow. They grab their own miss. Kicks it out to Terry. Goes back up. Buries the jump shot. And now it's only a 5-point Laker lead.
Boy, he made a nice little bounce pass there. We call that the pocket pass, and he did it well.
Well, Marion will never get back to his days in Phoenix when he was a 20-point, 10-rebound guy, but still a very versatile player on this deep Dallas roster. And he can be very effective in a number of ways for the Mavericks.
It's Terry outside. And it's Terry again missing.
He may want to start spreading the ball around a little bit. His shot is off right now.
And it's Kobe missing. Thinking about Marion some more, he's versatile enough to really help Dallas in a lot of areas, as we saw in the playoffs.
That's exactly right. You can slot him at either the 3 or the 4 spot, and along with Dirk Nowitzki, I mean, that can cause some major headaches for a lot of other teams in the league.
5 on the clock. 3-pointer, Kidd, and that one's good. Kidd's got 11.
Well, that's a quality look there. The defense a bit late.
And 2 straight now from long range, putting up points in a hurry, Clark.
Here's Kobe. Loses his man off the screen and lays it up and in.
Well, they haven't been getting lit up from outside here. All the points they're giving up are from in close. They've got to offer more resistance.
Yeah, defense has to get better, Clark. They've got to body up, bump somebody, get physical, force the action back out to the perimeter.
Artest against Butler. Shoots over Brown, and it's Dallas with another.
And I think defensively, you've got to commit a second defender because he's just destroying you right now.
Yeah, one-on-one, he's been a handful.
He's picked up by Kidd. He couldn't stay in bounds, and that's going to be a turnover. And now the 2K leaderboard, a list of the teams that have rebounded the ball tremendously over the last 10 games. The Mavericks 4th.
Kevin, that's been a nice run lately. They're making a strong effort on the board, and it's working and paying dividends for them.
So both teams making some changes here. Mavericks trailed by 5.
And they will hold for the last shot.
Yeah, good clock management is essential here.
The baseline J. Nice shot by Terry. 7 seconds left in the 3rd quarter. And stolen by Butler.
Now, that was just a heave down court. I don't like their chances.
My God. Here's a look at the schedule for the Los Angeles Lakers. After this game wraps up, they're off to Atlanta where they'll take on the Hawks. And that game will be game 2 of 5 out on the road. That free throw missing. The Mavericks making a switch here. Good on the second free throw. And he misses the third. That concludes the third quarter. It continues to be an exciting neck-and-neck game. You look at Kobe Bryant in this game, I mean, he has been everywhere.
Yeah, give him credit. He's been very...
While we're still getting underway here in the fourth, let's go down to Doris Burke, who has our Sprite Spark of the Game report. Doris?
Hi, guys. Well, it was the stretch by the Lakers that garners the Sprite Spark today. They keep going right at that defense and continue to pile points on top of their lead. Every time you look up, their lead seems to be getting...
The Mavericks trailing, taking a look at the Lakers. The Beast in its center. Pau Gasol is out there with Derek Carricker. Then there's Artest, and it's Barnes, and at the point guard. And Beaubois kicks to Butler. Picked up by Artest. Butler passes to Beaubois. 6 to shoot, and stolen by Barnes.
And a nice swipe there. You can see his eye.
Boy, he hung him out to dry that time. A terrific reverse.
You can't help but be amazed by that dunk.
Man, that's one to remember, huh?
That was some awesome above-the-rim action from Sprite we just saw on our Sprite Slam Cam. Nowitzki with the screen on Barnes. Good look. And there's Dirk Nowitzki on the assist by Beaubois. 31 points for Nowitzki. Outside Artest. Caron Butler covering. Gasol against Nowitzki. And Pau Gasol, the bucket on the assist by Artest. Artest's got 3 assists now in this one. Now here's Beaubois. Not a lot of room. Kicks to Marion. It's stolen.
Oh, it took advantage of the tight space on the inside to make the steal there.
Barnes. Sean Marion grabs the miss. Marion's got his 4th rebound in this one. Nowitzki outside. And he makes good on the layup. Nowitzki's got 7 now in this quarter.
And that's what he does. I mean, he takes advantage. If you're going to play poor defense, he's going to get a hoop easily.
Inside. Out of bounds. And they'll keep possession. Here's Artest. Drills it from outside.
Man, they are spreading the floor and letting it fly, really knocking it down from outside.
And I love that gunslinger's mentality, Steve. Playing to win as opposed to playing it safe. I call it prevent offense when you try to protect the lead. Let it fly, let it fly, let it fly.
And they are just lighting them up from mid-range area.
You know, sometimes we forget about the value of the mid-range or in-between game. This team has made 8 of their last 10 with that shot, the in-between shot.
Boy, he's been so dependable here this game, really playing well offensively.
And Beaubois kicks to Nowitzki. Gasol with the steal. Marion against Barnes. Sean Marion covering. Outside Artest. He's covered by Beaubois. 4 on the clock. Artest dishes to Carricker. And they turn over the 24-second buzzer, signaling the shot clock violation. A different look for Dallas. Terry comes in for Sean Marion. Jason Kidd is subbed in for Roddy Beaubois. And then for the Lakers, Kobe's checked in for Derek Carricker. Brown comes in for Ron Artest. And Derek Fisher is subbed in for Matt Barnes. Terry against Brown. Terry the pass to Chandler. With the clock winding down, and it's Butler with the jam.
Well, I tell you what, that'll give him a nice lift because that kind of effort always rubs off.
Does it ever?
Yeah, when you've got one guy out there hustling his tail off, everybody else has to follow suit.
Goes straight up. They rule this one goaltending. Count the shot.
Man, they have a huge advantage in points in the paint. Look at that.
Oh, and this defense is getting pushed around a bit too much for my liking. They're just not competing at a high enough level here.
Here's Kidd. Back to Nowitzki. Gasol covering. Nowitzki kicks to Terry. He's covered by Brown. Shot by Terry, no good. Lakers leading by 4. Fisher dishes to Kobe. There's the screen. And stolen by Butler. Terry against Kobe from 17 feet out. And Butler gets it to go on the assist by Terry. Terry's got his 7th assist in the game.
I'll tell you what, right now that mid-range jumper serving them well.
Yes, it is, guys. That's 6 of their last 10 points coming from that mid-range area.
Here's the Beast. Back to Brown. Just 5 on the clock. From downtown. And the rebound goes to the Mavericks. Chandler's got 7 rebounds in the game. Kidd passes to Nowitzki. And stolen by Fisher. And here's Los Angeles. They've led by as many as 11 points. And Kobe throws it down hard.
Only question there was who was going to finish it. Easy, fast break.
Yeah, you know what? And I think they made the right call there, Steve.
Dallas calls timeout. They're losing by 4. 1:52 left to play here in the 4th. Find out what Doris Burke has for us.
Kevin, over that last break, I got a chance to hear what Rick Carlisle said to his team. He actually lit into them pretty heavily, saying, "We're being way too soft on the inside. I better start to see some toughness and more shots being challenged. No more easy baskets." Pretty strong words, guys.
Here's Chandler. The Lakers with the rebound.
Well, not a bad effort there.
He'll usually knock that one down.
And Fisher kicks to Kobe. Defended by Butler. To the inside. Pass to Gasol. Just 4 to shoot. And the Lakers tack on 2 more.
Yeah, he's so good from that mid-range area.
Mavericks trailed by 6. Terry outside. The feed to Nowitzki. He's up against Gasol. Nowitzki dishes to Chandler, and the shot is good.
Great job to hit his teammate on that move, Kevin.
1:05 left to play in the final quarter. Here's Kobe. Reverses. Shot is blocked. Clark, they've shared the load offensively.
Yeah, they've done a nice job with it, Kevin and Steve. I mean, everybody's touching the ball. There's a nice flow to what they're doing offensively.
Well, it makes it so much tougher to defend, too, when you have to account for all 5 offensive players, and the ball just moves so quickly. Tough to defend that.
Guys, they're not going to be in any rush on this possession.
Not with the lead. I mean, now's the time to use the clock to your advantage. Take your time. Milk the clock a little bit.
They double-team Kobe. Gathers. Can't get it to go. And Dallas the other way.
Well, they're still within reach, but they need a hoop pretty much every time down the floor.
Well, they've got a little life, but they better execute every time. Not too much congestion in the lane. I think he could have gotten a better shot that time, no question.
And there's the whistle, called a clear path foul there. Yep, and he'll shoot 2 at the line. First free throw missing for him. Connects on number 2, and that makes it a 3-point lead. Here's Fisher, and an intentional foul there stops the clock.
Well, not much of a choice there. They pretty much had to foul.
Yeah, that's the only option they had to try to get the ball back to even this thing up.
Sinks the first one, and that gives him a 4-point cushion. perfect from the line, and it's a 5-point ball game.
With that trip to the line, he just made it a 2-possession game, Kevin.
And the Mavericks call time here. They're behind by 5. 16 seconds left in the fourth quarter of this one. Guys, what's your take?
Well, what you want to do here is attack the rim, get a quick shot, and then look to force a turnover or foul.
Yeah, one way or the other, it's going to come down to free throws at the other end, no doubt.
And here's Kidd from the arc. Knocks down the trifecta.
Kevin, that's what you expect from him. When the pressure's at its highest, with the game on the line, that's when he's at his best.
And they need to stop the clock, so there's a foul. Hit on the first, and that makes it a 3-point lead. Hits them both, and it's a 4-point ball game.
And that'll do it, Kevin. Those last free throws were the icing on the cake.
Offline. And so it's the Lakers who come out on top here. Well, they don't get much more exciting than that, Clark.
They sure don't. And when it was gut check time, this team kept their composure, kept their emotions in check, and got it done.
That'll do it for now. For Doris Burke, Steve Kerr, and Clark Kellogg, and the rest of the 2K Sports crew, this is Kevin Harlan saying thanks for joining us.
Excellent performance in tonight's game. In case you hadn't heard, you set your career high in points. How did it feel to be on such a roll on offense?
I knew I had the hot hands, and I kept looking up at the scoreboard to see where I was at. I really wanted to set that mark once things got going. Coach keeps telling me to quit worrying about that stuff, but he's doing his thing and I'm doing mine. When I'm putting big points on the board, he's got no room to argue anyway.
Okay, guys, that's it for tonight. Thanks for watching. And we'll be back again with Los Angeles Lakers.